imagine. Better cool on your faction. Ready for the curtain call, lights, camera, action.
Well, after 2 days of racing, it all comes down to this. The final day of the Interclub competition at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships at Kurrawa Beach on Australia's beautiful Gold Coast. Hello, my name is Sam Jordan, and I'll be with you for what is going to be another huge day of action. We saw so many events in the water yesterday, and we have another jam-packed schedule for you today as well. It's going to kick off with the men's ski races before we move into the Ocean Man events as well as the beach flags. For the women, they're starting with the beach flags before going to the Ocean Woman and then their ski races. All of those finals will be this afternoon, along with the mixed Lifesaver relay final. That is going to be huge, and we cannot wait to see it. That is an event that is being targeted for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics as well, so we could be seeing our Olympic stars of the future in action right here at Kurrawa Beach this afternoon. The conditions have started to drop off a little bit from what we've seen for the last 2 days. For more, let's head down to the beach to Christy Munro. Christy, what are we looking at with the weather?
Good morning, Sam. It's really overcast and cloudy down here this morning, so a little bit cool, but the great news is that southerly wind has certainly dropped off. You can see outside behind me here, really beautiful glassy conditions. As you mentioned, the swell has dropped. However, there are those rogue sets still pushing through. So lots of lulls in between, but we might see that change as that tide continues to drop. We've got a bit of a mid-tide here at the moment. So as we're expecting, they will have those continual conditions changing, but beautiful racing conditions out there for the men's ski, which is just getting set for a start.
Christy, we saw the runners playing a really big role in those races yesterday, whoever could get the first crack on the way back in that wind. Is there anything out there today for these skis to chase on the way back home?
Look, I'd say yes. There's always a little bit of a bump here at Kurrawa, and as I mentioned, just as I was walking down the beach just a little bit earlier, I was surprised to see actually a near sort of breaking set right on those cans. So I think we're still going to see some upsets rolling through. We don't have the same wind chop, but there's certainly still a little bit of ground swell pushing in. All
right, thank you, Christy. We look forward to crossing to you down throughout these ski rounds today, because if we have learnt one thing throughout these 2 days of competition is that it's very tight racing, and it's going to be coming right down to the wire as well. The ski races were delayed from our first day of competition. Day one saw a southerly change sweep up the east coast of Australia, whipping up winds of more than 30 knots. It was incredibly windy down there on the beach, so the decision was postponed. The decision was made, rather, to postpone those ski races, rewrite that program and get them in the water today. And we are not too far away from a start in doing that. So we will be kicking off our live stream today with the youth men's ski race, and we've just seen the draw come in. We have 5 heats of the ski. They will be going through to quarterfinals as well, 3 quarterfinals. So we'll figure out the maths on those progressions in just a moment. And then we will be bringing you those ski heats. So competitors are being split across the 2 arenas. We will be trying to cover some races in both of those arenas for you in these youth men's ski races. As you can see there, Christy was telling us about that overcast weather. There has been some cooler changes that have come across the day as well, which is a little bit rare for the Gold Coast. Blessed with perfect weather over the national teams competition. An extraordinary few days of racing that saw Australia narrowly come out on top of both the youth and opens competitions. That's the shot of our IRB races. Now they are further down the beach and they're into their second day of competition as well. But for now, it's all about the youth men's ski races. Just some final instructions being told. You can see the finishing tower being carried into the water as well. I'm sure the officials that are going to be on top of that are very relieved that the wind has dropped off and that swell is a little bit more manageable today. That high tide is at around 10 a.m. this morning, so at least it does make things a little bit easier for the finishing judges in that the ski racers will be paddling right across the line. If we were looking at low tide, no doubt there would be a few decisions to make yesterday afternoon. In some of those arenas, there was a really shallow sandbank followed by another gutter, lots of potholes. That's lots of peaks and troughs in the surface of the sand as well, which makes it very hard for our athletes when they're running back in, because although they're focused on running as fast as they can, there's a thought being given to making sure they try and stay on their feet as well. So as soon as we are aware of what heat we will be starting with, we'll bring you that start list in these opening heats of the youth men's surf ski race. So 5 heats going through to 3 quarterfinals. We'll have 2 semis and then our final later this afternoon. And we are kicking things off with heat number 1 in the arena in front of us as well. We have Harry Bro from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Joel Steiner from Wanda Surf Lifesaving Club, Alexander Walker from Currumbin Beach, Simon Hosch from Nieder-on-Warstad in Germany, Charlie George from Coogin Headland, Byron Diekman from Maroochydore, Byron McParlin from North Burleigh, Luke Jackson from Mairangi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club in New Zealand, Tommy Ryan from Mermaid Beach, Luke Chaffer from Newport Surf Lifesaving Club, as well as in this heat, Liam Campagna from Dickey Beach, Alex Shepherd from Karawa, Finn Casper from Woolgoolga, Bodie Emery from Dickey Beach, and Liam Schweitzer from Woodridge Surf Lifesaving Club in South Africa. So great to still see so many international competitors here at the Interclub Championships as well. Of course, we saw them all in action in the national teams competition, which was a week ago now, but so many sticking out. The whole World Championships campaign, a once-in-2-year opportunity, or in the case of Interclub, for the first time in 6 years, we've seen Interclub competition. Of course, competition unable to proceed the last couple of years as well, as the world dealt with travel restrictions around the COVID pandemic, but it is so great to be here too. 6 years, that's more than 2,100 days. We've certainly made up for lost time. So some more discussions down here with the officials, no doubt, just making sure they're across the course. They know how many are going through this round. And trying to make sure they get a nice clean start as well. It's easier said than done, but it's all about lining up the ski field as cleanly as possible in order for them to get away. That will certainly be the aim for all of our paddlers at the start. And in fact, on that, we might cross back down to Christy Munro, who is down there on the beach for us as well. Christy, I'm chatting about this start line and making sure that they get away nice and clean. What are you seeing in front of this water area in terms of the sand, the way the waves are breaking, and perhaps if we do have an end, that might be a little bit better than the other?
Yeah, I'm just watching the officials just getting the finishing line in place. They're just making sure the finishing tower is set. So the course is nearly ready to go. I'd say it's fairly even across the start line, although perhaps a little bit of an advantage at the northern end, just looking maybe at those shoreys that are coming through. Now that I've said that, the southern end will probably get a great start, but I'm just watching this shore break roll in now, and it's a little bit heavier on the southern end. So That would be my prediction. The only disadvantage of starting at the northern end is obviously you've got the longest paddle out and around the course.
Yeah, for sure. And what we have seen the past couple of days as well, with that southerly wind causing the sweep that is so iconic along this stretch of coast just to be really strong. Do we have any indication yet of whether it might have calmed down over the past couple of days too?
Yes, certainly. There's still a little bit of water movement in that early gutter. You can see just that white foamy water still heading to the north. However, there is absolutely not a breath of wind down here, so there won't be the sweep that the competitors had to contend with yesterday. And because the ski is actually a craft, obviously, that sits on top of the water, they're a lot less affected by a sweep. So you won't really see any of these competitors making any counteractions to, I guess, allow for that this morning.
Well, thank you, Christy. We will be coming back to you to watch heat number 1, but for now there actually is a bit of a delay in that heat as one of the competitors is also in the IRB racing. So for now, we're going to turn our focus to heat number 2, and you can see the start list on screen at the moment. Wait from Shelley Beach, Daly from Southport, Hale from Maroochydore, Burdekin from Coogin Headland, Mail from North Burleigh, D. Chenaise from Naval, Sauvetage Sportif, Lifesaving Club in Canada, Brockmeyer from Haaswinkel in Germany, Falconer from Ocean Beach, King from Newport, French from Coogin Headland, not too far to come for him, Voigt from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club in South Africa, Scrivens from Sorrento, O'Rourke from BMD Northcliffe, and Rasmussen from North Burleigh Surf Lifesaving Club. So 15 in this heat number 2. We can see heat 1 on screen at the moment, just waiting for a start there. Yet to have the starting gunfire so far today. But no doubt we are not too far away now. So on screen, this is heat number 2. You can see Voigt there from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club on the left of screen. And now our hard-working volunteers here at Curra Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. It takes an army to make an event like this happen, and they have done an outstanding job across what has been 2 weeks of competition so far, with just a little bit to go now as well. So heat number 2 waiting for a start, so to heat number 1. No doubt, a few little nerves in there as well. This is the first round of ski racing that we've seen at the Interclub Youth Competition so far. And we have a huge day on the way in these picturesque conditions. Ski finals, flag finals, Ocean Man and Ocean Woman, as well as that mixed Lifesaver relay final too. Okay, so now we are seeing the skis get picked up for heat number 2, and they are walking into the water. So heat 2 will be the first to fire. We'll stay with this action for you now at Coral Beach, as we are about to kick off the first race of day 3 of the Interclub World Championships for 2024. And already you can see as the field's starting to walk out that there's some different depths rather in these conditions as they make their way out to 2 check starters. So the officials will be lining up the ski paddlers in that nice straight line across the 2 of them. It's easier said than done. We can already see one of our competitors there getting told just to cool off a little bit and make sure he gets back in line. That was Falconer from Ocean Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. A nice even line. The flags are up. So we might not be too far away from the start now. The whistle's being blown. Okay, the officials are happy once again. So we're just waiting for a clean break here. A good call to hold back just with this double up. Wave coming through now. That line is starting to bend a little bit, but it's all just about getting in clean and getting that boat moving as quickly as you can. In fact, I think the line might be bending a little bit too much. Our officials just doing what they can to line them up nice and straight again. This is an opportunity, and the officials have taken it. We are away and racing on day 3 of the Interclub World Championships here at Kurrawa Beach. And on the southern end of the line, it's Rasmussen from North Burleigh who's made a flying start as well. Scrivens from Sorrento Surf Lifesaving Club is going with him too, as is Marley O'Rourke. So it was that southern end of the line that did seem to get the best of it at that stage. And a big wave standing up across that back bank. O'Rourke going into the water as well as he flew over the top. It's so difficult to make sure that you stay in your boat when you get launched into the air like that. So already the swell, even though it might have dropped off ever so slightly, it is playing a big role here in the opening round of ski races in the youth men's competition. It's Rasmussen from North Burleigh out in front in 1, Scrivens from Sorrento in 2. And sneaking through on that northern end of the line was Burdekin from Coogin Headland as well, looking nice and strong now as they settle into a rhythm. There is a bit of a gap back to Voigt from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, and we can see Falconer from Ocean Beach on the edge of screen there as well. So we will wait to bring you exactly how many we have going through these rounds. If I run the quick numbers, as you can see, a beautiful shot on screen. What a day it is here at Surfers Paradise. I would expect potentially 9 to go through these heats. So potentially 9 through to 3 quarterfinals. We've already seen plenty of action in our first ski race of the day. Christy Munro, I know that you've been watching the starts of these races. You spoke about the conditions, and we saw a set roll through in the very first race.
And then actually had a little bit more deep water to manage for that start, and actually a long way to paddle back to these turning cans. So the 3 guys who got the best of it really put in a good 50 hard strokes off the start. And it looks like they've settled into a nice pace now that they're fairly comfortable in that qualifying position.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. It's all about getting the first opportunity on that back bank, isn't it? And they certainly did that. They managed to get over the top of that set, and now they have the luxury of perhaps taking the foot off the gas a little bit on their way back in. But we can see some more waves starting to stand up now. So this is going to be very interesting to see who can get down some of these. Out in front is Rasmussen. There's no issue for him because he's going to get a wave on his own, and we'll see how far he can chase this wave through that deep water gutter. The deep water makes it difficult to stay and keep the momentum of that wave, and that is what we have seen there. And then we have 5 that is going to be picked up on this next one as well, and they were our lead 5 as well. So Scrivens from Sorrento there is going to get caught by that chase pack, but there is no urgency really on the faces there because they all know that they will be going through as long as they keep their skis straight, which is what Riley Rasmussen from North Burleigh has done very well there. Scrivens is 2. Connor Hale from Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club paddling back into proceedings as well after just getting a little bit clipped at the start of that race. So all of these paddlers going through. Very impressive from Rasmussen there. One of our paddlers is going a little bit sideways on that back bank, but he's going to get that ski turned around nice and quickly, and I think he's also going to progress through to the next round as well. That was Falconer from Ocean Beach that is now coming into frame too. So a little bit of a wave popping up for everyone there at the start of that race, but it was well negotiated and a tight finish there too for those rest of those places. So we will wait for official confirmation as to how many we'll go through this first round, but we do believe the number is 9. Interesting to see at the finish there, a fair bit of water moving through that gutter inshore. We'll head back to Christy Munro on the beach. Christy, you spoke about that sweep this morning, and I guess just making sure you keep paddling as much as possible through it. It did look like it caused a few little challenges there for our field.
Yes, Sam, it is a really challenging part of the break. You can see as the competitors come down those green waves from out the back, but they hit that inshore water movement, which is still pushing north. So you've really got to be braced and prepared for that, just for that water movement, which comes all at once. So particularly the paddlers who were paddling into that from dead water seem to have the most difficulty in that first heat. I'm sure the paddlers lining up for heat number 2 will have seen that and will be a little bit more prepared because it's quite hard to see that water movement from here on the beach. Certainly something that these paddlers would have felt when they were out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And another consideration too is exactly where they come in on that finish line as well, because we saw a few competitors come in on the northern end of that finishing line, which is nice and wide. And, you know, there is that temptation to chase those runs as quickly as possible on the way back in. But with that sweep going to the north, there's the potential to get a little bit stuck there.
Yes, and it's a lot messier closer to that northern finish flag. So I think after watching that first heat, a lot of these competitors to follow will choose to probably head a little bit further south just to give themselves a bit more breathing room on that finish and just allow for that inshore water movement. Certainly you want to keep your ski away from that finishing tower as well. We often see skis can be a bit of a magnet to those. So especially in these early rounds, there's no need to cut it too fine.
Oh, I've put a few skis around the finishing tower in my time, that's for sure. Thank you very much, Christy. So we've just seen heat number 2 go around. That was our first heat to fire in this youth men's ski heat. So this is another look at the start that we can see here. So it was generally nice clean jumps across that line, but then we started to see the northern end of the line getting hit by some of these shore breaks. That allowed Riley Rasmussen from North Burleigh on the southern end to lead around the pack, and he did a good job that. Picked up a nice wave on the way back in, looking very comfortable as he paddled his way into the second round. So our officials just managing some of our athletes who are competing in both the IRB and also in these ski races here today. I believe that's still heat number 1 that we just had on screen there that we were waiting for. Yes, this is the start list for heat number 1 again. So competitors from Burleigh Heads, Wanda, Currumbin, Germany with Nida Ulm War Start as well. They have been so great to watch in competition. Not only competing for Germany in the national teams, but also the interclub here. They've been in every single race and always with a smile on their faces as well. Mairangi Bay from New Zealand with Luke Jackson in this race too. Sam Chaffer from Newport. Dicky Beach, Karawa, Woolgoolga, and Woodridge Surf Lifesaving Club. Liam Schweitzer from South Africa. Great to have him across here as well. So it does look as though we are going to get underway now. A competitor from the IRBs has arrived. So a nice long hold there on the start line, but that does bring the opportunity to look at those conditions a little bit closer. So just getting set on the line now. And we will see how the officials go lining them up in this area too, because just from the drone cam and at first look, it does look as though that the competitors on the northern side of the line perhaps have a little bit more of a sandbank to work with too. So waiting for a start. And you can see the looks on the competitors' faces just looking out at this break to see what is happening in front of them, because there is still plenty of water moving. You can see it on that shot just before and also on this drone shot now, that water surging to the north. So that can make things a little bit tricky. The most important thing, getting into that ski cleanly and firing away. So perhaps an opportunity now for our starter as a little wave stands up for half of the field. So a great call there. Just content to make sure that we wait and get an even start right across that start line. Steiner from Wanda on the left of frame there, so strong in the ski. And a few more sets are now starting to break as well, so this could bring an opportunity to have some water coming across that sandbank and making things nice and even. So a reasonably long hold, although the starter's flag is still up, so they're nice and straight in that line. Potentially moments away on top of this little bump. Now there's an opportunity But more sets on the way. So after being relatively flat throughout the morning here at Karawa, this little short break is starting to stand up now. And being a World Championships, our officials conscious of just making it as even as possible. We want everyone to have a fair go here in competition. So that opportunity, no doubt, not too far away now. So our paddle is set and waiting. And you can see on that drone shot right there a really good example of the challenge that the starter is facing, in that it's not necessarily the big waves that are coming through that are the concern. It's the smaller little bumps that are being chased in behind, because they're only affecting half of the start line. This is a great shot of it right now. You can see on the southern end there was that wave standing up twice as big as it was on the northern end. And it's all about making sure everyone has the same conditions. Of course, it's almost impossible to do in the ocean, but that is the challenge. And that is certainly the aim when starting a race like this as well. So another little wave just coming underneath the skis of our competitors here. That looks to be an even bump coming through. Will it be the opportunity taken? But as we can see, there's more waves out the back, so it has been a long hold, but certainly the right one. There hasn't been that even opportunity that we're looking for. Although, as I look out the back, that might be coming now. So flags are up, we're still set. Heat number 1 is in the water. We have seen Heat 2 go around. Heat 1 was waiting for a competitor from the IRBs. And now a little bit more of a wait in order to get that race underway. You can see on this drone shot now that that different coloured water points towards different depths of the sandbank underneath. We want it to be as nice and even as possible. There's a lot of water moving on that northern end of the line. Christy pointed that out when she checked in with the conditions just a short time ago. This is a long hold for heat number 2. But hopefully not too far away from a start. So that's a good example of it. You can see the challenges that the Surfers Paradise stretch brings in terms of surf. Lots of water moving, although now there looks to be another set on the way. So we're just waiting it out for these next couple of waves, and hopefully that can be our opportunity in order to get in and going. One of our check starters just falling slightly behind the line. You can see on the northern end of the line, those paddlers just edging forward ever so slightly. You see that a lot in open competition, people looking to try and get an advantage wherever possible. But the number one priority should always be making sure you can get in the ski clean and moving, because there's no point walking further into deeper water if when that gun fires you can't actually get into the ski. So waiting now, long hold for heat number 1 of the youth men's ski. But we are away and racing, and it did look as though we had a couple of competitors get tangled up in that deeper water. But on the northern end of the line, it's Steiner from Wanda and Bro from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who have made the best of it. Steiner now with an opportunity to get over the top of that bump, and he does. He'll be joined alongside by Looks to be Sam Chaffer from Newport and Alex Shepherd from Kurrawa Surf Life Saving Club as well. But out in front, it is Steiner from Wanda. That was a very long hole. Christy Munro, I'd love to get your thoughts on what you're seeing down there in that shore break, because it did look like a real challenge for the starter and for the competitors as well.
Yes, Sam, the ski starter is probably the most difficult job on the beach today. I certainly wouldn't want to trade places with the starter. And as you mentioned, really just trying to get an even start across the field. It's going to be very, very tricky to do here at Kurrawa Beach this morning. Not necessarily because of the size of the shore break, but as you've spoken about, just the inconsistency along that start line. It's sort of spread out to about 40 or 50 or so metres, which doesn't sound like a lot, but to try to get an even start was really, really challenging. So I would expect the starter to probably, aim for a little bit less perfection over these next few starts. We've really just got to get the skis off the beach, because you do spend so much nervous energy standing there waiting for the start.
I felt nervous watching it. Thank you, Christy. Out in front, it is Joel Steiner from Wanda Surf Life Saving Club. Such a nice, clean technique as well. He's trying to use his legs to drive his torso forward. A bit like running too, where people pump their arms to help their legs get moving. So it's a whole body exercise paddling, and he's doing it well. He's out in front at the moment. It is Byron McParland from North Burleigh who made a really strong move too there after just getting a little bit clipped up at the start. Now he's going looking for a wave too, and I don't think he's going to have to look too far, because we are seeing some bumps start to stand up. So Steiner's lifting the rating. He's trying to pull down this little lift, and as you can see on the drone, he has done that as well. So edging further in front now, it's Steiner in one, and he's afforded himself the luxury of just putting his paddles down a little bit now, because there are waves on the way. Look at these waves start to stand up. So Kurrawa, Newport join Dicky Beach, and they're going to pick up Maroochydore as well, or North Burleigh rather, should I say. Actually, I was right the first time. That is a cap from Maroochydore. I believe that's Byron Diekman from Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club. Steiner's going to get picked up in the deep water here, so he's going to have to pick up that rating and get that ski moving, because it's not necessarily too easy to get picked up by those waves in those situations. The short ump standing up, you have to keep the momentum of the ski moving forward. Otherwise, that's when it's susceptible to going sideways, and all of our paddlers doing an incredible job with that. So all five holding that wave. Maybe there might be a little push to see who can take it out. Steiner's keeping that boat moving. He might get there, but look, all five are going through to the next round. So two is our paddler from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park as well on the next wave behind. So that is six. We will try and just bring you that confirmation of how many are going through, because we do believe it is 9 going through to the next round. So a sprint finish here for those last couple of places. And that is going to be tight to call for the judges as well. So that is heat number 1. We saw heat number 2 jump first. This was, we were waiting on a competitor, but that is heat number 1 that has now gone around in these ski heats. There are 5 heats of this youth men's ski at the Interclub competition. In some really interesting racing as well. So that was Steiner at the top of the frame there, who got through that break clean, and once he got out the back, he put the foot down too, found his rhythm, and that allowed him to stretch further in front. Crucially, particularly in the youth competition as well, what it meant was that he didn't get tangled up around those turning markers as well. These skis are harder to control than our boards, and also even swimming as well, when you can whip around those cans. And that was a good example of the control there as well. Our front 5 getting a great wave back into the beach here at Kurrawa, and all of them held it, although there were a few bumps and a few twists and turns there. Top 5 there. 9 are going through to the next round. So you can see 6 on frame. And that was the race for 8th and 9th. So hard to call from the naked eye. We'll leave that to the judges. But it was a tight finish there. So you can see down on the bottom of the screen there, these are the results from that Heat 1. We're starting to see them cycle through now. So Mail from North Burleigh finishing 3rd. Voigt from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club in South Africa in 4th. Very proud paddling nation, of course, South Africa. They won both the youth and the open men's ski races in the national team competition and have picked up plenty of results here at the Lifesaving World Championships over the history of the event as well. So our officials just conferring at the moment, having a chat about what they saw from the finishing tower. They want to make sure that they do get this right. Our next heat just waiting on the start line now too. So 2 heats down, 3 more to go. As you see there, you can actually see a good shot of it on the judging tower that is in the water. Everyone crowded around those results, crowded around the video footage, just making sure that they have got those right. There was a sprint finish between 4 athletes to 2 places. You want to make sure that we do get these right as well, which our officials always are doing everything they can to make sure those results are as clean and as obvious as possible. So we are just operating out of the one area here this morning in these heats of the ski. That means that we can put our officials, we can make sure that we have as many officials as possible, not only on the finishing tower, but having our check starters as well to make things as even as possible. The ski races are the first events in male competition today. They'll then go into the Ocean Man. That's our similar to an Ironman race, but that is the Ocean Man here at the Lifesaving World Championships before finishing with the beach flags. For the women, well, they're starting with the flags before going to the Ocean Woman and then finishing with the ski races as well. We will be bringing you those ski races a little bit later on this morning here on day 3 of the Interclub competition at Currawal Beach. We might check back in with Christy Munro, who's down on the beach now, just as our officials try and confirm which 2 paddlers went through from that final wave. Christy, I know one thing that you see a lot of the experienced ski paddlers do before a wave is walk out to that finishing line to see which end of the line the whitewash is hitting first. Is there an obvious end that you want to try and come in on that you're seeing so far in these opening 2 heats?
Oh, Sam, maybe only slightly, and I'd probably still stick with that southern end. There is a little bit of water movement. Obviously, we've talked about the water moving north, but also sort of sucking back out to sea, and it's a bit stronger on the northern end. So only so slightly, I'd probably still stick to that southern end. It looks like the officials are getting pretty close now to handing out the positions from that previous heat. As you mentioned, was some tight finishes on the line there, and they want to make sure they're getting the correct competitors through to those quarterfinals. You mentioned there 9 going through from the heats here this morning. We'll then go to 3 quarterfinals where they'll be taking 10 through, and then we'll be taking 8 through from our 2 semis. So 9 from the heats, 10 from the quarters, and then 8 going through from the semis.
Okay, thank you, Christy. Hey, you mentioned there about the sprint finish being tough for officials. What does it do for the athletes to have a little finish like that in the opening heat? Because we've seen in our 2 heats so far, we had 5 on that lead wave in that last heat. Riley Rasmussen from North Burleigh doing it on his own in the opening heat today. And that just allows you to take a bit more of a rest, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly slowing down the pace getting through these heats here this morning with those longer holds on the start line and these tight finishes. Certainly not the way you want to qualify through in your heat. You don't want to have a sprint to the line if you can avoid it, unless you're obviously the person who's just scraping through. But yeah, a bit of a nervous wait here for our athletes just to see who will progress through.
Thank you, Christy. Well, hopefully those results are not too far away and we will get that next race in the water as well. That'll be heat number 3 of 5. And as Christy just mentioned, we are taking 9 through to the next round as well. So plenty of smiles on the start line of that next race. They're not minding waiting around for that, and for good reason as well. It's another beautiful day here on the Gold Coast. A beautiful day at Currawal Beach. Not quite as hot as we have seen throughout the national teams competition, and I think that is being welcomed by a lot of our athletes as well. But now we are ready for a start in what is heat number 3 of the youth men's ski. We have green from Terrigal, Hanford from Mairangi Bay in New Zealand, Hullum from Ocean Grove, Brinkman from Haasvinkel, Rich from Gillingvass, Gerard from Naval Sauvetage Sportif, Muggeridge from Tugun, Watanabe from Karawa, Skinder from Pacific Swim Academy, Pettigrew from Gillingvass, Finlay from BMD Northcliffe, Gilbert from Cronulla, Mags from Newport, and Neen from Mermaid Beach Surf Life Saving Club. So the competitors have gone into the water, and we've been speaking about the start this morning, but they are as much the determinant of when they can get away as the starter, because it does take cooperation to start a ski race. We have 2 Czech starters in the orange shirts on either end of the line. You can see them that they are lining up the field with their flags. When their flags are down, that means the line is uneven and they will not start the race while that is the case. When those flags go up into the air, that tells the starter who is standing on the beach that he can go through his starting procedure. So the officials in the water are responsible for keeping that starting line straight. The official on the beach is responsible for making sure that the waves that are coming in are nice and even for the field. So we can see those flags up now. So the flags are up. The officials are happy with that start line. But that can change so quickly as we see some of our competitors just creep further and further forward. Not quite in the spirit of starting to get a heat underway here. You can see the noses there of Mags and Gilbert from Newport and Cronulla just a little bit further forward than the rest of the field. And as a result, those flags are down now at the moment. And they are away too. And what a start from Noah Mags from Newport. He is straight into his ski, but he does have to cop a few little waves on his lap as well. At the other end of the line, we had Green from Terrigal, and he managed to get through. That was Muggeridge from Tugun, who got slammed by that wave, driven backwards, and unfortunately he went into his ski, although he is back in nice and quickly. Another wave coming through, slamming Finlay from BMD Northcliffe. And now there is an opportunity to get away. At the top of the screen, that's Jet Green from Terrigal. Gilbert from Cronulla is back in the water. He has a bit of work to do to try and catch up now, because our leaders are getting a long way in front. That is Finlay from BMD Northcliffe, Green from Terrigal. They took different paths through the surf just then, but the result is a big advantage at the moment, just as another little set of shore break. Waves slam our field. Wow, what a start that was. That shore break serving up plenty of challenges. Christy Munro, you saw that from water level. Those waves looked like they were really tricky.
Set that came through there, Sam. Probably one of the few sets breaking out the back that we've seen. I would expect that to become a bit more consistent throughout the morning, but certainly our most challenging heat for these competitors so far. A cleaner start from our starter. I saw our starter positioned himself a little bit further up the beach to have a clearer vision to get them off and away early. But, certainly a back set coming through, which has really broken up this field.
Yeah, it certainly has strung out the field now. It's rare to see a ski heat be drawn out like this. And although those waves caused plenty of challenges for the entire field, I don't think Cooper Finlay from BMD Northcliffe is minding that too much right now, because he has a very, very big lead, not just over second place, but it's all about that battle for the top 9. And as it stands, ninth is yet to hit that first turning can. So he is in front of that qualification zone by the full string of those back 3 rather. And what that allows him to do is have first choice of the waves on the way back in. So if there was a wave that popped up that made him feel a little bit uncomfortable, then he has the luxury not to take it. But instead, he's lifted his rating. His nose is starting to drop down a wave. He's going to keep chasing it as well. He's just sitting on top of that wave. Will he get down it? It's going to be tight. But now you can see that nose start to drop down the face of it too. A little bit of a wave for our chasing pack as well. Terrigal, Newport, Karawa in 2, 3, and 4. Another wave is going to stand up for them. And Anders Pettigrew from Gillingvass Surf Life Saving Club from Great Britain is in 5th place. Great to see him pushing the pace there as well. Another wave just starting to stand up now. And a nice opportunity for a relaxing ride back into the beach. So BMD Northcliffe will take out this 3rd heat of the youth men's ski. Could be a little bit of trickiness here for Jet Green from Terrigal. Yeah, that shore break was going to pick him up right at the last second. It's important to get down these waves with speed. Speed is your friend in this scenario, not only because it allows you to keep your nose from burying into the water as you drop down the face, but it means that you can stay further out in front of the whitewash. If that whitewash picks up the rudder, that is the fin of the ski that is at the very back, then you can be spun sideways, like we have seen a couple of our competitors do just in that shore break at the moment. But for now, no stress, because 9 are going through. That is Jet Green from Terrigal coming across the line. A great paddle from Gilbert from Cronulla on the right of frame. We saw him out of his ski at the start of that race. He is now going to qualify through. So that is 4 across the line. Make that 7 as they just get a little bit sideways. You could see at the northern end of the line the water just spinning our competitor from Kariwell, but now the race is on as well. They need to try and get down that little shore break. 2 will go through from that wave. And that was close for our officials to try and determine, but I think it might have been Ben Brinkman from Haaswinkel in Germany who did manage to get across that line. Elliot Gerard just with a little bit of trickiness there from Naval Sauvetage Sportif Lifesaving Club in Canada. One last obstacle on his way back in across the line. Tobias Hullum from Ocean Grove Surf Life Saving Club in Victoria. Just with a little bit of a spin there at the end too. So 3 heats down of this youth men's ski. That was the most we've seen in terms of the conditions. Very exciting. Christy Munro is down there on the sand for us. Christy, I know it's early to call, but we've been on the beach here for about an hour so far today now. Are you noticing any change in the conditions with that tide?
Yes, Sam, I think we're starting to see some consistency in those sets. Certainly a lot more size and power than what we had this morning. That slightly gentle surf that we spoke about when we first walked down the beach is looking a little bit different now. As you mentioned, that was the most challenging of our 3 heats this morning. Competitors navigating that really well, particularly as you called the competitor there from Terrigal, just choosing to back off that shorey and qualifying through safely. I think as these sets continue to pick up, we might see a little bit more strategy in which waves our competitors choose to take, especially in these early qualifying rounds. Yeah, it's a great point on screen at the moment, Christy. We're seeing the highlights of that race, particularly the start as well, competitors getting slammed. One of our paddlers, Gilbert from Cronulla, was towards the front of that shore break. He was one of the last through after he got cleaned up by a set that we're seeing there now. That's the red ski that went upside down, but he still managed to paddle back through. There's a good lesson in that for the people that are watching on the sand as well, getting ready for their heats, that it's never over in the skis until the very end, is it? No, most certainly not. I watched as he jumped back on his ski and certainly was determined to make his way through the field. Thankfully, there were some paddlers still held up on the northern end, which allowed him to make his way through. And as you mentioned, no matter what happens on the way out, they've still got to navigate that break on the way home.
Yeah, well said, and certainly Finlay from BMD Northcliffe did that. He had a very big lead going around the back of the cans, Cooper Finlay, and that allowed him just to relax a little bit more into his race as well. He actually ended up getting a wave. Yeah, you can see it now. He ended up getting a wave on his own too. Chased it and sat at the top of it for so long. But once you see that nose of the ski start to drop down the face, as we saw just there, that's when you know that you're going to get a little bit of a ride on the way back in. So those results are now starting to filter through already, our top 4 at least. Finlay from BMD Northcliffe, it was Muggeridge from Tugun in 2, Mags from Newport in 3, and Green from Terrigal in 4. All 4 of those athletes getting to take things nice and easy on their way back into the beach as well. So our top 4 is set, 9 to go through. That is heat number 3, but we are going to get ready for a start, no doubt, in heat number 4 as well, which won't be too far away. That's Gilbert on the right of frame from Cronulla there. So this was the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. All got through, but you can see that all of their skis were turned to the north when they came across the line. That isn't where you want to find yourself. That was the battle for the last 2 spots. Very tight, but as I said at the time, I do believe Brinkman from Haaswinkel did look to have his nose in front there. And a few more challenges. Wasn't just tricky negotiating that break on the way out. The way back in was just as difficult as well. So far calmer conditions here at the Lifesaving World Championships than what we have seen so far. there is still a little bit of a wave that he's building as well. This is heat number 4 that he's currently walking into the water. But for now, let's go back down to the beach with Christy Munro, who's standing by with one of our competitors.
Thanks, Sam. I'm here with 2 of our competitors from Tugun Beach. You're in the last heat of the skis. It's been a long wait for you this morning. Has it been an advantage waiting and watching all of these heats unfold in front of you?
Yeah, it sure has. Seeing which is the best line is going to help me get out first and lead, hopefully. So that's what I'm going for.
Is that the plan, just getting off the beach really fast so you can set up your race early?
Yeah, off the beach real fast. Conditions look real clean and nice. It's pretty heavy on that bank though, so got to watch out.
Being club mates, will you work together out there, or is it every man for himself?
Or every man for himself, but yeah, there will be a bit of mateship out there, help each other on the washes. So,
all right, hear that? No cutting off at the can. Well, I'll let you go. I know you haven't got too long to wait. All the best.
Gee, it was a long pause on whether he would help his clubmate around the back there. And it is an individual race, of course. We are seeing Heat 4 in the water right now. To run through that start line from the top of frame, it's O'Sullivan from Gillingvast, Lomka from Coogin Headland, Reshower from Nita on Warstart, Mullen from Currawood, Cooper from North Cronulla, Correa from North Cronulla, Stewart from Alexandria Headland, Lawler from Mooloolaba, Greg from Maroochydore, Chamberlain from Bamdeen Northcliffe, Lullen Set from Narval Sauvetage Sportif, Servanac from Tugun, Tilio from Biarritz in France, and Van Hooven from Mermaid Beach Surf Life Saving Club. So they are in the water and set. And as we just heard from our competitors from Tugun, trying to make sure too that they study the conditions and know what's in front of them. The flags are up, so the officials are happy with that start line. As we mentioned, it's the officials in the orange shirts holding the flags. They are the ones who give permission, in a way, for our starter to get the race underway. A little bit of a bump coming through for the middle of the field. That would be an uneven start, but we are just waiting now as we can hear a set call. It could be on the back of this. Another little bump just to negotiate. It is a bit of a double-edged sword in a way. If you start the waves of the race when the sets are coming through, you have nice even water in between those waves. That's even for the jump. However, if you start it in between, a lot of the time there's bumps only affecting one end of the start line and not the other. So it is a very difficult job. In fact, it's probably the most difficult job in surf sports for our officials, and that is starting a ski race. Our starter doing a great job of that today so far. So our line is still set, although our check starters have been slammed backwards by those waves that did come through. They are getting back into position. The flag is still up on the southern end of the line, so the starter can still fire that gun. And now they are away and racing, so it is a nice clean start with water. There will be a couple of waves to punch through, though, as well. Out in front is Bamdeen Northcliffe at this stage. Kurrawa to the south is travelling nicely as well, and they would want to because these waves are starting to stand up. Chamberlain from Bamdeen Northcliffe slammed backwards, but he stays in his ski. That was very, very well handled. A very difficult situation to find yourself in, but crucially, he kept up his speed and he punched through the other side. So we are now 4 wide out in front. At the top of the screen, we have Coogin Headland. At the bottom, we have Mermaid Beach. Kurrawa is in there as well. So too Stewart from Alexandra Headland. BMD Northcliffe, Chamberlain falling back to 5th. But at that point, that is certainly okay because we are taking 9 through, and it is all about getting through. It doesn't necessarily matter where you finish in that top 9. You just need to make sure that you do progress. So out in front, looks to be Mullen from Kurrawa on his home beach. Progressing very nicely there. You can see him rotating his trunk and punching through. In 2 is Lomka from Coogin Headland, or Lomka rather, from Coogin Headland Surf Life Saving Club. And now you can start to see the field come together. We haven't seen it too much throughout these races so far, but just like in cycling, when there's an effect of resistance, for those who aren't familiar with ski paddling, these skis do throw off a little bit of wash that if you put your boat in, you can get a little bit of assistance. Not quite a full rest, but a little bit of help along the way. So to correct myself, that is Alex Stewart from Alexandra Headland out in front at the moment in 1, Coogin Headland in 2, Kurrawa is in 3, Mermaid 4, Kurrawa in 5 on the outside, with BMD Northcliffe on the inside as well. So that is our top 6. And they do have a bit of a gap, a bit of an advantage now as they start to make their way back to home. We also have another cap that we'll try and pick up in just a moment, making their way back into proceedings too. But out in front, it is Stewart from Alexandra Headland who's going to get a nice wave on the way back in, getting a crucial rest. You know that when the athletes have their paddles down, that they have the momentum of the boat that is helping them on the way in. So Stewart's now paddling through that gutter inshore. Our next 5 athletes doing what they can to chase that bump. We go back to a 6th on his own. 7th place rather on his own, then 2 behind makes 9. So we'll wait and see whether it stays that way, because there is one more challenge, and that is to negotiate this shorey. Chamberlain says, I'm not going to stick around and find out what's behind. I'm going to chase this bump in. So Stewart is in 1 from Alexandra Headland. Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe will come across the line in 2. But all of our top 6 that did go around the cans. We get a nice stress-free run on the way back in, unless they do go sideways. Some nervous moments there, and a couple more coming now. But everyone holding their skis nice and straight as they come across the line as well. You could see that Van Hooven opted to throw his legs over the side of the ski there. The reason he's done that is because rather than shoot down the face of that little double-up wave late, where he could be susceptible to going sideways, he stayed on top of that and paddled his way back in. So look, there is a race on for these qualification spots through to the next round. We saw one of our paddlers go sideways there, and that might have been the difference. So very close to call at this point of the heat. But the name of the game is all about just staying in your ski on the way back in. And as Christy and I have been chatting about at length so far, it's easier said than done. We might cross back down to Christy Munro on the beach. Christy, we saw at the start of that race that there were some sets that were coming through. Well, it proved to be another obstacle for our paddlers. Although they handled it quite well, there was waves driving paddlers back 10, 15 metres.
Yes, I think that heat chose to sit back a little bit further than some of the previous heats, but even sitting back and allowing for those waves to drop, you're so right, there was still so much power in it. No matter how fast you hit it, they were driven back 10 or so metres. So we will expect that to continue as that bank gets shallower out there. Just as these heats have been happening, the breeze has started to pick up a little bit. Different to what we've experienced the last couple of days. It's actually a northerly breeze starting up here this morning. And we've still got those somewhat dark clouds hanging around. So I don't think we're going to get rain, but we'll keep an eye on the weather. And I think it's going to get more and more challenging as the day unfolds.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. No doubt some of our ski paddlers might not enjoy hearing that, because we're looking at highlights now of heat number 4 in the youth men's ski, and it was challenging, that's for certain. Look at some of these waves that were starting to stand up. It was pretty difficult to navigate, but it's all about keeping that rating up, that cadence of your paddling. And they certainly did a good job of that, because that meant they were able to get through that as quickly as possible. So that was heat number 4. Here to start day 3 of the interclub competition. A few more shots now of the highlights of those races, and you can see the effect there of what I was speaking about in terms of the field coming together and trying to get assistance while sitting on what we call the wash of the skis. So it was Stewart from Alexandra Headland who was happy to do the work out in front. He was towing a chain of paddlers behind him as well. Lomka from Coogin Headland turned right there too. Cervenak was in the mix from Tugan. Then we saw Mullen and Chamberlain come back up to the field. But for Stewart, he got a little bit of a bump. It allowed him to extend his lead, and he did a great job of doing that. out in front to take out heat number 4 of the youth men's ski. And there's a really good example of what this short ump is potentially serving up. It's not necessarily the size of the waves. It is that water moving and making sure you do handle it, and that is what all of our competitors are trying to do. Christy Munro is standing by with one of them right now.
Thank you, Sam. I'm down on the beach here with Sam, who's representing one of our clubs from Germany. Sam, you've done a fantastic job making it through to the quarters of the ski. You mentioned this is one of your favourite events.
Yeah, she's my favorite event with Ocean Man and the relays. Yeah.
And have you had much practice in surf similar to what we have here at Kairoa Beach? What are conditions like at home for you?
At home, we are paddling in the river at our home country, and sometimes we have a training camp in France or in France.
And what do you think is going to be the most challenging part of getting through these rounds?
To go out, but to go out of the waves and then to come in, and out in the sea is pretty flat, and that's easier.
Well, we wish you all the very best of luck. I think you've got a great position here on the start line, so we hope to see you through to the semis.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Another great chat with one of our international competitors. So, no doubt he'll be watching things closely to see where he can end up in his heat. But for now, our focus turns back to heat number 5. This is the final heat, the final heat of the youth men's ski. And to run through our line from the top of the screen, we have Caden Grant from Taylor's Mistake Surf Lifesaving Club in New Zealand, Tyler Lodge from South Brighton in New Zealand, Kyden Pickering from Alexandra Headland, Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach, Max Vernon from Serena Surf Lifesaving Club, Stephen Carkery from Cooks Hill Surf Lifesaving Club, Craig McClymont from Haaswinkel, Lachlan Mercer from Karawa, Florian Lockman from Nita on Warstart, Christopher Calabut from Currumbin, Tom Bassford from Maroochydore, Anderson Flick from Mermaid, Will Norling from Tugun, and Oliver Dillon from Tugun. Of course, Christy chatting with the pair of them before about whether they would try and work together, whether they were racing each other. We're about to find out because the flags are up. The starter's happy with the line as a little wave comes through and just bumps them back together. We're noticing a real change now in the start line. The officials have brought them further to the south, closer to that finishing tower. They are a little bit more compressed as well. That means it's easier to get them away cleanly. So a great move from our officials to try and just continue making this race as equal, as equitable as possible. Just waiting for a start. Heat number 5 of the youth men's surf ski race. So you can hear the starting command, hold, he's saying, keep that line nice and straight, because that means he's seeing an opportunity potentially in a wave or two's time to get them away. It is that water moving back the other way. Good example of it there on the other side of those ski paddlers that is going to be the challenge today. When the water starts to rush back out or the sweep heads to the north, there are issues, but we don't see them right now because we are away and racing in heat number 5, the final heat of the youth men's ski. And it's that southern end of the line that's made a really strong go of it to Dylan and Norling from Tugun, just like we predicted, getting away nice and clean. Carkery from Cooks Hill Surf Lifesaving Club on screen there, flying. You can see that rating looking nice and strong as he ticks things along with Calabut from Currumbin Beach coming for him too, but so too is a set. So our leaders are going to get over the top of that. I do believe they're sitting right in the gutter, and so too are our back markers as well. So thankfully, no one is going to get cleaned up by that set because that had a little bit of power to it as well. So it's clean paddling at the moment for our leaders out in front, and this is the first time today that we've seen, well, a clear-cut 9 at this stage. This pack is very tight. It's Dylan from Tugan in 1. Karkari from Cooks Hill might also have the best of the running at the moment. They're paddling in separate packs, are about to come back together. We have Caps from Tugan, Mermaid, Currumbin, Alexandra Headlands, Sunshine Beach, Kurrawa. And it could be our South Brighton Surf Lifesaving Club from New Zealand too. I don't want to call that one too early, but at the moment it's Cooks Hill in 1. On the inside, Tugan in 2. But they just get a little bit tangled up, which allows Alexandra Headland to some nice clean water to make a bit of a move. Tugan now going to slip behind Cooks Hill as a result of that little collision. You want to make sure that you do get around cleanly, but never want to give too much away to the rest of the field as well. We might take this opportunity to check back in with Christy Munro. Christy, that was one of the more interesting starts we've seen. There were waves, but for the most part, everyone got through cleanly.
Yes, I was holding my breath there for a moment looking at those sets rolling through, but they did stand up just long enough for our competitors to get up and over them. So I'm sure they were sighing a big sigh of relief as well as that happened. And the ocean is pretty flat here at the moment as they're making their way back in. I can see a couple of those competitors having a sneaky look over their shoulder because once the ocean has been flat for a while, you know that there'll be something building.
That's right, those little looks of nerves over the shoulder. We are seeing a wave start to stand up now. So our leader out in front at this stage, Alexandra Headland, is going to get a wave. So too Cooks Hill. Tugan just going off the back. So it might just be the two. We'll wait and see. Will anyone be able to get down? They're having to lift their ratings in order to do that. But now you see those noses start to fall. And they've earned a rest on the way back in. This is going to be very interesting. This wide shot will tell the story. There are solid waves coming into this bank, and you need to make sure that you negotiate them cleanly in order to book your spot into the next round. So two are through. These are our leaders, Alexandra Headland and Cooks Hill. Their places are locked up, but the race for 9th is where it is going to be very interesting coming across the line. We have our next two competitors doing just that at the moment. Mermaid Beach there. And then a real race on. So that is 4. This next wave will make 8. 9th place at the moment has had to pull off the back of that wave in order to sneak into the flags. Will anyone else come into the frame? No, they won't. So that is our 9 that are going through to the quarterfinals. A couple of our competitors, unfortunately, coming off their boats on the way back in. So as we expected, there was the opportunity there for our trailing pack to make up those places. But the most important thing is about staying in your ski in order to do that. We might check back in with Christy Munro, who watched that field come back in across that finish line, just saying, Christy, we've spoken throughout the morning about the importance of, when you can, picking and choosing your moments, not to force a wave back in that might throw you out there. But that was the first time today we've seen a bit of urgency and a bit of pressure on our paddlers to take those waves.
See, with those paddlers who are sitting on that qualifying cusp, not having the luxury of picking and choosing. And I think as we move through to these quarterfinals and certainly the semi-finals, that luxury of choosing your wave will become less and less. So the competitors out the front doing a great job just keeping those skis straight and booking their spot in this next round. Can sort of relax a little bit and just look ahead to the next. Can't kind of think about the finals yet. Still got 2 more races to get through.
Well said. Thank you, Christy. Now, officials are going to make the effort just to continue cycling through these heats as well. But the nature of ski paddling, not only in navigating the conditions, but also the weights that we have for starts and judging towers means that our competitors do get a chance to rest and recover. It's not as rapid fire as some of the other races that we have seen on the program here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. So this is just the highlights now of heat number 5. A nice and clean top 8 going around the cans. There's 9th place at the bottom of the frame. The most congested we've seen things so far today. And although we haven't seen the wind chop that there has been the last few days, that wind has now swung around to the north. You can see the ripples on the ocean surface there. So we do expect the conditions to change a little bit more throughout the afternoon. That wind is going to get slightly stronger and stronger out of the north. That means the stronger it gets, the more opportunity there is to get lifts on the ski, on the board, even on the swim as well, on your way back into the beach too. So our field opting to spread out nice and wide. I do like that move there from Mermaid Beach to draw to the south, to get himself away from the rest of the field. We know that some of the challenges that can be served up in those situations. But out in front, Alexandra Headland and Cooks Hill did an outstanding job, firstly, to catch that wave. Secondly, to ride it all the way to the beach without coming out of their skis or being thrown too far to the side. So they are our 5 heats done of the youth men's surf ski race. 9 were going through, and now we are into the quarterfinals. We're just waiting for one of our athletes who finished the 5th heat to get his official place, because he will be in the first quarterfinal, which is on the line. So that's a short turnaround, but in some situations that can be a benefit to roll straight from one race into the next. There'll be 3 quarterfinals, taking 10 through to have 2 semi-finals, not too far after that. Let's check back in with Christy. I mentioned it there, Christy Munro, that, you know, for some of these athletes, it's a quick turnaround. This is something we discussed on yesterday's program too, and it can be a benefit sometimes.
Yeah, I certainly think so. It will be this morning. You say a quick turnaround, but they've certainly had 5 to 10 minutes to catch their breath, which doesn't sound like a lot. But for these athletes who are at such peak fitness, their heart rates will really reduce back down to their resting levels. So they'll be ready to go once these officials hand out their results. Can see some of the athletes just stretching out those forearms, shaking off their arms a little bit. You will know yourself just how much those forearms blow up in a ski race, particularly with this wind picking up and you increase that grip on your paddle. Certainly does add a little bit more lactic acid. But I think with the break that we have been given, the athletes that do have to cross over into this first quarterfinal will be okay.
Yeah, well said. Thank you, Christy. And that is the benefit, again, of making sure that you do your work early in these heats and now into these quarterfinals. You don't want to be playing catch-up, particularly in conditions like these. But if you can manage to sneak through, extend somewhat of a gap, well, then that means that you're going to have a chance to rest and recover on the way back in, ideally sitting on a wave. So still waiting for those results to be confirmed of that last race. Our top 5 has been ticking through in that heat. Of course, you can see these results at the exact same time as the officials, at the exact same time as the athletes and even us at liveheats.com. Liveheats.com, follow the prompts to find the Lifesaving World Championships. It's a brilliant innovation that Surf Lifesaving has adopted more and more around the world as well, where the athletes can now get their results online. They can see their lane draws on their line, and that allows us to cut down the time between rounds as well. Always evolving, the face of surf sports, which today here is at Kurrawa Beach, the final day of competition for the Interclub Youth World Championships. This is the first of 3 quarterfinals. Actually, rather, that is the results that we did see from heat number 5 that have need now official. So Cooks Hill, Alexandra Headland, Mermaid Beach, Tugun, Sunshine, South Brighton from New Zealand, Maroochydore, Currumbin and Tugun all going through. Lachlan Mercer from Kurrawa just missing out. And they are straight back onto the start line as well, because we are about to get into the water for the first of 3 quarterfinals. Mags from Newport, Watanabe from Kurrawa, Green from Terrigal, Correa from North Cronulla, Burdekin from Coogin Headland, Steiner from Wanda, Muggeridge from Tugun, French from Coogin Headland, Neen from Mermaid Beach, Walker from Currumbin Beach, Mullen from Kurrawa, Greg from Maroochydore, Servanak from Tugun, and Brinkman from Haaswinkel Lifesaving Club in Germany. Had a chat with Christy Munro before. He said that this is his favourite event. And for Ben, I don't mind that alley either. We have seen in a couple of heats people sneaking out to that south. What will Mother Nature serve up? This is a shot of the flags arena now. We will be coming up here throughout the day as well to cover the beach flags. Both the men's and women's beach flags are on today, and then the finals this afternoon. We cannot wait for those. The officials have done an outstanding job of setting up the beach sprint arena and flags arena to form somewhat of a bit of an amphitheatre feel when the finals are on and the crowds roll in. There's music, it's exciting, it's one of the best seats anywhere at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships.
Completing the competitors in the first quarterfinal, Noah May, Newport.
But for now, our focus turns back to the water arena because they are getting into the water in quarterfinal number 1 of the youth men's ski.
Joel Steiner, Wanda, Ryan Muggeridge, Tugun, Jack French, Quinton Headland, Brody Need.
And as we've pointed out, they're just trying to compress this start line as much as possible, and we want to move them down to the south. I believe that's the message that's being given at the moment. Yeah, it is. We want them down to the south because we want this start line to be as even as possible. Even though they're not spread far apart, Christy pointed it out before that even just that 10, 15 metre difference between athletes can have a huge influence as well on what happens when these sets roll in. So athletes, clubs from all corners of the world are being represented in these quarterfinals just like they have been through the heats. Always great to see our international competitors fighting for those places, and not just the Australians that have tended to dominate so far in the interclub events in the water. We saw all of those finals compressed into yesterday's program. It was rapid fire. It was exhilarating race. We cannot wait to see what the rest of the day has in store. And those finals will be beginning in 4 hours and 18 minutes. The finals package, and we will be bringing you that action too. But before you can race those finals, you have to get there first. That is what our field are about to do in these quarterfinals. 3 quarterfinals, 10 to go through. A nice even line. The flags are up. Now it's down to our starter to get them away clean. That's a good shot of it there too. You can see just how challenging it is. A little wave breaking in the middle of the field, not so much at the northern end. But who knows what the next wave is going to bring. The stakes are starting to climb just that little bit more. Even though they're taking 10 through, all of these paddlers, of course, finishing in that top 9 in the heats. Everyone is a competitive paddler here. Everyone's a strong paddler at this stage of competition. So, challenge number 1, getting through the break. You can hear the call of the starter just starting to come through. Hold was the call. He likes that line. He wants it set. Brinkman from Haaswinkel just a little bit further behind on this side of the line, but I don't mind that sometimes because you just need to get in the ski clean. That is your number 1 focus. You can get too caught up worrying what people are doing around you, and now they are away. So it was a relatively clean start. Steiner from Wanda, very, very quick into his boat, and he's making a good go of it at the moment. Servanak from Tugun, 3 from the bottom. He looks strong too. So too Pickering from Alexandra Headland as well. So a relatively even start. You can see, look at that. Now Steiner starts to stretch out in front. That really strong technique that we spoke about when we watched his heat go around. Looking very, very comfortable at this stage. He does have the lead over Tugun, Alexandra Headlands, Karawa. We saw Maroochydore in there as well on the left-hand side of screen now too. Tight racing, 10 to go through. Coogin Headland is now pulled up alongside the outside of Steiner. That's a great move. You want to make sure he stays there as they come into the cans. We are 6 wide at the moment at the front. That isn't going to make for a clean turnaround, that first can. Look for someone to make a move here. After what was a very even start, Christy Munro, that was one of the more competitive starts we saw through that short break. 6 leading at the moment. It was really even.
Best starts we've seen from our starter down here, just patiently waiting for that clean break. So I can imagine how tightly bunched the group is just out there, because not only was it a great clean start, they didn't have any white water really to contend with through that break. So you can just see how bunched they are, which certainly makes it a lot more nerve-wracking. No breathing space at all for these competitors as they head for home.
Yeah, that's right. And Christy mentioned what it was going to do at that turn, and well, Kyton Pickering from Alexandra Headland came out on top of that. Steiner was 4 wide from Wanda. He still is in second place, along with Burdekin from Coogin Headland Surf Lifesaving Club on the right of frame right now. Then we go back to Tugun, Karawa. We have another Tugun cap in there. Terrigal starting to make a move now as well. 10 to go through. So for our paddlers at the front, they shouldn't be feeling too nervous, but one wave can change everything. So let's wait and see how it does play out. Pickering doing everything he can to make sure he doesn't have to worry about that top 10. He wants to get away. So too Steiner, who has now reclaimed the lead in this heat. Some waves starting to stand up well out the back. It's going to be very interesting to see whether those back markers can pick those waves up too, because that would flip this race on its head. Maybe not so much for our leaders. Steiner and Pickering, they are out in front, and they are going to get potentially a wave of their own, maybe even this next wave too. But there is a little bit of water starting to move back out to sea. Let's see if the waves can pick them up. Tugun taking it. Steiner says no thank you. He pulls off the back. Knowing it's a top 10, he's more than content to chase the back of that wave in. That is our top 5 on frame. Everyone doing a brilliant job to hold their skis straight. And now the intensity starts to climb. One of our paddlers is off the back. That's Walker from Currumbin, who has done that. 6 across the line. Tugun was just sneaking into the bottom of the frame to make 7. Now the race is on as well. Mags from Newport comes across in 9, or 8 rather. Terrigal is in there too. But just at the bottom of the frame, it was out of frame on the drone when we first started calling that race. It was North Cronulla. Coogin Headland, North Cronulla. It's going to be tight, and I dare say that's going to be another long wait for the officials. Christy Munro, you saw that sprint finish at the end there. Gee, just when we were saying that you cannot afford to take your foot off the gas in that break, a really clear example of it.
Yes, all coming down that wave on the final sprint there. Some of those competitors were making me quite nervous. They headed a long way north to get into that wave zone, not leaving them a lot of breathing room on that final finishing flag. So maybe they knew what they were doing. Certainly made me a bit nervous for them here on the beach, but all paid off for our competitors clearly through on that front wave. And, hopefully they'll be having enough time to rest being in that first quarterfinal before they'll line up for a semi.
Yeah, it's another very intriguing part of the conditions here today, and a very intriguing part of these ski races. We're looking at the race highlights now of quarterfinal number 1. Steiner doing so well to get in his ski and get moving. A couple of waves did start to stand up, and then that pack came together as well. You can see there, 9 wide through that break. Things did start to stretch out ever so slightly as they came into the can, but we were still 6 wide. 6 doesn't quite go into 1, 2, at most maybe 3 turning that can. You can see that on screen right now. So that's when Pickering put the foot down. He wanted to make sure that he did get around cleanly. Steiner went with him. And then the pack settled into a bit of a rhythm. That top 6 that we saw at the can there is the top 6 that we saw at the end of the race as well. So it's a really good example of it. You can see that slightly darker water, the ridges, the troughs in the ocean. That is where you want to put your ski and get a bit of a lift, even though it's not like the last few days where maybe you would put your paddle down and relax if you got a bit of a run. It's smooth ocean and there are waves. A great wave for our front five. Steiner choosing to sit off the back. The reason being is because if the wave picked him up just there, he didn't have the momentum to stay in front of it. And momentum is so crucial when it comes to catching waves as well. Then there was a bit of a race on. That was Walker from Currumbin who went sideways and out of his ski, helping Coogin Headland push through. And both of the Coogin Headland paddlers standing by with Christy.
Thanks, Sam. I'm down on the beach here with Fletcher and Jack from Coogin Headlands. Just got through there in that first quarterfinal. Well, we think you're safe on that first wave.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Had a good start and then just having some wash on the way out and got a good wave in. So, yeah.
Jack, a bit more of a nervous wait for you. You did everything you could there, but it's pretty tight racing when you get through to these rounds.
Yeah, I just had a pretty bad start, but just tried to claw back in there and almost got there. I just think I just missed out on the wave, but yeah.
Certainly a lot of club pride. We've seen a lot of the Coogin caps popping up over the last couple of days. How's the spirit feeling under the tent?
Oh, yeah, it's so good. We've got such a good crew here. The vibes are so high. Everyone's so supportive of each other. So, yeah, it's really good.
Well, I'll let you get going. I know the officials are waiting for you just to hand out the results of that quarterfinal, but enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Another great chat with the competitors down on the beach as well. Coogin Headland embracing the spirit of the Lifesaving World Championships, getting in, having a race, and doing it with your friends. Certainly very enjoyable to do and to see as well. So that was quarterfinal number 1. We are starting to see those results come through. We might bring you those when we do get them. For now, though, our focus does turn to quarterfinal number 2. We are taking 10 through. So 3 quarterfinals, 10 through, which gives us 2 semis. And from the right-hand side of your screen at the moment, that is the top of the screen, I'll run through the start list. Mayle from North Burleigh, Basford from Maroochydore, Van Hooven from Mermaid Beach, Wilson from Sunshine Beach, Finlay from BMD Northcliffe, who is in the middle of the screen there on that blue ski for those wanting to pick it up. On the yellow boat, it's Hanford from Mairangi Bay in New Zealand, Voigt from Clifton in South Africa, Calibut from Currumbin, Scrivens from Sorrento, Flick from Mermaid Beach, Reshower from Nita on Warstart, Daly from Southport, Rasmussen from North Burleigh, Falconer from Ocean Beach, and Dylan from Tugun Surf Lifesaving Club just down the road here on the Gold Coast in Australia. There are no easy quarterfinals at a World Championships, but this one is stacked with quality. It is going to be a very hard-fought race, even right down to that 10th position. It is all about that top 10. You just need to make sure that you get through to the next round. And our starter is aware of that as well at the moment. So as we've been explaining, we have 2 Czech starters in the orange shirts on either end of the line. They have flags by their side. When the flags are in the air, that tells the starter that they are ready to fire the gun. When the flags are down like they currently are and they're giving instructions, they are not ready to do. Now it looks as though those flags have started to go back up. You can hear the instructions of our starter, Harry Cluzel, who is one of the best in the business. And as a ski paddler, what you want to hear is communication. So that's why sometimes we're able to hear over the speaker. He's saying things like hold. We heard just before the phrase, I'm waiting for more water. That's because it was too shallow where they were starting, but not only that, it meant the water was rushing back out to sea. That makes it tricky for the jump. So one of the most experienced starters anywhere in the life-saving world, and he's in control right now. He has him set. A call for hold. That means there's another wave or two coming. Just some nervy moments. The flag's still up, but that And we are away. So the flags are up and we were starting. Van Hooven from Mermaid Beach getting a very impressive start on the northern end of the line. So too Oliver Dillon from Tugun on the southern end. So our two flanks making the best of the early pace. But as we know, we'll wait and see what these little shore breaks throw up. So everyone gets over the top of that wave, but some were launched into the air. I could see Finlay from BMD Northcliffe, his ski nose flying up and slamming back down onto the surface. So that meant a bit of his speed did come off the boat. And now we're in a battle because on screen we have 11 paddlers, but we're only taking 10 through. That's why Scrivens from Sorrento, Surf Lifesaving Club in Western Australia, is putting the foot down. It is Sorrento in 1, North Burleigh in 2, Tugun in 3. See what looks to be Nita on Waterstedt from Germany. It could be in that quartered cap. We're just trying to pick up the colour of that at the moment. We go back to Currumbin. No, it was Currumbin. Just that drone angle did look like it was a little bit darker. So Currumbin in 4, Mermaid Beach. You can see Clifton, BMD Northcliffe. My Rungy Bay in there too. Great to see them represented here. But at the moment, it's now a change of lead at the front. It's Rasmussen from North Burleigh. So it's North Burleigh will turn in 1. Sorrento in 2. Tugun in 3. Mermaid Beach in 4. Currumbin in 5. BMD Northcliffe now sneaking up 2. 10 to go through. There was 11 of them in there, but 10 are to go through. So North Burleigh now getting a good run to extend that lead. That's a really great little opportunity to lengthen further in front. We go back to Sorrento, Tugun, Mermaid, BMD Northcliffe, Sunshine Beach, Clifton Beach. And this could be a wave to bring our top 3 right onto that bank. We haven't seen too many waves like this today, but that is exactly what they were hoping for. Our top 3 with a big rest, and now they have the opportunity to chase that wave all the way through that gutter. It looks like it's going to stand up for them to do so. Will North Burleigh get down? It looks as though Rasmussen has fallen off it. So too have both of our leaders, or even for the most part, looked as though they chose to pull off that. They're so far in front now, they didn't need to force the issue, and they're chasing the back of that wave in. There's a lot of water that drags behind a wave when it comes in, and that is what Scrivens from Sorrento has taken advantage of. It's pulled him right back up to that wave that he did pull off. So he will go through in 1. Finlay from BMD Northcliffe just going sideways there. He hasn't come out of his ski, but that is a bit of a nervous moment if he can spin it around. Well, he hasn't spun it around, but now he's paddling backwards. Clifton shoots off the side of that wave as well, and they're going to have to do the same thing. Finlay got off his ski and chose to run. He will still finish in that top 10. So too, another competitor from North Burleigh there. But now there are some nervous moments in the background. We can see Ocean Beach coming across the line. So too, My Rungy Bay from New Zealand. But how many spots were they racing for? We'll wait and find out. One of our German athletes from Nita on Waterstedt negotiating that break. Staying out in front of that whitewash is what you want to do. It's a really good job of adjust there. Let's take a look at the highlights now. You can see on both the right and the left-hand side of the screen, absolutely flying starts for our competitors that were in the middle. Well, they got hit by a little bit of a wave. On the left of the screen there, Mermaid Beach. He got into that ski quickly. He got his legs out of the water as well. That makes all the difference in the jump start because it means that your boat can get up to speed without dragging. And that rating started to fly there too. We might head back down to Christy Munro, who's on the sand. Christy, we're just watching highlights of that race, and that was one of the most enthralling races so far of the day because that was a big pack of paddlers. It's going to be tough for the judges to split them.
Yes, I think we're going to see that happen a lot more as we move through these rounds and the fields get tighter and tighter. think that was a really smart decision from our top 3 paddlers to pull off that wave, which ended up standing up quite high on the bank there. And certainly a nervous wait around the congestion on that northern flag. You mentioned the Northcliffe paddler being spun around the wrong way and then just having to urgently get himself across the line. Not the position you want to be in, so I'd imagine if they've qualified through, they'll be wanting to rectify those wrongs in the semi.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. We're just watching a replay now of our leaders getting that wave. Look for those waves more and more. High tide was about 10 a.m. I'll get that exact time for you in just a second, but we're going to see that tide start to drop out throughout the day, and the effect that it had in those finals, well, it's going to be amplified on these skis today. So that was Scrivens from Sorrento, who came across the line on a wave of his own to take out the second quarterfinal of this youth men's ski race. And then came the race for those minor places. Finlay from BMD Northcliffe was paddling backwards to get into the water before deciding to abandon ship, get off his ski and run it across the line. You see all kinds of things happen like that in ski racing. It's certainly novel, and it certainly brings a smile to the athletes' faces, the spectators' faces, because it's all about just doing whatever you can to get across the line. We saw a good example of it there. So just to recap those results from quarterfinal number 1, this is the race that we saw go around a little bit earlier. The judges were again just deliberating on that before they sent quarterfinal number 2 in. Taking that one out was William Mullen from Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club. In 2 was Fletcher Burdekin from Coogin Headland. 3, Kyton Pickering from Alexandra Headland in 4th place. Greg from Maroochydore. He was joined by Cervenek from Tugun, Steiner from Wanda, Muggeridge from Tugun, Mags from Newport, Correa from North Cronulla, and in 10th spot it was Jet Green from Terrigal. They were the 10 athletes to progress to the semi-finals that will be held a little bit later today. For the full list of results, do head to liveheats.com. That is where you can see all of the results. That is where you can see all of the lane draws for all of our races across the youth and opens competition here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. So we're still waiting to see those results come through for quarterfinal number 2. Very, very tight, and as Christy rightly pointed out, it's only going to get tighter as the day progresses. We might head back to the stand now. Christy, another wait between these quarterfinals. What are you seeing in the emotions of quarterfinal number 3? It can't be easy, I imagine, to stand there and bide that time.
Yes, the competitors looking fairly patient, though. Suppose those who know they are through will just be waiting for those official results. Competitors get quite good at counting heads and knowing whether you are through. There will be just a couple who'll be nervously waiting who may have been on that cusp. But yes, as you mentioned, a nervous wait for these competitors, but also for the competitors who are on the start line, just waiting for those results to be handed out. It's not a nice place to be in, just standing on the start line, looking out to sea, waiting and waiting. That's where those nerves can really start to build. So they'll be also anxiously waiting for these officials to get that job done so that they can get underway.
I couldn't help but notice in that last race, Christy, that we just started to see a little bit more ripple on the surface of the ocean. We can see in the background of this drone shot we're taking now that the flags are starting to wave a little bit more. Are we starting to see that wind pick up more?
Ever so slightly, Sam. Yes, that wind coming from the north, I think, will pick up throughout the day. You're right, that smooth surface that greeted us this morning is a little bit more choppy out there. Certainly not choppy enough to have any white caps, but I think that will continue to pick up.
So plenty to look forward to. Thank you, Christy. We will wait and see how that continues to change and evolve throughout the day. Our officials having a conversation, maybe reliving some of the action from that last quarterfinal that we just saw. Still waiting for those results to be made official. We're not going to start the next race before the last race is confirmed, because we need all of our officials fully focused on what is in the water at the time. So just another short delay in proceedings here before we do get underway in the last quarterfinal. As we have been mentioning, there are 3 quarterfinals taking 10 through. We'll then have 2 semi-finals where they battle for a place, for a chance to win a world championship. You can see our check starters getting back towards the position. That generally points towards the fact that we might not be too far away from getting underway. Might bring you the start list of quarterfinal number 3 in just a moment. The 3rd quarterfinal where we are taking 10 through. On the right of screen, from position number 1, is Campagna from Dicky Beach. 2 is Jules Lonker from Coogin Headland. In 3 is Tiago Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe. 4, Harry Bro from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. 5 is Tyler Lodge from South Brighton Surf Life Saving Club in New Zealand. 6, Melvin Gilbert from Cronulla Surf Life Saving Club. In 7 is Byron Diekman from Maroochydore. 8, Stephen Carkery from Cooks Hill Surf Life Saving Club. In 9 is Byron McParland from North Burleigh. And in 10, Connor Hale from Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club. In 11, we have Alex Shepherd from Currawa. 12, Bodie Emery from Dicky Beach. In 13, Will Norling from Tugun. Position number 15 on the line is Alex Stewart from Alexandra Headland. And rounding out the field, Sam Chaffer from Newport Surf Life Saving Club. And we will bring you those results as soon as we do have those from quarterfinal number 2. They are still checking them in at the moment. It's actually, you know what? We are starting to get those made official. Just while they're lining up that start line, I might quickly fly through those now. Ivan Scrivens, who is representing Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club in Australia, but is actually from Great Britain. He represented Great Britain in the international youth competition over the weekend. He was in 1 ahead of Rasmussen from North Burleigh, Dylan from Tugun, Flick from Mermaid Beach, Van Hooven from Mermaid was in 5th, 6 Wilson from Sunshine, 7 was Bassford from Maroochydore, 8 was Finlay from BMD Northcliffe, who ran backwards across the line, 9 was Calibut from Currumbin, and the last spot was Mail from North Burleigh. So that was our top 10. They're all going through to the semi-finals, which are going to be coming up very, very quickly. For now, our focus turns back to quarterfinal number 3 that is currently in the water. The check starters just trying to line them up. Those flags are now going up. It's one of the hardest gigs in surf sports, not only to make sure those ski paddlers listen to you, but also just being in the water for that long as well. So we're very grateful for the work that all of our officials are doing, not just in the water or starting races, but right across the Lifesaving World Championships as well. So we are set now for a start. What will the ocean serve up for us? And we are away, just one of those waves knocking a few competitors back on the northern side of the line, but they've recovered very, very well to be in and moving. A little wave for our competitors on the south to have to duck through with some shore breaks starting to stand up now. It's going to break for the northern side of the line. Absolutely no troubles for those on the south. Once again, just like we saw in the opening round, it's Stewart from Alexandra Headland who is out in front. He's being joined by Emery from Dicky Beach in second, and they have already opened up a slight advantage. You can see Chaffer on the right of screen is progressing pretty well along there too. I believe that's McParland from North Burleigh that's now in third as well. And on the other side of the line, having to do things on his own, is Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club. Carkery from Cooks Hill is now starting to surge through the middle. 10 to go through this third quarter final. But out in front, there's no doubting who it is. It's Alex Stewart from Alexandra Headland, and he's actually even dropped Bodie Emery from Dicky Beach as well, opening up a very slight gap. McParland is going with him. They are our top 3, and they are very aware that they want to get around these cans as cleanly as possible because there can be chaos on the way. Once again, my eyes have failed me on that drone shot calling those caps. It does actually look to be Diekman from Maroochydore who is in 3. Those similar stripes catching me out a couple of times this morning. I do apologise to the Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club, who are no doubt watching this and cheering on their man as they start to head for home. Alexandria Headland in 1, Dicky Beach in 2, Maroochydore in 3, BMD Northcliffe is in 4, and then it is a pack battling for a spot in the top 10 and a spot in the semi-finals as well. So we will wait and see what the assistance is starting to serve up. As we do, we'll check back in with Christy Munro. Christy, can you see any waves coming? It had a big role to play in that last quarter.
Nothing much on the horizon, much down here, Sam. As you mentioned, those starters on that southern end getting the best of it. So I'm not quite sure which way the competitors will head as they head back in as we speak. A little bump forming underneath the top 4 at the moment. That's quite a nice size. Unless it stands up a little bit more, I'll no doubt try and race that one all the way to the finish line.
A little bump for our top 4, and look what is behind that as well. There is a big wave starting to stand up, and there is 8 athletes on it. So 4 in front, 8 behind. One of our paddlers fell off his ski on that wave in deep water, so that means that there will be 6 to go through from this second wave. Someone has just started to go sideways. He's ran into one of his competitors as well, and there is carnage out the back. Skis are going everywhere. That was a very dramatic turn of events in this race, because we do know that we have 3 across the line. That's now 4, 5, 6, and 7. Who will come through for those minor places? Because those skis tell the story. That race has just been flipped on its head. The key thing now is getting your ski, making sure you go across the line in control of it. If your ski has washed onto the beach, you can pick it up and run backwards across the line, and then once again cross it to finish the race. But how many are going through from here? Well, it remains to be seen. Chaffer from Newport, he could be in with a chance there to progress after one of the bigger waves that we have seen here today on that shore break, and certainly one of the most dramatic. Christy Munro, I know you were watching that. What did you see on that shore break? Because it looked as though it was a bit of a domino effect.
It certainly was, Sam. Yes, we saw one competitor just start to lose the direction of that ski and took out, I think, another 3 competitors. It was a really great job by those who did have those skis hitting the back of theirs just to hold their skis straight. But it's very, very nervous time when you see the person next to you lose their balance and lose their ski.
It certainly is, and that is the effect of that sweep that we are seeing today. When that competitor, we're going to see it in a moment as we go through our race highlights, when that ski started to go sideways, it was very nervous moments as they went to the north, and that's where that sweep's going. We've spoken a lot today about how important it is to keep paddling and keep the momentum moving. And that was a really good example of it, and it's certainly what our leaders were doing down on the beach. One of them is joined by Christy.
I'm down here with Harry from Burleigh Heads. You were on that wave. I think there was about 10 of you on that, and you were racing for those last 6 positions. Did you know the carnage that was happening around you?
Oh, to be honest, not really. I just kept my head down and kept going hard. I just had to get out in front of that wave, so I give my rudder the best chance of going straight.
Well, we could see from here you had about 3 skis sitting on the back of your ski, as you mentioned, the job just to keep that rudder straight. One more job to get done in these semi-finals?
Yeah, that's the goal. Try and make it through to another final, and just keep going for the Burleigh crew. Got a big crew out here supporting us, and just it'd be good to get it done for the guys.
Well, congratulations. I think that was a great testament to your strength in ski paddling in that quarter. All the best for the next round.
Sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy. Another great interview, and it was timed out well because we're about to see the big moment that we have been chatting about on screen right now. So they were our leaders. This is quarterfinal number 2, actually, that we can see Scrivens and Rasmussen on screen there, competitor from Tugun. So this was an example of the waves that we have been seen getting thrown up, and all of our fields certainly handling that from the second quarterfinal as well. Of course, there's a decision there, actually, but we're just speaking about pulling off that wave and making sure that you are okay in terms of getting your ski back in through that wave. When we do relive the action from the finish of quarterfinal number 3, that is going to be the moment that everyone's been chatting about. Scrivens, of course, representing Great Britain in the national team's competition, and an example of it there, just that water moving at the northern end of the line can cause absolute chaos. So that is what our competitors are dealing with at the moment. The skis sitting on the beach do tell that story because they are all huddled around the officials waiting to find out who goes through from what was the most dramatic race that we have actually seen so far today. If we can relive that finish to quarter night final number 3, we will, but regardless, we'll bring you those results as soon as we do get those. If you want to follow them along, they're on lifeheats.com. As soon as the competitors are recorded, the results are made official on lifeheats.com. One of the great innovations that we do have here in surf sports as we continue to progress through what is day 3, the final day of inter-club competition. If you want to check out the programs, you can do so at the Lifesaving World Championships website. Head to our social media channels to join the conversation as well and relive some of these extraordinary moments that we have seen, particularly throughout our afternoon finals packages. It has been absolutely brilliant. Yesterday was one of the great days of youth racing at the Interclub Championships, and no doubt we have even more in store this afternoon. So some nervous times on the beaches. We're seeing the officials, they're getting together, they're having those conversations around who came across the line in what order. There it is. That is the meeting that all these athletes are hinging on. We might check back in with Christy Munro. Christy, how is the atmosphere down on the beach after a pretty thrilling finish like that?
Now the quarters. So the athletes are just taking advantage of this break. They've got their towels around them, most of them, chatting amongst their competitors. Bit of a debrief, bit of a chat to what's to come ahead. But I don't think anyone's too worried about the break at the moment. They know it's going to be a long day. So just enjoying the rest while it comes.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. We'll check back in when those results are made official. We're currently seeing on screen as well one of the Ocean Woman heats that is currently making its way around the water as well. We'll bring you a start list in that in just a moment. But, gee, you don't want to call it early, but it does look like the distinct style of Raywood out in front from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park too. So we'll leave the ski racing there for just a moment. We're going to pick up our female competition for the first time today as well. They are right into this Ocean Woman qualification rounds. The heats, the final will be held this afternoon of that race too. So this is one of the big events that is on the program. Of course, we mentioned before that we're starting to charge towards, we're starting to look towards and hope for Surf Lifesaving to be included in the 2032 Brisbane Olympics. Well, the bid that has been put forward has nations competing in teams of 4. That's 2 men, 2 women. A male and a female will race both the Ocean Man events, and then we'll also have a mixed Ocean Lifesaver relay. So these are the stars of the future that we are seeing on screen, and these are the athletes that we could be seeing competing in that event in 8 years' time. Right here in Queensland, in Australia, for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics as well. So we're currently picking up action in the board leg of quarterfinal number 1. You can see Zoe Woods from Alexandra Headland. She is leading things at the moment, as well as 2 competitors from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. I believe that's Chelsea Wood and Charlotte Hart, a pack of 3. What an afternoon that Zoe Woods has yesterday. She won the swim and she won the board. She could hardly believe it in what was a rapid-fire day of racing. So it's unsurprising to see these 3 incredible athletes, Wood from Burleigh Heads and Hart, all out in front, making their way through the opening round of the Ocean Woman. We do have 4 heats of the Ocean Woman going to 2 semi-finals, so we will be taking 8 athletes through these heats. 8 will go through. And the Ocean Person race combines all 3 of the disciplines that we have been seeing in the surf, the swim, board and ski. So they're currently halfway through this race. They've done the swim leg, they're into the board. There is still the ski to come. The final of this race will be contested across an M-shaped course. That's the same as we saw in the national teams competition. But today, these preliminary rounds are going around the traditional string of 9. That's going to help us to get through this program as well, because it is another big program here, not just for the athletes, but for the officials too. So at the moment, it's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1 and 3, and away for our leader as well. She starts to come back into the beach. That just allows you to have a bit of a rest and also take things a little bit easier on that run transition as well. Things are starting to get pretty strung out in this heat. 2 legs down. There is, of course, one to go, being the ski. And given that we've just come from the ski racing, we're yet to see the individual ski heats in the women's arena just yet. But the men's races have taught us that anything can happen in these races, so it's so important to make sure that you're getting clean and you hit it with a bit of momentum as well. In just a moment, once we have relocated, we will check back in with Christy Munro, who of course is a world Iron Woman champion herself. She's better placed than anyone to provide a bit of an insight on what we're seeing in this arena. This is the first time we have been down in the arena, the female arena for competition today, so we cannot wait to hear what Christy is making of these conditions. In fact, she joins us now, Christy Munro down there. Christy, what are you seeing in this opening heat of the Ocean Woman?
Yes, I'm just down amount of urgency as they're just picking up not too much for them to contend with as they're getting through the first of this shore break. It looks like our leader's just possibly going to push through the lip of that wave. She does there. And certainly still a lot of surf on action here in the women's arena, probably breaking a little bit further out on that bank than what we've seen the men have to contend with. Another massive set on the horizon, so our leaders are going to get going through that now.
Well, Charlotte Hart has certainly done that. She's on screen at the moment on that predominantly blue ski. It was Chelsea Wood who did so well to duck underneath that wave, but it was coming out the other side that she unfortunately slipped out of her ski. She's back in now and paddling, so it's Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1. Wood is in 2nd place. It does look as though we might have a BMD Northcliffe cap starting to sneak into the frame as well, but at this point it is a very big lead for Charlotte Hart. Christy, you mentioned there about just how important it is to get through that shore break. We've seen it in the ski, but what is it like doing the ski last at the end of an Ocean Woman event after swimming and board paddling?
Yeah, great point, Sam. It's an incredibly hard craft to paddle when you are fresh, let alone being the third leg of this Ocean Woman event. A lot of our paddlers here will be opting for a fairly small size paddle. They may even size up for an individual ski race, but for an Iron Woman, you certainly don't want to be pulling a huge amount of water on your paddle. Your arms are very fatigued at this stage.
Yeah, that's right. We are seeing that at the moment, although not from our leader. It is Hard out in front, looking incredibly strong. And she makes her way back into the beach. 8 to go through these Ocean Woman quarterfinals, and you can see she's looking over her shoulder because, like in those ski races, she has the luxury of just picking her moment on the way back in. It's all about getting back to the beach nice and safely. And in one piece too. So BMD Northcliffe has now climbed up to 3rd. We will wait and see where Zoe Woods is, because that wave did cause absolute havoc on the way back in. Gee, it caused a lot more havoc than we thought. 4th place yet to appear on that ski. So another wave in the background has cleaned up some of those paddlers going across the back bank. But for Charlotte Hart out in front, that's not so much of a concern. Wave starting to build up at the back for Wood, and one of our Northcliffe competitors now getting a really good ride on the way back in. And that could bring them all the way back to the beach. But for Hart, she has got to choose her wave back in. She's got a nice little bump chase behind the back of a wave. And things couldn't have been any more comfortable for her on her way back into the beach. Very well done from our leaders there. The race will be on for the top 8 places. As Hart jogs up the beach and is able to shut down that little bit more as she comes across the line. We might check in with Christy, who's got eyes on the rest of the race. Christy, caught me off guard to see that the field was so strung out. What happened there?
Yes, I think some of those waves coming through on that bank certainly let the leaders get a nice, easy run home. We've got 3 across the line now, and we've got probably a field of maybe another 4 or 5 pushing down this chase wave. So the chase pack is bunched, but the leaders have had a nice, cruisy run across the line.
Well, we're seeing that chase pack certainly starting to get quite bunched up at the moment now. Skis just going a little bit sideways. It looked as though that's Macy Waller from Redheads just come off her ski. That could be costly because we did see 3 competitors come across the line. We'll start to pick up some of the caps and some of the faces. Zoe Woods in there. She's going to finish in 6th place overall. It does look like, of course, they're unofficial results, with the sprint certainly on in the background. It goes to show what this surf can do too. Woods was leading. Woods was sitting very comfortably out in front, but then the surf started to kick in. So that is the results of quarterfinal number 1, and they've already been made official. So to confirm those, Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads in 1. It was Chelsea Woods, her clubmate, in 2. Nikita Nissan-Saran from BMD Northcliffe in 3. Katie Nat from Kurrawa won that sprint finish to claim 4th. Or actually, rather, she was in behind there too. Millie Peterson from Alexandra Headland was in 5th. Zoe Woods was given 6th. Scarlett George from Coogin Headland was 7th. And Macy Waller from Redhead Surf Life Saving Club in Newcastle finishes 8th. So she came off her ski, Macy, but she did enough to finish just ahead of Madison O'Leary from Coffs Harbour and Kate McCarty from BMD Northcliffe, who were running her down. So you can see Alexis Sutherland from Cooks Hill coming across the line there, but this is the highlights that we did see at the end of that Ocean Woman. So that was Woods out in front. Surprising to see, to finish that she was fighting for a place in the semi-finals. Rather, she is our swim and board Interclub World Champion. But the race did flip in the blink of an eye as well. So this was Wood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who hit the lead. She actually would go on to get a wave on her own as well. With Woods and her clubmate Hart chasing, it was Wood who got down that wave in front and looked very strong in doing so. Just that little lift, managed to get down the front, grab those back handles and earned herself a bit of a rest. And had the first opportunity to actually go out on the ski. She did everything right. It was a clean jump. She got in her ski nice and well. She could see the set starting to stand up. This is where it gets really interesting. The urgency is about to start to climb now on that ski. She thinks, I'm going to have to get under this. She ducks underneath it, does so well, gets that blade in the water, which you need to keep the momentum moving, but just unfortunately slipped out of her ski. That opened the door for her clubmate Charlotte Hart to hit the front, and from there she wouldn't be caught. In the background, there was absolute chaos. We didn't catch that glimpse of the rest of the field, but a big set came through and cleaned them up. Zoe Woods recovering to finish in 6th. Charlotte Hart, well, paddles on the way back in, don't get much more relaxed than that. Gets a little break, gets to put the paddle down every now and then. Just chasing that bump, looking over her shoulder. She makes her way back in. We saw all these competitors competing the other day in the national teams competition. Charlotte Hart was representing Great Britain, and she finished second to her clubmate Jasmine Raywood, who has just won the second heat of the Ocean Woman race. So what incredible depth Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park has in this youth inter-club competition. Coach Michael King doing an incredible job as always and really building up those junior numbers as well. So these are the official results as we ran through. Hart from Burleigh Heads in 1. Then we had Wood, Nissan-Saran, Nat, Peterson, Woods, George and Waller are all through to the next round of the Ocean Woman races here. on the Gold Coast. And make sure you do get involved in the conversation. We want to hear from you as well. You can join the hashtag that we have been using at the Lifesaving World Championships. Fergus has done that, saying that he's loving watching these heats go around and cheering on Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on Instagram. So thank you very much, Fergus, for getting involved. We want to hear from you wherever you are watching, anywhere in the world, as we start to make our way through these heats of the Ocean Woman events. Heats 1 and 2 done. Heats 3 and 4 are coming on the line now. So it's great to be down in the female area for the first time this morning. We ran through those rounds of the men's ski. Christy Munro is down there on the sand. Christy, I'd love to hear from you about what you're seeing in the conditions in these female areas, because as we've been chatting about, it does change quite dramatically along the stretch of beach.
It does, Sam. I've just walked the 100 metres or so further north to the women's arena, and conditions all in front of the start line. So a little bit more water movement just as they're going to hit the water with that hole to contend with before they'll hit those waves that are breaking on that back bank. Still a bit of water movement to the north, and spoken about that northerly wind picking up as well. So a little bit more chop to contend with, and certainly a lot more carnage to see as these skis finishing off the third leg of these iron races.
Yeah, I think that's right, Christy, and that is going to be such a big influence in determining who goes through these rounds as well, because ski paddling is difficult enough, let alone when you do it at the end of a 3-leg Ocean Woman race. This is quarterfinal number 3 that we are seeing now. Magotsi from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club in South Africa, Lawler from Coffs Harbour, McKenna from Mordialloc, Becker from Coffs Harbour, Green from Terrigal, Parkes from Woodridge Surf Life Saving Club in South Africa, Piazza from Tugun, Shotter from BMD Northcliffe, Skinder from the Pacific Swim Academy in Canada, Tate from Coogin Headland Surf Life Saving Club, Perron from Club d'Entraînement and Sauvetage Sportif in Canada, Sharp from Coogin Headland, Carter from Tugun, McDonald from BMD Northcliffe, Williams from Maroochydore, and Shearer from Terrigal Surf Life Saving Club. They are our 16 athletes that are battling for 8 places and a spot in the semi-final. Just getting their final instructions from our starting official now. So as I mentioned, we did see that the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman races are contested over M-shaped courses at the national teams competition. They will be contested over M-shapes in the finals this afternoon as well. And of course, that format, the M-shaped format, is what we, as a sport, International Lifesaving, is taking to its bid for inclusion in the 2032 Brisbane Olympics, which would just be absolutely huge. So the goggles are starting to go on now for the field. That means we are not too far away from a start here. So our female competitors starting with the beach flags this morning. Now we are down in the water for the heats. Well, these Ocean Woman races here on day 3, the final day of competition at the Interclub Championships. Kurrawa Beach on the Gold Coast. That wind is starting to pick up ever so slightly, but this is the best conditions that we've had for racing so far throughout the 3 days of Interclub. Of course, a very big southerly change sweeping up the coast just a few days ago, and it's brought us a little bit in terms of surf. You would say almost the perfect amount. Certainly manageable for all of our competitors, while still serving up. Yeah, you can see it on screen there. So now that wind has started to swing around from the north, just starting to get ever so stronger. You can see the effect of it too on the surface of the ocean. If that does continue to get stronger, once it hits around 15 knots, we're going to start to see the wind force that swell line to break in deep water. That's when you see the white caps starting to appear on the surface of the ocean as well. It makes for tough work paddling into it, but when you turn and come with it, there is plenty of assistance to be had. So almost ready for a start here in quarterfinal number 3. These heats running, or quarterfinals rather, running concurrently across the two areas. So quarterfinal number 4 is happening a little bit further down, but our focus for now is on quarterfinal number 3. That is away and racing. So very interesting to note that we haven't seen any of our athletes run behind the field and run to the south like we have over the past few days. So that tends to make us think that it isn't as strong, that sweep, but we are certainly about to find out. Out in front at the moment, both competitors, Tate and Sharp from Coogin Headland, that has dived their way underneath. Tate, so strong across the bank. She's now going to get that lead as we put the heads down and start swimming. Would love to get Christy Munro's thoughts on what she made of the start of the race there, because Christy, I was almost a little bit surprised not to see some competitors run further to the south.
Sam, I was quite the same. There is still a fair bit of water movement heading to the north. However, there's a nice run out of water right in front of the start line that I think the swimmers have tried to jump into. So they're probably thinking that little bit of run out of water is a smarter decision to make than running up to counter that sweep. So they've all made a really nice run straight out to sea. Obviously, the more white water that comes through, the further you're going to get swept. But they haven't had much at all to contend with on this first swim leg out.
And they're settling into their rhythm now as well. So out in front, it is still Coogin Headland in 1. We have Tugun, 2 BMD Northcliffe caps and a Maroochydore cap in there as well. The second Coogin Headland competitor, Sharp, this looks to be a little bit further back now and right in the thick of it too. They are not giving each other an inch. Anyone in that chase pack. In fact, we've just seen one of our competitors sit up and decide to go up the inside of the field too, saying, you know what, you guys can have all those elbows that are being thrown around. I'm going to keep doing my thing in some clean water, which is exactly what Coogin Headland is doing out in front right now. So yeah, you can see the pack come together on that first turn. It's a sharp turn, a right angle turn. Not much being given there too. Fighting for every inch, and that speaks to the quality of what we are seeing here in the quarterfinals of this Ocean Woman event. Coogin Headland out in front at the moment. They're still swimming 3, even 4 wide in that chase pack, and it's very physical racing as well. As our leader now turns for home. So Coogin Headland in 1, Maroochydore in 2, Tugun in 3 as a little wave starts to stand up. Almost a lift, well, it certainly was a lift actually for our leader. It's a body length advantage now over the rest of the chase pack, and it just goes to show what can happen in these conditions. We might try and go back to Christy Munro, who's down on the beach. Christy, what are you making of the line that these swimmers are taking back into the shore?
Yeah, it looks like they're just choosing basically to swim on a straight line to that blue and white turning flag. I don't think they're making anything too strategic in terms of heading to the north or the south. There doesn't seem to be much advantage at either end at the moment with the way that the waves are breaking in saying that the ocean has just gone flat for our lead pack and indeed our chase pack. So it's going to be quite a long swim back in through transition. They will hit a bit of dead water coming up into this gutter where there is still a bit of water movement pushing back out to sea. So we might see some of these bigger sets bring them through, but they'll need a fair bit of power to get across that deep water.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. Well, certainly someone has made the best of it at the moment. It does look to be Tate from Coogin Headland Surf Life Saving Club, rewarded for the work that she put into that swim. She got the first opportunity at those waves and produced some very impressive body surfing in order to get it done as well. So it is Coogin Headland in one, and then behind, well, this race is wide open for that battle for the top 8 because decent shore break has brought them all back together. In 2 is Terrigal. 3, it did look to be Tugan. Coogin just rounds that turning flag, yeah. So that is our chase pack at the moment. Terrigal in 2. All trying to catch Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland Surf Life Saving Club. Tugan in 3 and 4. Northcliffe in 5 and 6. We have Coffs Harbour. We have another Coogin Headland cap in there as well. And there is absolutely nothing separating this field. Just as they go into the water, a set starts to stand up. This is where the skills are so important. Christy, what are you seeing in terms of the field getting onto their boards now? It looks as though a bit of that fatigue is already starting to set in.
12 athletes in that chasing pack, so they'll be definitely feeling the nerves, not wanting to leave it just to that final ski leg, which we know anything can happen. So there is some fatigue, but also a little bit of a sense of urgency as they can see the ocean just go a little bit flat in front of them now.
So there's an opportunity to get through the break and get into your work because, as we know, when these waves come through, they do come in sets of 4 or 5 so far today, and they've certainly created plenty of headaches right across the field. Coogin Headland with a big advantage at the moment. Terrigal is still in second, and then it's anyone's guess. We're looking currently at about 9, if not 10 competitors who are out the back on that board, all battling for that top 8. So if we count those boards now, 1 out in front, there is 8 in that second chase pack and 2 further behind. Very, very tight racing at this stage of the race. And it's very hard to know what to do as well because we're seeing the quarters of the Ocean Woman now. The semi-finals are going to be coming up very soon. So maybe that would start to factor into some of the decision-making for our leader about whether she continues to put the foot down. But I would probably suggest, and no doubt, Christy, you've got thoughts on this as well, that you can't quite take the foot off the gas just yet. We're at the halfway point of the race.
Yes, I don't think anyone's got a big enough lead to be feeling too comfortable. They will have had eyes on that first quarterfinal and just seen some of the difficulty, as you mentioned there. Zoe Woods out in front and ended up qualifying in 6th position. So they won't have taken the pressure off the pace just yet. They'll want to make sure they're out the back on that third and final ski leg before they may start to make those decisions to ease off a little bit. There's no point saving energy if you don't actually make it through. So they'll be still, I would suggest, racing quite hard at this stage.
And that is the reason why, as we just saw, Tate from Coogin was a long wave in front. A wave came out of nowhere to bring that field back together. In fact, it didn't just bring the field back together. The 2 Terrigal competitors went past our leader because of the spot where that wave picked them up. Coogin Headland unable to get down the front of it. So it's a small wave here at Coral Beach today, but it's certainly serving up plenty of twists and turns in the Terrigal Surf Life Saving Club right now. It couldn't be going any better. They are in 1 and 2, although Tate from Coogin Headland will come back alongside to make a lead pack of 3. So it's Tate, Shearer and Green, the 2 Terrigal competitors, now side by side after getting a great wave back to the beach. A few more competitors now starting to make their way back in as well on waves. So it was very bunched heading into that board leg. I think we're starting to see it stretch out ever so slightly now. BMD Northcliffe in 4th, and we had a Tugan cap in there in 5th. Very, very tight racing. We might go back down to Christy, who's on the beach. Christy, we're seeing the ski competitors dragging their craft into the water at the moment. How difficult is it to make sure you get these little skills right in the third leg of an iron?
Yeah, they're still fairly long transitions down here in the women's arena. And it's hard enough running up in and around the flags without carrying your craft, but it's probably a 20-metre ski drag in, and then you've got to refocus and try to get a clean get on, while at the same time keeping an eye on those sets that are coming so you can time your paddle out. So a lot of physical fatigue, but you've also got to try and stay mentally sharp to avoid any of those mistakes.
Certainly easier said than done, as Christy pointed out. Our leaders are doing a good job of it at the moment. It's Coogin Headland in 1, Terrigal in 2 and 3, and a big chase pack. Trying to shut down that gap as well, because top 8 will go through to the semi-finals here of the Youth Ocean Woman event, day 3 of the Youth Championships of the Interclub Lifesaving World Championships of 2024 at Kurrawa Beach. And it certainly does not get any easier at this point of the race. The lactic acid is starting to set in. The arms are getting heavy. Dragging that ski into the water can be difficult enough, let alone getting in and getting it moving. Looks as though our chase pack of 2 could be joined by our competitor from Northcliffe in just a moment. So Coogin Headland in 1, Terrigal in 2 and 3. I believe that's Northcliffe in 4. So they are now just half a leg away from booking their place in the semi-finals of the Ocean Woman event here at Kurrawa Beach. Those finals will be held from 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. That's about 3 hours away for anyone who's watching overseas. 3 hours and 15 minutes those finals will be kicking in, and what a finals package we do have to bring you as well. Both the men's and women's Ocean Man and Ocean Woman races. We have the beach flags. The female and male beach flags finals. And the mixed Lifesaver relay final. That is an event that, as I've mentioned so far today, is being targeted for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics. And if you add the numbers on that, well, these are the athletes that we could see representing their nations in 8 years' time. So a little wave starting to come through for positions 2, 3 and 4, but out in front it is Coogin Headland in 1, and lifting the rating now to get on a bit of a bump as one of our board paddlers just loses their craft on the way back in. It can be quite difficult this shore break today. Coogin Headland doing it relatively easy though at the moment. Really strong ski technique. Those arms are staying nice and high. Driving those legs. As they come back into the sand. Little wave starting to stand up. It'd be interesting to see whether all of our competitors opt to get it. I think that's one of the more friendly waves that you can get back into the beach today. So I would think so, as Coogin Headland just lifts the rating to drop down a little wave of her own. And there is our top 4. So 8 to go through this quarterfinal, making up 2 semi-finals. And for Coogin Headland in 1, things couldn't have gone much better than what we just saw. Very strong across all 3 legs. Terrigal in 2 and 3, BMD Northcliffe in 4. It's a reasonably sizable gap. Back to another of our BMD Northcliffe competitors who will jog up the beach in 5th. So that's 5th place on screen at the moment. 8 to go through. We have another competitor from Chugan who is currently paddling her ski into the shore. She's about to get off and run. So that makes 6. A wave is starting to stand up out the back as well. Who will want to take these waves? That is not a sight you want to see when you are racing for the top 8. because I dare say that athlete would have been right in contention to have gone through. Instead, there is a swim on, and she's not alone because there's a couple of craft that has gone sideways. This is going to be very tight for the final 2 spots here. Another ski going sideways as a result of the one being lost. The intensity certainly starting to climb now. 8 to go through these races. This will be 7 running up the beach on screen right now. 8 from Maroochydore behind. So that is a very dramatic way to be finishing this race. 6 coming across the line. That is Abigail Skinder from the Pacific Swim Academy in Canada, who used her skills to fly past a couple of the Australian clubs at the end there. Ruby Williams from Maroochydore making up 8th position. Well, Christy spoke about how important that was going to be. Not switching off, not just physically, but making sure you're still switched on mentally to navigate the little challenges that shore break was going to serve up. And heartbreak for some of our competitors there. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck at the last moments. A very dramatic finish. Another tight finish in the Ocean Woman event. That was quarterfinal number 3, 8 to go through. There's a couple more of our competitors have to do a bit of an extra swim they might not have planned on to get across the line there. Sharp from Coogin Headland coming across the line. Zamani Magotsi from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club just negotiates the break. So too Abby Lawler on screen now from Coffs Harbour. After quarterfinal number 3 of the Ocean Woman here. And you can just see the pace that Isabella Tate had across that bank right from the start. From the moment the gun fired, she did look like she was in complete control of this race. So important to try and maximise that running where you can. Use the sandbank for dolphin diving to do as little swimming as possible in those early stages. Tate made sure that she had clean water in the swim, and as it turned out, that was really important because look at the battle that we saw unfold behind her as well, for everyone jostling for positions on their way around the cans. Tate just getting a bit of a lift, which turned into a wave. Incredible body surfing from Isabella Tate. That allowed her to race this event on her own terms, as we can see Lawler from Coffs Harbour just coming up the beach now as well, after doing a brilliant job in that quarterfinal. On the left of screen at the moment, the race highlights from quarterfinal number 3. Tate looking so strong as she picked up the board, chased by both of our competitors from Terrigal. There wasn't too much of a gap as they went through that break, but as Christy was explaining at the time, it was all about who was going to be able to use their energy to get through the gap when it did open up, and that was Isabella Tate. Zara Green and Elizabeth Shearer from Terrigal were in 2 and 3. They made sure they got around those cans first, and we're about to see why in just a moment. One of the more interesting waves that has actually popped up today. There it is on screen. Both of the competitors from Terrigal, Green and Shearer, pulling alongside and then going past Tate. You can see that it just happened to stand up in the right spot for those competitors. This was the break in shore. Tate just slipping off the back, and although it didn't matter for too long because she actually pulled down a wave to draw alongside our field. So it was a wave of 3, a race in 3 after that board leg. But Isabella Tate running with intensity with her ski into the water. That gave her the advantage, which is not easy to do after, by that point, well, more than 10 minutes of racing in that Ocean Woman race. She had a couple of waves to contend with. She got over the top of that one, and that made a big difference as she just started to extend her lead. And she did so all the way through to the finish. So you can see on the surface of the ocean, it's that wind starting to whip up. It's causing more bump out the back. It's certainly allowing those waves to break on the shore, as we just saw one of our competitors swimming for their board. Tate didn't have to worry about the decision as to whether she'd pull off waves or not. In the end, it was a nice paddle back in. So too it was for the chase pack as well. Zara Green, Shearer and Emma McDonald from BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club. And a nice easy jog across the line. That was Isabella Tate in 1, Zara Green in 2, Elizabeth Shearer in 3. Emma McDonald from Northcliffe would go on to finish in 4th place across the line. And then came the race. That is where it started to get interesting. Abigail Skinder thought she might have had her race over as she came off, but there was more carnage out the back as well. 3 of our competitors coming off their skis. That must have been a moment of relief from Skinder, who did so well to get her way across that bank after she lost that ski. Would have been easy for her to drop her head and perhaps think that the race might have been over, but instead she kept her foot on the gas, and that is the result, a spot in the next round. So Tate, Green, Shearer, McDonald, Shotter, Piazza, Skinder and Williams, they are our top 8 who are going through to the semi-finals. Heartbreak for McKenna and Carter, just finishing outside of the cut. McKenna from Mordialloc and Carter from Tugun, with Becker from Coffs Harbour, Harkis from Woodridge, Sharp from Coogin, Lawler from Coffs Harbour and Magotzi from Clifton all coming across the line. Perron from Club d'Entraînement and Sauvetage Sportif out of Canada in that race as well. So we might check back in with Christy Munro, who is in the racing arena. Christy, you're down there, you're hearing the conversations. Are we lining straight back up for the semi-finals?
They're just getting the women ready for their semi-finals, giving them a little bit of a rest after those quarters. They are very long races, as you can see out there. So very, very grueling conditions. And, I've loved listening to your call, Sam, and just wanted to add that it's probably as tricky as it can get on a ski for these young women. They haven't been paddling these crafts for many years, and I think the skill level is exceptional. So very excited to see what's going to unfold come these semi-finals and then certainly the finals. It's great watching the race within the race, as you mentioned, for those qualifying positions. We had the clear leaders break ahead there in that quarterfinal, but the race that was on for that 6th, 7th and 8th position was very, very exciting. I'm right down here where the handlers are standing and giving instruction to their competitors and just really screaming out the positions that they're in. And so it's a great place to be. Back down into the men's arena, they're also just lining up for their Ocean Man quarterfinals, so they'll get underway shortly. But for the moment, we're just watching the women lining up. They're just waiting for one of the quarters to finish, and then they'll be off and away in their semi-finals.
Thank you for the update, Christy. Rapid fire racing so far here this morning, but all these athletes, they are fit enough to handle it as well. Particularly if you're in those heats 1 and 2, I guess a slightly longer rest between these races as well. So no doubt they're firing, they're ready to get back into it too. So we will bring you the start list for those semi-finals. They are just splitting arenas again, so we're just going to figure out which race is going where for the semi-finals of the Youth Ocean Woman Race. Back up at the men's arena, they're starting to get through these heats now of the Ocean Man as well. They have done their ski races. They've ran those right up to the final. So if you want to see who is in the final, then jump onto liveheats.com. It's got all the results. It's got all the draws. We'll be seeing that ski final this afternoon. But for now, focus turns to the Ocean Man race. And this is start lists for heat number 1 of the Ocean Man. Alex Shepherd in lane 1 from Kurrawa. Kobe Holden from Currumbin in 2. Oliver Dillon from Tugun Surf Life Saving Club. Luke Hickling from Tweed Heads Coolangatta. Noah McDonald from Pacific Swim Academy. Hayden Van Hooven from Mermaid Beach. Jack Hanford from Mairangi Bay Surf Life Saving Club in New Zealand. Jack French from Coogin Headland. Cooper Finlay from BMD Northcliffe. Noah Maggs from Newport Surf Life Saving Club. Byron McParlin from North Burleigh. Tobias Hullum from Ocean Grove Surf Life Saving Club. Kobe Daniel from North Burleigh. Jacob Falconer from Ocean Beach. Tommy Ryan from Mermaid. Thomas Rich from Gillingvar Surf Life Saving Club in Great Britain. And Fletcher Burdekin from Coogin Headland, rounding out our start list. In heat number 1 of the Ocean Man event. We have 4 heats of the Ocean Man, just like we did in the Ocean Woman. So that means that they'll be taking 8 through the semi-finals, which won't be held too far away. Of course, the finals, one of the big events that we'll be bringing you this afternoon. That is now less than 3 hours away. Only just, but in 2 hours and 59 minutes, our finals package will be getting underway. We simply cannot wait for that. So just some final preparations. The towels are off. The goggles are on. That means that we are not too far away. So same order across our Ocean Man and Ocean Woman races, and that order being swim, board, ski. Swim, board, ski. Here today across competition. So if you just joined us, hello and welcome to day 3 of the Interclub Lifesaving World Championships here at Kurrawa Beach. This is the final day of competition for our youth events. And on screen at the moment, heat number 1 of the Youth Ocean Man race. The men's competition has done its ski races this morning all the way through to the final. Now it's time for the Ocean Men. Head up for the beach flags after that. The female program went in reverse. So they started with the beach flags. They're now getting ready for their semi-finals of the Ocean Woman race. And then they'll have their ski races after that. Our officials doing a great job of getting through this program today as well. In a perfect world, athletes will have a break before the finals get underway at 1:30. Of course, day one of competition was postponed in the ocean because of a vicious southerly weather system that ripped up the coast. And the entire team here at the Lifesaving World Championships, led by our officials, did an outstanding job to make sure that we got through those events on the program yesterday. A huge thank you to the officials, to the athletes and their team managers who all cooperated on that, because that means that we're able to get through this program today just as was intended. 4 quarterfinals of the Youth Ocean Man, taking 8 through the 2 semi-finals. Those semi-finals will also take 8 through to this afternoon's final. We cannot wait for that. So just a bit of a delay in competition here before we can get underway. Harry Cluzel on screen there, our starter in this men's arena. Did a great job as always in those ski races. Very, very difficult to do. He's now giving the field their final instructions. As we've mentioned a couple of times throughout the morning, the finals of the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman races will be run as an M shape, just like we have seen in the national teams competition. But these rounds today, we are just running them on the traditional string canned course, just to save us a bit of time and make sure that we can get through that program. As I've mentioned a few times now, the local time, as you can see on the bottom of your screen here in Australia, is 10:37. Those finals starting at 1:30, so 2 hours and 55 minutes away. Christy Munro has been down on the bench. She's been speaking with the athletes, and crucially, she's been giving insights into competition for us throughout the morning. Christy, we've relocated back to the men's arena. What are you seeing that's different since we were there for the ski races this morning?
The northerly wind has certainly come into play as we expected it would, and so instead of those clean shore breaks and bank swells, we can see a lot more of that messy surf that we're accustomed to here at Kurrawa. It is actually a little bit nicer in the men's arena than it is further north where the women are competing. A little bit more of a wave standing up out the back for the women. So I'm not quite sure. I think some of the men who are more used to the surf might like a bigger wave coming through. But I would expect we'll have some tighter racing here in the men's arena without those big swells coming.
The high tide, Christy, was at around 10 a.m. this morning. Obviously, that water's now rushing back out to sea. Are we starting to see enough water for wading across that bank yet, or is it still a little bit too early?
Still a little bit too early at this stage, it looks. But as we know, it can change very, very quickly within the space of 15, 20 minutes. It can get shallow enough. So I think they'll be still running down and jumping straight onto their boards through that gutter. And maybe come the semi-finals, it'll be shallow enough for a bit further of a run out.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see too, the way that it plays out. Look, from what you're seeing, Chris, in your vantage point down there on the beach, is it a case of just heading straight in front, or do you think we might see some athletes move to the south a bit more?
I think they will choose to run straight in The first red and yellow swim can is a little bit to the north anyway, so I think if they run straight in from this start line in the swim, even if they are drifted, 5 or so metres, I think they'll land bang on to that red and yellow.
Okay, well, hopefully not too long for us to wait now. Christy, do we know if we're still waiting on a competitor? I think we are starting to get ready for a start in heat number 1. It looks to be, right?
I think Heat 1 are ready. They're just waiting for those final official instructions. They have all been briefed on the course. So also just waiting for the handlers to buck behind to make sure all of the skis and boards are in the correct order.
I think it's probably worth checking in as well. Sitting from where we are with the best seat in the house watching this live stream, it looks as though the sun has started to come out. Has it warmed up down there on the beach?
Certainly hasn't warmed up too much. That breeze is kicking in, and for me, I'm nice and dry, but the athletes who are in and out of this water, the water temp is pretty chilly, so they'll be thankful for that sun poking through, but I certainly wouldn't call it warm yet.
Yeah, I can still see plenty of jackets down there on the beach, which even for this time of year can be somewhat unusual for the Gold Coast. But thank you very much, Chris. We'll come back to you once that race does get underway. Hopefully now, not too long of a wait rather, before that start does begin. And if you're wondering where your athlete, where your club that you're supporting online has drawn in these Ocean Man heats, head to liveheats.com. That has absolutely everything you need to do with the Lifesaving World Championships. It has results, it has start lists, it has point scores as well. Very crucial for the club too, as the clubs compete for supremacy in the inter-club competition. Liveheats.com. That's where you can see the results of the female ocean woman races that are actually about to start too down in the female area as well. On screen right now, though, is heat number 2 from the Ocean Man quarterfinals. And as always, they're stacked heats. We'll quickly run through the start list. We have Brinkman from Haasfinkel, Pickering from Alexandra Headland, Lawler from Mooloolaba, Vernon from Serena, Greg from Maroochydore, Lullen Seth from Narwhal Sauvetage Sportif, Lifesaving Club in Canada, Car Crew from Cooks Hill, Van Achterberg from Scottberg Surf Lifesaving Club in South Africa, Morgan from Skur and Pink Bay Surf Lifesaving Club in Great Britain, Jarrett from Maroochydore, Cervenek from Tugun, Calibat from Currumbin, 14 from Narwhal Sauvetage Sportif, Rasmussen from North Burleigh, Skinder from Pacific Swim Academy in Canada, Lodge from South Brighton Surf Lifesaving Club in New Zealand, Bro from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Surf Lifesaving Club in Green from Terrigal. 18 in it. And at the moment, they're all trying to catch that man on screen from Maroochydore at the moment. Little lift as that wave just went underneath him. And there are sets starting to stand up out the back as well in this area. So we will see what kind of role this does play. Maroochydore at the moment in 1 and possibly 2, or it could be a North Burleigh cap as they make their way back in. Yeah, it is North Burleigh in 2. So here come the waves. This is exactly what they were hoping for. A little bit of backstroke over the shoulder from North Burleigh, but now it's time to go if he wants to get down it. It is going to pick up our leader, and it's also picked up second place. Alexandra Headland just unable to get down it. And although North Burleigh did, he's now popped off the back of that whitewash as well. 3 more on the next wave. This one could perhaps bring the field a little bit further in. And just like that, this race has been broken right up. So it's Maroochydore in 1. Some very impressive body surf in the background from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 2. But it will be North Burleigh that is in 2. So Maroochydore in 1. North Burleigh in 2 after this opening leg. The swim leg, they're going to go onto their boards now. a few clubs in there for 3. I think Alexandra Headland surging to the front after a pretty quick transition. Just popping up on his board. North Burleigh in 2. It's Karkaru from Cooks Hill making his way around now. Very impressive on the ski throughout those rounds this morning. And the field quite spread out as well. I know Christy Munro is nearby watching all of this action. Christy, I'm surprised to see the field so spread out on the board.
Yes, Sam, we have 10 competitors in the water at the moment. The whole field spread right across the beach, as you said, all of them getting held up by that one wave. I think we've got the leader from Maroochydore just hitting that green water. But, yeah, they're spread across the ocean, probably at least 40 metres. So no one really finding much of an advantage. It's a very even break here in this men's arena.
Very even break, and it doesn't look like there is much in the way of an advantage no matter where you go. You just have to charge straight out and straight through it. There has been a change of lead at the front. It's North Burleigh, who is now there. It looks to be Riley Rasmussen. Also very impressive on that ski. A proud ski club, North Burleigh, under coach Jeremy Cotter there. That's Maroochydore on screen. Now in 3rd place. Looks like Ben Servanac from Tugun in 2nd. Chris Calabutt from Currumbin in there as well. One of our competitors from Narval Sauvetage Sportif Lifesaving Club in Canada making his way around too. We've loved seeing such a strong presence from our international competitors in the Interclub Championship as well. Not just here for national teams competition, and doing an outstanding job too. As they head for home now, this is the chase pack, or that was the chase pack for 2nd. With Rasmussen in 1, Tugun in 2, Terrigal in 3, Maroochydore in 4 at this point. Alexandra Headland there giving chase. Could be Lewis Morgan there from Sker and Pink Bay Surf Life Saving Club in Great Britain. Always good to see new caps popping up. There's no doubt in that cap at the moment. Rasmussen, a couple little bumps starting to stand up. There could be a wave on offer here for him. Servanac from Tugun just putting his head down and getting a good lift for it, but it is North Burleigh, who is a wave out in front. Just filling up in a tricky little position there. He's just going to keep paddling to try and get over the top. No, it's disappeared entirely. So North Burleigh in 1, Tugun is in 2. Our next 3 competitors there. The field make their way back into the beach. We might pick the brains of former World Iron Woman Champion, World Ocean Woman Champion Christy Munro. Christy, you can't quite take the foot off the gas, but what are you seeing in the running styles of these athletes coming through, and also the intent when they first get in these skis?
Yeah, the pace is still certainly on through these early qualifying rounds. Not looking too fatigued at this stage. They're just steadying themselves for a mistake-free get-on. It's very, very easy to fall off the other side when you are fatigued by the 3rd leg of one of these Ocean Man races. So they're taking a few extra seconds to jump into these skis, getting themselves set, but the pace is still certainly on.
Gee, Riley Rasmussen just did so well from North Burleigh. Exactly what you said, Christy. He allowed himself a bit of composure when he got in, but then put the foot down when he had to. We've seen a bit of him racing so far. He's looking quite strong, isn't he?
He's certainly got this race in contention. He's really in control. He's setting the pace. He's putting himself in the best position to make his own luck, as we say. And I'd say he might start to just take the pressure off now that he's out the back in this third and final leg. We can see the competitors in transition still dragging their skis into the water. It's not something that ski competitors always have to do. Sometimes in the past you were allowed to have a handler hold your ski, but having to drag it in does add that whole extra element of fatigue and effort.
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you very much, Christy. So our field now out the back and making their way through. A couple of those paddlers have had big moves. One of them is standing out. He's Karkari from Cooks Hill. He has started to paddle his way through the field on the skis. We saw him do a few times throughout competition in the individual ski this morning. So with North Burleigh out in front and the 7 that we currently have on screen, that makes a clear top 8 at this point. We'll be interested to note just how far away the chase pack is. But that is where you want to find yourself. In fact, that's all you need to be focused on at this stage of the competition. Just getting through the heat, because the semi-finals won't be too far away at all. As Rasmussen just makes his way back in now. Really nice technique. Getting nice and wide on the exit of his stroke. That's allowing him to engage his big muscles, use his core, drive his legs. As a bit of rest comes to the field behind, but they are going to have to go around this green and yellow buoy. Yes, they do pick it up and have to do a bit of surfing to get around that too. Our paddler from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, it looks like he had a bit of a smile on his face as he straightened back up there, because that was a bit of a nervous moment. However, instead, that wave's going to come all the way up to our leader, who now throws his leg over. He chooses not to go down the face of that wave, simply because he doesn't have to force the issue. So North Burleigh goes from 1st to 4th. Instead, it's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Tugun and Alexandra Headland who will hit the sand first. And there's not much urgency for them to fly up the beach. Instead, they're more than happy to take their time and save a bit of energy in the legs for positions 1 to 4. So it looks as though that order has settled. It's Burleigh Heads in 1. Alexandra Headland in 2, Tugun in 3, North Burleigh in 4th. Cooks Hill, I believe Karkari, that could be 5th. And here comes the race for the last 3 spots. 8 to go through. There's a lot of intensity on this next wave. So we've got Maroochydore, Terrigal, Currumbin there too. So only 2 will go through from this next wave. It looks to be Terrigal and Maroochydore at this stage. It's going to be quite tight as they come across the line. And yes, it is Maroochydore who locks up that last spot. A couple of our international competitors just missing out there. Tyler Lodge from South Brighton Surf Life Saving Club. He could be the unlucky 9th. Max Vernon in the mix there too, on screen on his way back in. So those results now being made official. Harry Bro from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1. Kyton Pickering from Alexandra Headland in 2. Ben Cervenak from Tugun in 3. Riley Rasmussen from North Burleigh in 4. Stephen Karkari from Cooks Hill Surf Life Saving Club in 5. Chris Calabut from Currumbin Beach is in 6. That top 6 has been made official. We are waiting for official confirmation on those last 2 spots, but it did look like it was Terrigal Maroochydore. Let's go back down to Christy on the beach.
Sam, I think you've called that correct there. It was a nail-biting sprint to the finish just to nab those final qualifying spots. We've still got some competitors just completing the course. But yes, those top 8 spots have been sewn up. And as you mentioned, the waves made all the difference, closing up on what we probably thought was an unbeatable gap there to our competitor from North Burleigh. He was very composed, though, and was happy to settle for one of those minor placings, knowing he still had done more than enough work to get through that round.
It's a very interesting back bank at the moment, isn't it, Christy? Because it's not just about if the wave comes through, it's where it comes through. Because if it stands up on that back bank when you're coming around those turning markers and you get that initial lift, you can fly past people who you're going to catch in the gutter.
Yeah, absolutely right. You saw some of our competitors getting away from way out past the swim cans, having to navigate around that green and gold. And if you can get on one from way, way out the back, it can take you all the way to the shore, which can be a little bit easier than trying to pick up one from a bit of a slower pace and standing up at a higher pitch. So very, very interesting conditions down here today.
Yeah, thanks very much for the insight, Christy. Let's take a look now at the race replay. These are the highlights from that race. Some really impressive body surfing from our entire field as they made their way back in. That was Stanley Jarrett on screen from Maroochydore. Great body wave that he picked up alongside Riley Rasmussen. And he looked to be in a strong position, Jarrett. But as all these athletes knew, it's all about negotiating the break. See how spread out they were on that board. That's Kakari. Keep an eye on him because he was coming from a long way back and they had to roll a wave. So that explains why the field got so bunched up. Jarrett popping a first one, he got driven back. They all had to roll the second one. Rasmussen back on his board the fastest and opened up a pretty sizable advantage as well. One of our international competitors from Canada certainly enjoying being out there in these waves too. Just as these little bumps started to stand up on the board, more and more it's happening. We're seeing the influence that northerly wind is having already, and it's going to continue to have throughout the afternoon. Rasmussen just falling off the back of that little wave at the end of the board leg. He wasn't too fussed by it. Still got a good lift in and really executed the front half of his ski leg so well. Got in clean and crucially got his boat speed up too. Even if you're out in front, you'd like to take it easy. You have to go hard. You can see the intensity there because he got over the top of those waves as a result of putting the foot down, and it meant that he had a very, very big lead. Remember, as Christy just mentioned, that doesn't mean though that you're going to hit the beach first. A wave coming through, it brought our chase pack past our leader. And instead, it was Harry Bro from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who took that out ahead of Kyton Pickering, Ben Servanak from Tugun, Riley Rasmussen on screen there. This was a battle potentially for those minor places, but those skis went a little bit sideways. To confirm the rest of those results, Stephen Carcrew from Cooks Hill Surf Lifesaving Club went on to finish in 5th. We knew Christopher Caliber from Currumbin claimed 6th. The last 2 spots have been made official. It was Jet Green from Terrigal Surf Lifesaving Club and Stanley Jarrett from Maroochydore. We saw him leading in those early legs. He is into the semi-finals. For the full results, head to liveheats.com. That is where you can get everything you need from the Lifesaving World Championships as we begin to turn our focus to the next quarterfinal of these iron races. Of course, we've seen some of the Ocean Women semi-finals go around as well. They're now starting to get ready for their ski races. If you would like to see those full results of the Ocean Woman, head to lifeheads.com. The big names all looking to pull through. Our focus now is on the race that we currently have on screen, which is actually quarterfinal number 4. So they've split up the areas. Quarterfinal number 4 is what we're looking at the moment. There's plenty of talent in this quarter as well, as with all of the races too. So the officials just making sure they get them in the right order. The athletes is making sure they get moving. So final instructions now. And final quarterfinal of the Youth Ocean Man race. Day 3 of the Youth Interclub competition. You see the Westpac Rescue helicopter go past. They do an outstanding job in our community. Hand in hand with Surf Lifesaving as well. So 8 to go through here too. The 4th quarterfinal. Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach on screen there. Steely look of determination. For other athletes, we see a bit of a smile and a bit of a laugh. As we've spoken about this week. Everyone's got different approaches to racing. There's Caden Grant from Taylor's Mistake, Surf Lifesaving Club in New Zealand. Great to have him across here. From the bottom of the screen, Rowan Toon, Liam Schweitzer. Ready for a start from the far side of the line. We have Finn Casper from Woolgoolga Surf Lifesaving Club and Jake Mayle from North Burleigh, Gabrielle Deschenais from Narval Sauvetage Sportif, Phoenix Preston from Coogin Headland, Luke Jackson from Mairangi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club, Alexander Walker from Currumbin Beach, Dylan Wilson from Sunshine, Connor Hale from Maroochydore, Noah Thomas from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Gilbert from Cronulla, Gilbert from Gillingvast in Great Britain, Deekman from Maroochydore, Cooper from North Cronulla, Grant from Taylor's Mistake, Daly from Southport, Schweitzer from Woodridge, and Rowan Toon from BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club, all out in the water now and already moving. So Christy was right. We did see some athletes run to the south a little bit more. We're starting to see that more and more. Noah Thomas opting against doing that. He has put the foot down straight in front of the start line and currently has the lead for it. He's joined by Alexander Walker from Currumbin, who is now going stroke for stroke. So Alexander Walker, a new member to Currumbin Beach Viking Surf Lifesaving Club, the former Cooks Hill competitor, a product of the club there in Newcastle. We've seen him have so much success at these major championships, winning multiple Australian titles in the iron, the swim and the board. Now making the move for the Gold Coast, and he's making an early move in this race as well. So Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1, Currumbin in 2, Maroochydore in 3, Sunshine Beach there on Walker's Feet in 4. A little gap starting to open up already. And it's tight going behind that, so no doubt the rest of the field don't want to let them get away too early as they turn that first buoy. And again, you can see more and more ripples on the surface of the ocean. That wind is starting to pick up. So it's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park out in front at the moment. Noah Thomas side by side with Alexander Walker. Dylan Wilson's now making a bit of a move too. 3 wide on the outside from Sunshine Beach in that red, predominantly red skull cap as they turn for home. Gives Connor Hale just a chance to sneak up the inside too from Maroochydore. So the pace is being pushed here. And the chase is on to Taylor's Mistake right there as well. Chasing hard, North Burleigh chasing. As they go 4 wide. So it's Wilson who has the best of it at the moment. A little wave starts to stand up. I don't know whether this is going to be enough to break for this pack, but if it does break for our leaders, it is going to be a very, very welcomed wave as it starts to stand up, but it's filling out On the middle of the side, Maroochydore. Connor Hale so close to getting down at 2, and here's a wave that is standing up behind them. So we're going to have 4 down at North Burleigh, just unable to swim down that gap, and as a result, a bigger wave is standing up behind. Yeah, you can see some of the competitors slapping the water. Luke Jackson from Mairangi Bay, he'd put in so much work into that swim, and he's devastated to know that he's about to be joined by a few others. But that is what we're seeing here throughout the day. It's Maroochydore in 1, Sunshine Beach in 2, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 3. Walker from Currumbin is right there in 4th as well, as our leaders pick up their boards and start to head out into the water. Here's the chase pack. There's Jackson just out of the frame to the left now. We have another Maroochydore competitor too. Or rather a North Burleigh cap. Coogin headlands on screen now as well. So will our leaders get through, for the most part, untouched? Well, it certainly looks like the ocean's opening up for them ever so slightly as that wind continues to get stronger and stronger. That's causing a couple of waves to break further out the back too. You can see that whitewash just on the edge of frame now, actually the edge of both frames, the right-hand side of our main vision there. Walker just getting caught a little bit as he went through that break. But it is our same 4 out in front. Led by Noah Thomas from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park at this stage. Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach, he's in 2. We have 2 Maroochydore competitors in here, Byron Diekman and also Connor Hale. Hard to pick at this point which one it is. Diekman's so strong. That is our top 3 as they get to that first black and white turning marker. Plenty to contend with for the chasing pack as well, but they are still there. What we have seen right throughout the day in these ocean men and ocean women races is that it is not over until you are on the sand at the very end of that ski leg. The surf is getting more consistent out the back. There is a little bit more size to it than what we've seen throughout the morning as that tide is now starting to drop out to sea. So there's no room to take your foot off the gas. Our leaders are certainly aware of that. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Sunshine Beach now putting in a bit of a gap to Maroochydore. And we go back a little bit further to Currumbin as well. So with every passing race, with every passing leg, we can see that wind is starting to get stronger. That means they can chase little bump like we are right now. They're not quite on a wave, but there's so much water moving behind the whitewash that it allows them to get a bit of a rest there and sit in that trough behind it. Just as good of a wave, and they might come over the top of it right now. So Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and Sunshine Beach in 1 and 2 with 2 legs of the 3 down. This is quarterfinal number 4 of the Youth Ocean Man. And here's the chase pack. Maroochydore in 3. Walker from Currumbin's taking his cap off in 4. Maroochydore again in 5. So as I mentioned before, we have both Byron Diekman and Connor Hale from Maroochydore in this quarterfinal. We're all trying to catch our leader, Noah Thomas. He's looking very strong. Gee, ski on the hip, you don't see that too often. You're starting to see it more and more, the Joe Collins effect. It's getting called. Not too many throw it on the hip. When you've got a bit of running to do, it's not a bad way to make sure that you get your legs out of the water and don't drag that tail. So Thomas just playing it safe at the moment. He put his paddle down by his side. Got to be careful doing that because it's all about keeping the momentum of the boat moving forward. As our competitors on the northern end of the break get absolutely slammed by that, just hit right in the worst spot and get driven backwards. And that is the product of it too. That is why it's so important to have your momentum up. No matter where you are in this race, you need to be going hard through that break because our 3 leaders were side by side as they were hitting that whitewash. Now there's about a 25 to 30 metre difference. So travelling nicely. Noah Thomas from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Just making sure, even though his arms are quite tight at the moment, that he's still ticking that rating over. Just want to keep that boat moving, particularly on the way back in. That's where the opportunity is to catch some runs, to use that momentum of the ocean and get a bit of a rest in.
Southport.
8 to go through this fourth quarter final of the Youth Ocean, man. The semi-finals that are not too far away. We saw that in the Ocean Woman as well. They don't wait too long between these races. It's all about getting through. So as you cast our eye to the top of the screen, they are our chase pack. So 5th is going around that can at the moment in the background. 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th are all quite close together. Only 8 will go through. It will be very interesting to see what happens in that red zone on the way back in. But for our leaders, no reason for concern. Thomas ticking that rating over, and so too is Maroochydore now, who's really starting to come back through. I do believe that's Byron Diekman from Maroochydore. He might even come all the way up to Thomas. As Thomas responds, he lifts his rating. Look at that energy that he's putting down. He's a long way in front, but he's happy to try and chase some bump back in at the moment. A little wave starting to build in the background, but he doesn't need it. He's going to take that shore dump all the way back to the beach. Very impressive race from the man from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. One of the biggest squads in Australian surf lifesaving. Little high five to his teammate and handler. And Noah Thomas will take out quarterfinal number 4. Very impressive. Not too far behind him. Very slow moving, taking their time. Alex Walker from Currumbin. Might even be putting his cap back on. Alex Walker, as we can see in the background. Yeah, he was putting his Currumbin skull cap back on. He's going to move past Maroochydore there. So Currumbin in 2. Maroochydore in 3. Sunshine Beach in 4. That's Dylan Wilson. Really impressive in that swim, the way he put down that pace and swam around the outside of that lead pack to get himself right in contention. Now the intensity's starting to climb. We have North Burleigh in 5. Maroochydore in 6. We'll keep an eye out to see where the rest of the field is coming through. Jackson from Murrumbidgee Bay, Surf Life Saving Club, and it's a sprint finish now for the last spot. There was a slight collision as they came around that turning flag. Coogin Headland is going to get there over Cronulla. Well, we knew it would come down to the wire. Phoenix Preston nabs that last spot. Position number 8 to go through. Melvin Gilbert missing out. Very, very tight margins. And another sprint finish. Christy Munro, you had a view of that. It was really close, that sprint finish.
Yeah, Sam, I'll leave that one to the judges for sure. It was a fairly spread out race, except for in that red zone, as we would expect. The leaders had a pretty comfortable, cruisy run to the finish line, but where those spots became tight in that 7th and 8th position, it became very, very tight. Conditions have changed massively down here just in the last 15 minutes. That wind has really picked up. You can almost see the white chops forming. Certainly a lot of spray coming off the tops of those waves out there. So it's becoming even trickier for our paddlers coming in on that third and final leg.
It's a great point about the way the conditions have changed, Christy. We've been speaking about the gradual increase of the wind throughout the morning, but it does seem as though it's just switched on. What's that going to mean for the athletes in these semi-finals coming up? What kind of impact does it have, I guess, on your swimming, your board paddling and your ski paddling as well?
The swimmers probably won't feel it too much, but certainly on those craft legs when you're up and out of the water, it'll be a lot more taxing paddling out to sea because you'll be heading straight into that headwind, and having to contend with that chop may make it a little bit more difficult to navigate the course. And certainly on the skis on the way back home, the wind can be really unnerving as you're just trying to hold these skis straight. So just a whole other element for our athletes to contend with.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you very much, Christy. We'll come back to you in just a few moments' time. We're having a look at the replay of that race on screen at the moment. And there's no coincidence that our top four were the four athletes who took that race on from the start. They were rewarded for their effort by getting that little body wave, and they never looked back, even if that lead did change throughout that race as well. With Walker and Deekman on screen there. And then they started to settle into their pace. Noah Thomas did a great job getting through that break on his craft. You can see that he just had that bit more intensity as he ran into the water. He knew how important it was to get across without getting hit. And there was the difference. From that point of this race, Thomas wouldn't be caught as he settled into a rhythm. A couple of sizable little waves coming through. Deekman just getting over the top on that red flamed board. No doubt would have been pretty relieved because behind him, athletes forced to roll, getting clipped by waves. There was plenty going on as they made their way back in. So you can see on the surface now, this is what Chrissy was just speaking to in terms of the bump on the ocean. It does allow you to chase those runs on the way back in. Gave these boys a little bit of rest, Thomas and Wilson. Then they ended up getting down that wave too. There you go. They got down that wave and then were able to have a nice relaxing run. Thomas once again executing his skills on the way out through the break. So important to do. As look at that wave slammed back Deekman and Wilson. That is why you want to try and get through. Thomas just got over the top of one more and then he could settle into his rhythm from there. Didn't look back. So the ski, as Christy mentioned, is the fastest craft that we have in the ocean, and it can pick up any little bump and movement out there, and our leaders did that. It was Walker and Deekman. They were chasing Thomas, who got a nice little slow trot up the beach. We have a member of the public just walking through the background while on a phone, even with the arena set up. You see it all here at Surfers Paradise. So Noah Thomas from Bellyheads Mowbray Park was in 1. Alexander Walker from Currumbin finishing 2nd. Byron Deekman from Maroochydore in 3. Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach in 4. We went from there back to Jake Mail from North Burleigh in 5. Hale from Maroochydore in 6. Luke Jackson from Myurungi Bay in 7. And then a sprint finish. Phoenix Preston from Coogin Headland Surf Life Saving Club in 8. Just ahead of Melbourne Gilbert from Cronulla in 9, and Caden Grant from Taylor's Mistake Surf Life Saving Club in 10. Very, very close in that relegation zone, in that red zone rather, to avoid elimination. Casper, Cooper, Daly, Toon, they were all right there in the mix as well. So that was quarterfinal number 4. Not too long of a way before we do get stuck in to those semi-finals, but for now, we're going to head back to the female area, the women's area, because they are into their ski races. The final preliminary rounds, final preliminary event rather, that they will have before they get ready for those finals later this afternoon. 1:30 start time for the finals. So 4 heats of the women's quarterfinals. We're looking at the start list for number 1, and that means that we are taking 8 through. So 8 will go through. Rapidly changing conditions as we relocate back down to the women's area. Just getting some instructions from the starter here too. In fact, you can see that man that was just on screen, the blue and white checkered shirt from Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club, giving some instructions there. He's just turned around and he said, thanks very much, because I'm adamant someone would have just tapped him on the shoulder and said, congratulations, Jackson Collins, on your Olympic silver medalist. Collins does a lot of ski work. He races for Kurrawa. He's now down here helping those competitors as well. That athlete from Maroochydore, and he's still handing out the advice. Collins was in the men's K4 500 that did claim silver at the Olympic Games in Paris. He's an Australian ski champion, so too is one of his teammates in Riley Fitzsimmons, so we're going to see racing here in the open competition as well. Noah Havard, of course, races for North Bondi. Such a strong surf lifesaving field to all of our sprint canoe teams that race at the Olympics, especially this year. So it was so great to see all of their success. We might even try and grab Jackson Collins at one point if Christy can track him down to have a little chat about that, because it's great to have him back on the beach. I know that it was killing him being away on the kayaking scene, but great to have him back. So plenty of knowledge, plenty of wisdom being passed on to the athletes here before heat number 1 of the women's ski quarterfinals. So 8 to go through these races. It was already tricky racing, but with that wind getting up more and more, it's just going to make it all the more important to get through that break cleanly. We're going to see some of those little surging waves start to break from the side like we had seen yesterday. We haven't really seen it so far today. And when that water comes from a different direction in that ski, that's when you're at risk of slipping out the side. Now that we have relocated to the women's area, we might check back in with Christy Munro to see what the conditions are doing in this arena once again, because as we see that camera shake, that's when you know that the wind's starting to get up more and more. Christy, what kind of impact is it having on the arena?
Yeah, the wind has well and truly picked up now. I think that that light breeze has turned into a strong wind, and it is here to stay. The women's arena, as we spoke about earlier this morning, is kicking up more of a swell than what we've seen in the men's. Just slightly different positioning of the sandbanks. The waves seem to be breaking a little bit further out to sea. Still inconsistent with those big sets breaking way out the back, but I think we are in for some thrills and spills as we go through these early qualifying rounds of the skis. I'm sure we'll see some fantastic skills on display, but the women are certainly going to be tested.
I think you are exactly right. It is. It's always tricky racing in the skis at the best of times. I think we're about to see it now. So just getting their final instructions from the starter there. 4 quarterfinals of the women's ski with 8 to go through. And this is heat number 1 that we're currently seeing on the screen. Just getting their final instructions. Might even use this time to run through the start list of quarterfinal number 1, just as they're waiting to get the all clear to put their skis into the water. This is who is lining up. We have Kate McCarty from BMD Northcliffe, Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland. We just saw how strong she looked in the ocean woman races. Rose St. Gelais La Montagne from Club d'Entraînement and Sauvetage Sportif in Canada. Holly Becker from Coffs Harbour, Luna Piazza from Tugan, Mia Cook from Alexandra Headland, Kaya Marsh from Noosa Heads, Grace McManus from Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club, Ruby Williams from Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club, Katie Bush from Viking Surf Sports in Dubai, Tara Shotter from BMD Northcliffe, Alison Lavoie from Narval Sauvetage Sportif Life Saving Club, Jamie Flanagan from Mordialloc, Bonnie Jarrett from Maroochydore, Taylor O'Shanesy from Dickey Beach, and Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Another one of those competitors that we've seen in the national teams competition, Charlotte. So impressive, now back racing. The BMD Northcliffe, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park rather, Surf Life Saving Club. So just receiving their final instructions. Now it is time to go, the starter says. So the jackets have come off. The skis are going into the water. So skis start to get floated. Quarterfinal number 1 of the youth women's ski. Tricky conditions now on offer. That wind is making things tricky to navigate through this break. Just those skis getting floated now. Heat number 1, 8 to go through. We got to watch the ski racing through the rounds for the men's youth competition this morning. An even more difficult job for the starter now. Lots of water surging, like that little wave in front of that whitewash that we just saw. Plenty of lifts, although now the flags are up. The Czech starters are happy. The starter has now eyes on the shore break to see when he will be able to get through. So that is a nice even line. We may not be too far away from a start. Just our competitor there from Canada at the end, just getting a little bit held up. And they are away and racing in the first quarterfinal here. A flying start from Bonnie Jarrett. In and moving from Maroochydore. She's 3 in for the bottom of the screen. Made a really good go of it. Charlotte Hart doing pretty nicely too to the south, but at the moment it is Jarrett from Maroochydore who's leading the way, and they've stopped paddling, so that means something is coming, and yes, it is. Look at that wave that's broken. They're going to hit it, and at the moment, I was just about to say that everyone had managed to stay in their skis. Instead, it was O'Shanesy from Dickey Beach who came out at the northern end of the line now from Coogin Headland. It's Isabella Tate who has taken her opportunity, and she is gone, and she's about to be rewarded for that commitment too, because another wave is coming through and hitting the rest of the field. Jamie Flanagan from Mordialloc doing pretty well there, but that tells the story. That set just caused absolute chaos down there. Very solid stuff. Christy Munro, I know you had eyes on the start of that race. We thought that this wind might start to have a bit more of an influence on the waves, and it certainly did then. Yes,
really, really difficult and tricky conditions out there. Our leaders just breaking into that green water. The back markers have just got one more big set to contend with, but I think majority of the field are out and clean now. But as we expected, very tough conditions. Not only are those waves standing up a little bit more now in that wind, but you've also got that headwind to paddle into, which adds a whole lot more extra pressure onto your blade with every stroke.
Yeah, that's right. Well said. Thank you, Christy. Well, Isabella Tate was the one who said, I'm going to try and make a go of it. And she certainly did that. She's now out in front. Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland in 1. Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is right behind her too. We'll try and pick up that cap for the paddler that is in third at this point in time, because she's travelling really nicely as well there on that yellow and pink ski. So that's only half the battle at this point in time, although our leaders have got a really dominant hold on this race. They need to make sure they can negotiate the break on the way back in. And you can see it's not easy now with that wind starting to stand up. There are lots of runs on offer though, so expect to see the ratings start to climb from our leaders as they round that third turning marker. There's a real race on for that top 8 spot. From the rest of the pack, it's Morty Alec there, who is starting to come through. So could be Jamie Flanagan from Morty Alec in third. But out in front, Coogin Headland in 1, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 2, Morty Alec in 3. We can't see those 4th place chase pack yet. So let's keep an eye on our leaders. They're starting to go down the front of this little wave. A great wave for them to try and negotiate. Both still going down it. You can see Hart having a look across thinking, are we going to chase this one all the way through? I think they are. That is exactly what you want to get on the way back in. A nice lift over the top. As the rating starts to fly, Tate is doing everything she can to stay on it. So too Hart. Though it looks like Hart's going to fall off the back. Tate's going straight down the front of this shore break. She's lifting the rating. She's trying to keep that boat moving, and the legs go over the side. And she's done well to hold onto her ski. Look, it is not a position you want to find yourself in, but she still has an advantage in order to get that ski around if she stays calm and get back in it. That's what she's going to do now. So Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park chose to pull off that wave. As a result, she will win quarterfinal number 1 here in the youth women's ski. Isabella Tate has done very well to get back into her boat and spin it around. She is still going to come across the line for second. If you come out of your ski, it's so important to hold on. So we've seen some more of our field do now. Carnage on the way back in. It looks like Bonnie Jarrett was able to get her ski back in and straightened. She's going to come across the line in 4th. But keep an eye on that northern end of the finishing line too, because it's not going to be easy. So 2 Maroochydore caps coming across the line. Ruby Williams, Grace McManus are all in this race, so we'll wait to see who it was who came across that line. Northcliffe next, and a judge's call for the last 2 spots. As Viking Surf Sports goes a little bit sideways there. They flip that ski back down, upside down. We are starting to see plenty of carnage this afternoon, and it's only going to continue as well. And a great example, a great reminder for all our athletes, these races are not over until you cross that finish line. So the rest of the field make their way across the line. In heat number 1. One of our competitors from Club de Entraînement there on screen, just making her way back into the beach. After what was a pretty dramatic race. You can see on the replay here that it was Maroochydore at the bottom of the screen who flew out off that line. A nice clean start. Everyone actually did a really good job of getting in and away. But one thing the starter can't control, what's coming out the back. That was the start of it. And here was the next wave too. Tate putting the foot down, rolling the dice to get over it. She did that and was rewarded for it. Didn't actually notice that Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park actually came out of the ski on the right-hand side of the screen. We're about to see her go in there. She did such a good job to actually get back in and catch back up. And she would go on to be our eventual winner of that race as well. One more wave is about to come through and hit the rest of the field. Flanagan from Morty Alec there getting over it as well. And it was Tate who did lead on the way back in along with Charlotte Hart. Charlotte Hart taking out the first quarterfinal of the youth women's ski. She's standing right next to Christy Munro on the beach.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, down here with Charlotte, who did a fantastic job in that opening round. That obviously went to plan. Pretty nerve-wracking with the way the surf's picked up, though.
Yeah, definitely. The surf's definitely a lot heavier than it was yesterday. That shore is definitely picking up. I think we all got a bit smashed on the way out, but luckily I was able to make it round in one piece, just about.
And we're feeling the coolness of that breeze now. You must be freezing just being out there in the water. It's certainly a chilly breeze coming through. How are you going to keep your body warm as you move through these rounds? And looking forward to the finals package this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm definitely just going to make sure I keep my jumper on until I'm on the start line and then take it off and throw it somewhere and hope that I don't lose it afterwards. But yeah, it's definitely getting cold.
You've had a huge program of events, obviously competing in the international competition and now in the interclub competition, but looking in really fine form. You must be feeling confident about this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm very excited to give it one last crack at the iron this afternoon and then pretty much all over. A few relays in the pool, but yeah, it's been a great few weeks.
Well, congratulations. Keep that momentum going, and we're excited to see you in the finals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Yeah, great attitude from Charlotte. She's been in so many races, not just here today, but also across the national teams competition as well. And a few more to go just yet. What we're seeing on screen right now is heat number 2. Or quarterfinal number 2. The women's ski. They're almost ready for a start. I will fly through the start list from the far side of screen. It's Senna Greveling from Sunshine Beach, Florence Leclerc from Club d'Entraînement and Sauvetage Sportif, Claire Cameron from Sunshine Beach, Daniela Bertie Carabs from Byron Bay, Bianca Raywood from Burleigh Heads, Lani Waller from Redhead, Krellin from Northcliffe, Lee from Currumbin, Marlou from Cab Breton, Sauvetage, Courtier. We haven't seen them represented yet so far, so great to see. Meshlinsky from Haaswinkel, Raywood from Burleigh Heads, Lawler from Coffs Harbour, Ortega from Sunshine Beach, George from Currumbin, Sutherland from Cooks Hill, Mordew from Woolgoolga, and Perron from Club d'Entraînement. And our leaders just starting to slow up a little bit there. We could see that Jasmine Raywood made a flying start, and now she's out of her ski and driven backwards. So she's actually lost her ski, Jasmine Raywood. She's going to have to try and get her hands onto it now, because Raywood was our winner of the ski at the national teams competition. Another ski going upside down just now. That is not where you want to find yourself. That was a solid shore break that came through and absolutely cleaned up the field. Out in front at the moment does look like Bianca Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and she's now progressing nicely. Lani Waller from Redhead, also on the Australian team. She's in second after all of that carnage. After all that, Jasmine Raywood losing a ski, she's actually back in and putting herself in a comfortable top 8 position at this point in time. But that was a very dramatic start to that race. Christy Munro down on the beach. This is not the way you want to start a ski race, a quarterfinal at the Interclub World Championships.
Aussie champs are really battling with these skis, so it was great to see such a quick recovery there for probably our lead 6 out in the green water now. But I think the race is still very wide open, probably for that 7th and 8th qualifying position, with the women still really, really battling in that shore break area.
It's a tough decision about whether you put the foot down and go or whether you sit and hold back, but I guess that's the one that is deciding a lot of these races, isn't it?
It certainly is. I would say most of these athletes would be briefed by their coaches to, if you are in doubt, just to give it a go, because more often than not, these skis can pick up quite a bit of pace and you can punch through it, but it's very unforgiving here in the Kurrawa break.
Yeah, well said. That momentum can play a huge role, and I would certainly be opting for that, as did our leader at the moment, Bianca Raywood, who really attacked that shore break at the right time as well. If you're going to sit back, let the wave break, then hit it with speed. As we see another competitor, unfortunately, making their way back to the beach. One of our Canadian competitors who is joining us here. We're down in front for now. Bianca Raywood, a very, very big lead. A huge lead. There's actually a little wave that's starting to come from behind her now, and she will be able to pick that up and come into the shore. A lot of our class competitors, just looking at the colours out behind, I could see Jasmine Raywood, who actually recovered. She swam back and got her ski. She looked to be in about 5th. That would have been a very, very big story in the quarterfinals here if we were to lose someone the calibre of Jasmine Raywood. Of course, she won, well, almost everything at the national team's competition, swim, board and ski. And she makes her way back in now. So instead, it's her sister, Bianca Raywood, who's coming into the beach and soon to come across the line. Just paddling across that line, making sure she keeps the ski nice and straight. And that is skill and experience there. When the ski starts to go sideways, you have to keep paddling to move it forward. Once you start putting that paddle down on the surface of the water, that is when you lose that speed, that rudder goes into the wave, and the momentum starts to fall out. I said that Sister Jasmine was making a move. She may well end up in 2nd, or is that Lani Waller, who's starting to charge now from Redhead too, one of our Australian representatives as well. She played it safe on the way out. Let those waves break and then put the foot down. As one of our chase competitors from Sunshine Beach goes a little bit sideways, but no need to stress this yet. Still in a very dominant position. So it was Raywood in 1. We believe that was Waller in 2. Now the rest of the numbers start to come across the line. I think that's Jasmine Raywood in 3. We've just seen her on the left of the screen there. Sunshine Beach, Coogin Headland. I think we have a couple more coming behind. Oh no, a lost ski. A lost ski right at the finish. That's tough to see from our competitors. From Currumbin. Yeah, really disappointing. You can see there. I think that's Jacinta Lee from Currumbin. So who knows where that 8 cutoff position has ended up, because that was a little bit of chaos there. As one of our Northcliffe competitors just dives to that skater to get across the line. She did get control of it before it did cross, so doesn't have to go back out and then come back in. But very tough racing here at Kurrawa Beach. We'll wait for those official results. No denying our winner, Bianca Raywood, a long way in front. Very impressive. As we take a look at the highlights of this race now, there's a lot to take in from the start too. So you can see it was Bianca Raywood and Jasmine Raywood, the two sisters from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, made the most of that jump. Jasmine maybe a little bit further in front on that southern side, Bianca to the north. But look what happens when we hit this break. The first wave slamming into our field. The second wave not far behind, that was Waller from Redhead, who got driven back a long way. Jasmine Raywood lost her ski. She's on the green and pink ski that you can see there. Actually, I apologise, it wasn't Waller from Redhead, it was BMD Northcliffe on a similar coloured ski there too. Driven all the way back, and there was carnage as they tried to pick up those pieces. Look at that whitewash just swallowing up our field as they made their way back in. And that was the carnage. Try and get back in your ski and get it moving now as well. Bianca Raywood, though, no trouble. She was a long way in front. Looking very strong as she made her way around. And Raywood negotiating that break on the way back in as well. To take out this first quarterfinal, we're starting to see some of our athletes get scanned. All those results on lifeheats.com. That is the second of 4 quarterfinals here, as we build towards our finals this afternoon. Now less than 2 hours until they get underway. And with the way that things are going with that wind and surf, a ski flying through the air just there, it is going to be Very exciting racing. Anything can happen. Jasmine Ray would experience that. She's standing by with Christy Munro, who's down on the sand.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, down here with Jasmine. We certainly were nervous for you when we saw you get cleaned up. Well, most of the field got cleaned up by that first wave. How are you feeling in that moment?
I feel like I have enough experience now that, I was nervous, but I also knew that my paddling speed is good enough and I trusted myself. So a bit nervous, but it was also good to be able to see my sister, who was actually almost at the first can while I was still getting through the break. So, yeah.
Yeah, she executed a perfect race plan, didn't she? And you're so right. I guess that's experience that you've got in terms of just resetting, staying calm, not dwelling on that moment, but focusing on getting back out there.
Yeah, and all I can say is I'm really excited for me and my sister to do some ski relays together.
Yeah, you guys have got a strong ski program going there at Burleigh Heads. You've had a massive pre-week with the Australian team coming in here to race the interclubs. How's the whole experience been for you?
Honestly, it's been amazing, coming from being in a national team, so representing your own country, it's amazing, especially when you're with your sister and just an amazing group of friends and athletes, and then coming to be with your club, which is a little bit more of a personal experience, and it's just been so fun, and I can't wait for the next few days.
Well, we will let you go and get ready. I know you've got a final, a semi, and then a final coming up later on this afternoon. Congratulations. We love watching you race, and especially when there's a bit of a fight back.
Thank you.
So as we'll watch Jasmine get back ready, we can see here we've got another ski quarterfinal on the start line. I would imagine there'll be a very nervous few women on the start line, having seen one of the best paddlers in Australia fall off and lose her ski. It goes to show just how tough it is out there for these paddlers. The starter is just trying to get them an even, clean start. There's a lot more flat water paddling until they will hit, I'm calling it a shore break, but it probably is a bit of more of a back break at the moment, but still very, very shallow, which is what is causing the difficulty for these skis to get up and over it. The starter has got them away now for a pretty clean start, and just looking out to see there is a bit of a set building. So the women are wanting to get a real move on here as they paddle up and over these early shore breaks, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be enough for them to get out what is building for them out the back.
A huge set has just come through and absolutely cleaned up that field. Our leaders driven back from their skis, even though they rolled it. And now this race has been blown wide open. You could see Caitlin Reese from Swansea Belmont Surf Lifesaving Club. She has been one of the strongest ski paddlers in this age, and she was just absolutely thrown by that set. That was one of the bigger waves we have seen today on the beach, isn't it, Christy Munro? That was incredible.
That was huge, Sam. I could see that building, and I was very, very nervous for those paddlers. I'm sure they could well and truly see it too, but they had no real option but to just attack it. It stood up at that very last moment, and devastating for our early leaders.
Well, you flagged it this morning, Christy. These waves are starting to stand up more and more as that tide begins to go back out to sea. And this is the challenge that we are going to see throughout the afternoon as well. So some of our competitors still grabbing their skis off the beach and doing everything they can to get back out there to contest this race. But for now, our leader is a long way in front as well. We'll try and recognise that, Cap. As they make their way around that field too, it does look to be Woodridge Surf Lifesaving Club from South Africa. Jessica Harkis doing very well. Of course, all of our South African competitors certainly see big surf quite often, that's for sure. Especially at Woodridge Surf Lifesaving Club, and handled that very, very well. So Harkis is in one at the moment. It's currently, at this point, well, a long way back to second. But you can see some of the competitors on screen, including Caitlin Rees there, who, even though she came out of her ski and was driven backwards, she's now fighting her way back through. So this race is going to be very, very tight for spots. Unlike some of the other quarterfinals that we've seen, there isn't quite that luxury to sit back and wait for a wave that you want to take on the way in. There might be a little bit more pressure to go at Coogin Headland. 2 caps in there. We have a redhead of Swansea Belmont, another Alexandra Headland there making their way around the back, all trying to catch this athlete on screen. Jessica Harkis from Woodridge Surf Lifesaving Club. There's a couple of little runs start to stand up across that back bank. It will be very interesting to note who is where at this point of the race. You can see Harkis just starting to put the foot down now, and wow, what a wave that is from out the back from one of our Alexandra Headland paddlers. The perfect little lift that they're going to try and race all the way back into the shore. Very impressive is Redhead, Swansea Belmont, Coogin and Coogin. Of course, we'll keep an eye on Swansea Belmont. Reeves was one of our leaders before that set popped up. As they start to go down, Harkis is taking that wave down. Will she be able to hold it? No, she's come off her skis. So Harkis did so well in those conditions on the way out. Now she has come sideways. You can see the legs being thrown over on the wave behind. That was a smart decision from both of our paddlers who were starting to come through. That's Redhead and Maroochydore on screen. Both of those paddlers just easing up ever so slightly, and for good reason, because now they get to paddle in. As long as they keep their rating moving, they don't want to get picked up by that whitewater that was starting to stand up behind them. And that was very well done. So Harkis does get across the line still in second, even though she had that little spill. Maroochydore and Redhead in 3 and 4. On screen at the moment, you can see Swansea Belmont coming through for 5th place. So that was Rees, who despite rolling, she will take 5th or 6th alongside Coogin Headland. So they still get through after the absolute chaos of the start. We have another Coogin Headland competitor battling it out for 7th. 8 to go through. Couple of skis upside down here, so an opportunity arises. But no, all 3 of our athletes out the back have slewed their skis as well. It is an absolute scramble to try and get that final spot. Who wants that last spot in the semi-finals here at the Interclub World Championships? It's going to be a run finish across the line, and there is not much separating the competitors, although we have one from Tugan coming through. Tugan might be nabbing that final spot in that quarter, although it is very tight to call from this angle because I know we had one more on the northern end of the line. We'll leave that up to the judges. Wow, what a dramatic race and a dramatic turn of events as well. It wasn't just waves on the way out that we were treated to, but on the way back in. Absolute carnage. Christy, you've been down on the beach all day so far. Is that one of the biggest sets you've seen that greeted the competitors on the way out?
Yes, that field certainly copped it on the way back out and on the way in. It wasn't any easier, as you saw the really difficulty that these paddlers had in that shore break on the way in. I don't even think as they're walking up towards the officials that those paddlers knew that they were contending for 8th position. I think they thought they were further back, but they were a lot closer to it than they thought. So, yeah, a little bit disappointing there for those paddlers who came unstuck, and it's a tough pill to swallow when it is actually somebody else's ski that knocks you off. So I guess those that did get through are going to really want to get the best of the start to clear away from the rest of the pack and just avoid any of those collisions.
Yeah, we're just seeing a replay now of that moment on the way out. That is the biggest wave that I think we have seen across the entire 2024 Lifesaving World Championships, and it broke directly onto the heads of Swansea Belmont and Terrigal. Both athletes doing so well to tuck underneath that. That was Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont and Zara Green from Terrigal. Rees has paddled herself back into the position to be able to advance. She's certainly easier said than done. Sophie Wall from Alexandra Headland taking that one out, and Wall also got slammed by a wave on the way out. So the class came back to the front there of that race. Very difficult paddling. Now those results are being made official. In second was Jessica Harkis from Woodridge Surf Lifesaving Club. We saw her lead that race around. Third was Britt Ackerley from Maroochydore. Fourth, Neem Sharp from Coogin Headland. Fifth was Macy Waller from Redhead. Sixth was Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont, who managed to recover. Seventh, Zoe Campbell from Coogin. 8th, Leah Pilkington from Alexandra Headland, just missing out in that run finish that you are currently seeing on screen. So it was Pilkington who is at the top of that frame from Alexandra Headland who got the nod, just ahead of Tiki Khalees from Tugun Surf Life Saving Club and Abigail Skinder. They were both scrambling to get their skis across the line. It was Pilkington who picked up that final place in the semi-finals that we will be seeing not too far away. So that was quarterfinal number 3. We have one more quarterfinal to come, and they are already in the water as well. The starting judges trying to line them up at this stage. Run through a very quick start list for you. Position number 1 is Abby Carter from Tugun Surf Life Saving Club. Abby is on the left-hand side of screen as you see it at the moment. 2, Amani Magotsi from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club. Katie Nat from Karawa. Rebecca Timmerman from North Burleigh. Emily Bear from Karawa. Anali Philpott from Karawa. Isabel Graff from Nita on War Start. Ellen Hodgkinson from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club. Elizabeth Shearer from Terrigal. Nikita Nissan-Saran from BMD Northcliffe. Lily McConkey from Dicky Beach Surf Life Saving Club. Madison O'Leary from Coffs Harbour. Charlie Barber from Newport. Olivia Clues from Newport. Charlotte Coffey from Tugun. Neem Arthur from Sunshine Beach. And Lillian Roche from Gillingvar Surf Life Saving Club in Great Britain. As they get ready for a start, no doubt. A few more nerves after what we just saw, but they are away clean. And right at the bottom of the screen, it's Olivia Clues from Newport Surf Life Saving Club who is stamping her authority. She's the current Australian champion, and no doubt she's going to be right in the mix here in the Interclub Championships as well. Abby Carter from Tugun on the far left of screen there on that white boat. Now the top of screen got away very cleanly too, as did Rebecca Timmerman from North Burleigh. But now you can see Clues starting to get into her work as she starts to move towards the front. Clues, of course, spending the off-season representing Australia at the Kayaking Junior World Championships as well. So she's a class competitor and does have that pedigree on show at the moment. Although Carter from Tugun Surf Life Saving Club is going with her too. The fields are about to come together, the separate packs. We're starting to see our athletes settle in. Getting launched over that bit of a wave though. Will it break on our back markers? No, thankfully it doesn't. Although it has provided a bit of a bounce that's broken them up that little bit more. It's Newport in 1, Tugun in 2, Karawa in 3 alongside North Burleigh and Dicky Beach. They are our top 5 on frame at the moment. We go back a little bit further to BMD Northcliffe in 6. Another Karawa cap, it does look like from the drone camera, in 7. Very, very tight, battling for 8th. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for the right to progress. But at the moment, it's Olivia Clues from Newport who is out in front. So she turns in 1, Karawa in 2, or Tugun in 2 rather, should I say. That is Abby Carter. In 3, it does look like Katie Nat, although she was surrounded by her club mates. Emily Bear, Anali Philpott, all from Karawa, all bunched on that northern end of the line that did get the run of it. So at this stage, we'll just call the club. It was Karawa. No denying who that is. It's the Australian champion, Olivia Clues, who's making her way back in. You can see now the rating starting to lift as well, but that is because there is assistance to be had in that very washy surf conditions. There's also waves to be caught as well, which we are about to see. Decent waves starting to stand up as the noses drop down the face of that. Abby Carter from Tugun just choosing not to go down. Our paddler from Karawa also throwing the legs out a little bit there. Listen, a big decision knowing that the back bank isn't breaking too much, but Clues isn't hanging around to see what's behind. She's now lifting the rating and chasing that back into the beach. So Clues in 1. A chase wave of 5 is going to come and pick her up now as well. Clues opting to let the wave go underneath her. She's going to paddle down the whitewash from behind. Looks like Abby Carter. No, it was one of our other competitors on a similar ski who has caught the wave and now gone in as well. North Burleigh, I think that might have been that cap. but they all should be okay. Newport, Kurrawa, BMD Northcliffe, and also Dickey Beach coming across the line. Another Kurrawa cap. North Burleigh, it looks like. This is the race for the right to progress. There are 2 spots on the line. It looks as though we have 2 out in front unless that wave catches up. No, that will be a top 8. So look, that is a clear-cut one for the judges after what has been so many close races. Once again, a few competitors having to swim back to the beach. Another tight finish. Another shore break for our athletes to contend with. Christy Munro, this is getting more and more consistent on this first break.
Yeah, there's really nothing much letting up for these athletes. We're going to be in for a really, really exciting finals package starting probably in maybe an hour or so's time. The surf is not letting up. If anything, it is picking up as the morning progressed. And, really no break for these athletes on the way out or the way in. They're going to have to rely on all of their skills and strategy.
Yeah, well said. It's tough racing, but it makes for very exciting viewing, and that is what you are doing from wherever you're watching in the world at the moment. This is day 3, the final day of the Interclub Youth Competition at Kurrawa Beach, and it has been thrilling racing to say the least. If you are watching, make sure you join the conversation. Jump on the official hashtags that the Lifesaving World Championships have been running as well. That's what Nathan has done. We saw a comment from Nathan. He's loving watching this carnage in the surf ski racing. It's his favourite event. And we have the finals of those coming on later throughout the afternoon as well, as Sunshine Beach just comes across the line. Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club on their way back in as well. So the field just making their way back in now. And that is the final. Rather, the last quarterfinal, I should say. I shouldn't pause for so long there. Of the youth female ski race. And the top 8 has been made official. So to look at those results now. It was Olivia Clues who did win from Newport Surf Lifesaving Club. In 2 was Lily McConkey from Dickey Beach. 3 was Abby Carter from Tugun. 4, Nikita Nissan-Saran from BMD Northcliffe. In 5 there you can see Katie Knapp from Kurrawa. 6 was Rebecca Timmerman from North Burleigh Surf Lifesaving Club. 7, Lillian Roche from Gillingvar Surf Lifesaving Club in Great Britain. And 8, Isabel Graff from Nita on Warstad. Great to see 2 of our international competitors book their spots in the semi-finals. 9th is Madison O'Leary from Coffs Harbour. And 10th was Emily Bear from Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club. Both just missing out on progressing. It's tight racing, but it's so important to stay into the boat. This is a replay of what we just saw. Olivia Clues at the bottom of the frame getting a really strong start. So too did the competitors on the northern side of the line. And as it turned out, a couple of little waves that came through, that is probably where you want it to be. Tugun, North Burleigh, Kurrawa, 2 Kurrawa caps got into their work there. A couple of waves to go over the top of. And once the field did get out the back, that's when they started to get into their rhythm. I mentioned during the call there that Olivia Clues spent a lot of time training overseas with the Australian Junior World Championship team throughout the off-season. A really strong iron woman. We're seeing her strength on show in the ski race, and she was more than happy to do the work to lead around the Cairns. Couple of waves kept standing up on the way back in. Most of our competitors taking the safe option, not just out the back like we saw there, but also inshore. here at this moment. So Olivia Clues chose not to try and get down that wave. We only had one competitor that did shoot down the face of it. And unfortunately, pretty quickly, shot off the side of their ski there as well. That was Rebecca Timmerman, who did slide sideways down the face, but she did manage to come through. As I mentioned, it was Clues ahead of McConkey, Carter, Nissen Saran, Nat, Timmerman, Roche and Graff, our two international competitors, nabbing the last two spots. On screen right there, Lillian Roche from Gillingbar Surf Life Saving Club and Isabel Graff from Nieder Ulm Warstadt Life Saving Club in Germany. So great to see them, and there was the battle for the rest of those places in that heat. Very tough racing in conditions like this, but it's what makes the sport so great as an official saves the ski from hitting the tower, although it does slam into that finishing flag as well. So for now, that's where we will leave the female ski heats. They're getting ready for the semi-finals soon. We will check back in with them in those semi-finals, but for now, we're actually going to head up to the beach arena for the first time today for the flags competition. So we are currently making our way through the heats of the flags. Now, the way that they do this as well, our beach officials, is that we're broken into groups as we start to tick through the results. Now, if you go to liveheats.com, you can see that we have already said farewell to 35 competitors in the flags. And they're listed in that order too. So once we do know exactly where we're picking up and what clubs we're picking up with, we'll bring you all of the details around the flags competition. Of course, as I mentioned, the finals are not too far away. 1.5 hours. There is not long at all. There's only a couple of races left. Our youth men's competition is actually finished in the water for now. This is their last competition before those finals. For our women, there is just the two ski semi-finals to go before they have a break. And thankfully, that means our water safety can take a break as well. Having a little rest and recline at the moment on the IRB. Thank you very much for all of the work that you are doing in the water, for all of our officials that are on the sand. And you see some of the Karawa workforce crew in the background there. Just as important a job. So we're glad today that a little bit more of a rest than we've seen in yesterday's action, where of course we churned all the way through in the one hit. So starting to get through the end of our program now before we ramp up for those finals. We cannot wait for those. You can see the clock in the bottom corner of the screen, bottom right. It's 12:08 Australian Standard Time. At 1:30, so 1 hour and 20 minutes. We'll be getting underway with those finals. We cannot wait. So the officials just setting that finishing tower back in the water. I dare say with that tide going out, they've probably moved it a bit further out to sea. It isn't easy to do, to of course pick up that tower, that structure, and move it back out. But with that tide going further, then we've got no choice. Otherwise those skis are going to be running dry on the sand, and we're going to see more run finishes than what we have so far today. So that wind, that tells the story. That wind out of the north for the first time in the Interclub competition. It's been blowing from the south the last 2 days. Now this is more typical of what we see on the Gold Coast over summer. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. So on screen at the moment is a shot of the Flags Arena. They're making their way through the men's preliminary rounds before we get up to the Flags finals that we cannot wait to bring you this afternoon. And yes, the pace of the carnival has just started to slow down ever so slightly. We don't have many races left. So you can see on screen there, they've lined up the two semi-finals of the women's surf ski race. They are the last 2 rounds that we have to go in the water before we get ready for those finals. We cannot wait for those finals this afternoon on the live stream from 1:30 p.m. here. We'll have the Ocean Man, the Ocean Woman races, the Beach Flags finals, and then the Mixed Lifesaver Relay final. Our potential Olympic event in future. So too, the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman. And the stars of the future are on show right here at Kurrawa Beach on the Gold Coast. A slightly cloudy day today on the Gold Coast with the wind getting up, but that is still as nice a beach day as you will find anywhere in the world. Just as I say that, you can see the sun starting to shine back onto the skyscrapers that line the distance here at Kurrawa, the home of surf lifesaving in terms of surf sports competition. A stretch of sand that has crowned so many champions over the last 50 years, if not longer, here in Australia. And just like we did 1988 at Southport, which is just to the north of the beach here, we're going to be crowning world champions again this afternoon. So they're now making their way into the water for those ski semi-finals. We've just had the 4 quarterfinals. Now it's time for the semis. And this is semi-final number 1 that is making their way out into the water right now. So let's bring you the start list. From the northern side of the screen, that's the left-hand side that you're looking at, the far side of the screen, when we do switch to that drone, we have Mia Cook from Alexandra Headland Surf Life Saving Club. Next to her is Zoe Campbell from Coogin Headland, then Katie Nat from Kurrawa, Bianca Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont, Britt Ackley from Maroochydore, Scarlett George from Coogin Headland, Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland, Bonnie Jarrett from Maroochydore, Macy Waller from Redhead, Rebecca Timmerman from North Burleigh, Lillian Roche from Gillingvar Surf Life Saving Club in Great Britain, Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Head Mowbray Park Surf Life Saving Club, Luna Piazza from Tugun Surf Life Saving Club, Jessica Harkis from Woodridge Surf Life Saving Club in South Africa. And at the bottom of the frame, Leah Pilkington from Alexandra Headland. It's a stacked semi-final, and we are away to a very even start. It is very difficult to split them at this stage, although Charlotte Hart is starting to get the momentum up at the right-hand side of screen at the moment. She's going to sneak around a couple of these little waves. No, she has been slammed by a wave, and she has fallen out of her ski as a result, just when it looks like she was going to make her way through. The shore break once again stepping in. Christy Munro, it has been relentless throughout the day here.
Absolutely. I think that's the word of the day. Thankfully for Charlotte, there wasn't too much backing up that big wave, so she was able to get back on and recover. She is still probably outside of that qualifying number at the moment, but she's on the inside run, so as long as she can have a good paddle out, she'll have a fighting chance.
Yeah, that's right. It is still a long race, and as we saw on the way back in, anything can happen. But out in front at the moment, like we have seen throughout the day on a number of occasions, it's Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland. She is leading things at the moment. In a pretty tight pack there too. You can see Bianca Raywood now starting to make her way through the field. So too Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont, with 2 Maroochydore competitors there too, and I believe that's Mia Cook on the far side of screen as well. And they are not giving each other an inch. Bianca Raywood driving that pace at the moment. We know she's one of the strongest, if not the strongest ski paddler in the field. And she's showing it right now. Just at the back there, we can see Macy Waller from Redhead. She's in 7th. Very hard to pick up who is in 8th, but either way, it is very tight for 8th, and that is the place, the magic number you need to find yourself in that top 8 a little bit of congestion at that first turning marker as our leaders skip away clear now. So it's Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1, Cook from Alexandra Headland in 2, Rees from Swansea Belmont is in 3, and now the chance to open up and get a nice clean run back into the beach on your own terms. You don't want to find yourself stuck in the pack as you make your way back in, because then you don't get as clean of a run. As we can see, some more congestion from the paddlers at the back, hitting each other's paddles. What that does is it slows you down and it allows the leaders to get further and further in front. So it's Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who's trying to chase this run. It looks as though it's picking her up, but it won't take her all the way back to the beach, and she slips off the back of that. It's Cook from Alexandra Headland in 2, Rees from Swansea Belmont in 3, with a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field where it is very, very tight back there. We can see some waves starting to stand up out the back now, so it's going to be interesting to see if these do pick up the rest of the field and bring them through. Yeah, you can see there's something starting to come, so if you put the foot down, there will be a run on offer to work. I think our leaders have seen that as well. Caitlin Rees is at risk there on the right-hand side. Raywood and Cook from Burleigh and Alexandra Headland are in front, but this wave is going to come through to Caitlin Rees. So there is 6 on it at this stage. Rees makes 7 with 2 in front. That means someone would miss out. They've all taken this wave. Who can hold it? It's a smaller set that we've seen so far, but now the skis start to go sideways. Skis are sideways, so Rees on the right-hand side of the line. That could be Ackley from Maroochydore over on the left. Tate from Coogin Headland is going to hold on. We can see the ski of Macy Waller rolling into the beach, and that is heartbreak for her because she will not go through to that final. Very, very tight for that top 8. And we'll leave that one up to the judges. Heartbreak there for some of our competitors who were right there on the wave they needed to be in order to make the World Championship final. But as we spoke about with Christy Munro, Christy, the hardest part of the race, it might just be the last 50 metres.
Yeah, really smart racing from our lead 2 competitors, choosing just to ride in the back of that front wave. The chase pack not having that luxury, as we saw, with everyone choosing to take it on, and only 2 paddlers staying upright on their ski. It is just so challenging down here, not just with the force of that shore break, the wind, but also that current moving to the north. It is probably going to be the toughest part of the finish come the finals later this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. Absolute chaos at the finish line just there. That is our first semi-final of the Youth Women's Surf Ski race. There was no troubles for our leaders, Mia Cook and Bianca Raywood. Caitlin Rees paddling clear of that pack for most of that race too, but it just picked her up right at the last moment. So this is what we saw in the early stages. It was Charlotte Hart at the bottom of the screen in that blue ski that did get the best of it, but she got absolutely slammed by a wave that did pop up on that bank. And unfortunately for Charlotte, she went into the water. There was that wave. It drove her backwards. It took her momentum away. And then she was in the surf. That is not where you want to find yourself at the start of a race like that. What that did allow was the northern side of the start line to get out clean, and that is what they did. Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland led proceedings until Bianca Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park put the foot down alongside Mia Cook from Alexandra Headland. And together with Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont, they managed to break away, but there were waves on the way. Raywood and Cook managed to get down that wave. It just stood out for Caitlin Rees. She couldn't get down it. And look at that in the background. Our top 2 getting through unscathed. And then came the chaos. Skis going from all angles. Rees would come across the line in 3rd or 4th there. Couple of Maroochydore caps. Tate from Coogin Headland got through, but unfortunately the rest of that wave were all swimming for their craft. So those results were now made official. We're starting to see that come through. If you want those results, head to liveheats.com. That is where you can find all of the information that you need. But for now, we have semi-final number 2 already back in the water, and there is not long to wait before we are underway in that. Let's head down to Christy Munro, who's on the beach with one of our competitors as we keep an eye on semi-final number 2.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, we're not too far from a start in semi-final number 2. I'm down here with Bianca from Burleigh Heads. Had a perfect race, or near perfect race in the heat as well as the semi-final. You must be feeling confident about this afternoon.
Yeah, I just want to beat my sister.
Extra bragging rights. So you could become the world champ, but more driven by beating your sister.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to have a good race. I don't really care what I come as long as I execute it like good. Yeah.
That seems to be the perfect attitude and probably a great way to approach this shore break. Not much you can do, but just focus on your own self.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to keep holding my ski, even if that means waiting like for waves to go. So.
Well, we're very, very excited for what this surf's going to throw up this afternoon. We'll let you go and recover and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. And that surf is throwing up another set again at the start of semi-final number 2. It has absolutely cleaned up the rest of that field. We could see Olivia Clues from Newport. She knew that it was coming and put the foot down to get over the top of it. But the rest of the field has been absolutely whacked. And just like that, we have athletes swimming for skis once again. And on the left-hand side of that frame there, one of them was Jasmine Raywood. We just heard from her sister Bianca, who said that she wants to do anything she can to beat her sister Jasmine, who of course won the ski race at the national teams competition. She's not out of it yet, but she has a lot of work to do to try and catch back up. On screen there, that's Olivia Clues. She's doing strong out in front at the moment. Another curveball for our competitors to have to deal with. It has been relentless, this Karawa Beach shore break at the moment. So Sophie Wall from Alexandra Headland is now slipping in behind to try and get a bit of a rest there. As the chase packs start to fire up too, that's a Karawa cap there in 3. We had BMD Northcliffe in 4, Nikita Nissan-Saran. There's Dicky Beach, another Northcliffe cap as well. So Kate McCarty and Nissan-Saran are both there from Northcliffe. Lily McConkey, we saw her breeze through in second place in her last quarterfinal. She's right there as well. We're going to keep an eye out for that green and pink ski of Jasmine Raywood, who again has just been in the wrong place at the wrong time as they've made their way through that shore break. Out in front though, it's Olivia Clues from Newport. She catches a run straight around that can. That was so well done, and now she's going to start heading for home. That wind getting stronger and stronger here throughout the afternoon, so Clues makes that decision to cut back to the right around that last turning marker so that she can go with the waves and with the wind when she re-enters the break zone. That shot tells the story. The wind has really started to ramp up again. This is difficult paddling conditions, but it does mean that there is runs just like that on the way back in that will give you even more assistance than usual. So it's Olivia Clues, very dominant in front at the moment. Looking very strong off the back of her Junior World Championships campaign. On the left of screen there, Sophie Wall from Alexandra Headland. Kara was starting to come through the middle as well, or is that Abby Carter from Tugun? So Liv Clues, the reigning Australian champion, can afford to take her time. There's that green and pink ski of Jasmine Raywood. She was one of the favourites coming into this race. It looks like at the moment she's paddled herself back into contention as Clues just chooses to pull off that wave. Very smart paddling from Clues. She's chosen not to go down the face of it. She's pulled off, kept her momentum going, and now she's just chasing it in behind, getting that lift off the back of that swell. She will take out semi-final number 2. Ahead of Sophie Wall from Alexandra Headland. And now comes the race for the top 8. Those next 3 competitors all looking comfortable. Jasmine Raywood, what a paddle she has had to move her way through that field. McConkey from Dicky Beach. Looked as though we also had another Tugun cap slip through there. Could have been Abby Carter. Both of our BMD Northcliffe competitors, Nikita Nissan-Saran and Kate Mahadi, coming across the line. Actually, all 3 of our BMD Northcliffe competitors as well. Tara Shotter in there too. So that could be 7 across the line now. So it's quite difficult to know who is going to get that last spot. It could be a scramble on once again. Our competitor from Maroochydore is paddling backwards to try and get across the line. You only need to be in control of your ski, just like she was just there holding it. And that little bit of skill and that little bit of awareness that she needed to do everything she could to get across the line could be enough to get her into a World Championship final. Christy Munro, we keep saying it with every race down there on the beach, but now we're seeing this Currawa shore break that we're more used to start to switch on, and it is causing havoc.
Yeah, it's really coming into play with every single race. No one's getting through unscathed. It's not really if you're going to get hit by one of these waves, but when. And so it's really going to come down to not just a race of speed, but probably skill more so this afternoon.
We're just seeing the highlights on screen at the moment. Liv Clues was well aware that she needed to try and put the foot down to get over the top of those waves. She lifted her rating. You could see the power get applied a bit more, and this was the product. This was the reward for it as well. Clues well out in front from Newport, joined by Sophie Wall from Alexandra Headland. And they had a nice stress-free paddle on the way back in. That's not to say it was easy. It was tough racing. They made the best of those conditions. It allowed them to pick and choose their moment. Clues did exactly that. Sitting on top of that whitewash. On the way back in. As she's executed there, the key thing to do in that moment is that when you pull off the back of a wave that you're worried might throw you sideways if you drop down the face, you have to keep your ski's momentum moving. You can't throw your legs over and come to a complete standstill, because that's when you might get caught by the next wave. So it's about keeping that momentum moving as much as possible. And Olivia Clues took out that race as a result. It was Sophie Wall in second. We're starting to see those official results filtered through on liveheats.com. If you want to follow along, that is where you should head to see that. But for now, we're going back to the beach because Liv Clues is joining Christy Munro.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, with Liv, the winner of that second semi-final, you're looking very composed. We're obviously much more nervous standing here on the beach, but is that one of the biggest jobs done, just getting yourself through to the final?
Yeah, definitely. We're racing early in the season, which is a bit of a nice change, so keeping the fitness and staying composed is key to winning.
And can you describe to us just how challenging it is there? Obviously, we've got that northerly wind. There's a bit of water movement in the opposite direction. It's probably as challenging as it gets out there.
Yeah, definitely. We've been doing lots of downwinders recently down in Sydney with the wind and the weather being up. But no, it's good conditions for me, and I think it's a good little challenge.
Well, that's a little insight of maybe what's in store for this afternoon. Happy with these conditions, happy with your form. We wish you all the best of luck for the final this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christy, and thank you, Olivia, for your time as well. There was an interesting insight there. She said, look, it's just about getting through the rounds. It's, you know, you always want to try and win and do well, but early in the season as well, it's just about making sure you put yourself in that position. And these are the top 8 that are going through to that final. So it's Clues from Newport, Wall from Alexandra Headland, Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, who did so well to paddle her way back into that race. McConkey from Dickey Beach, Carter from Tugun, McHardy from Northcliffe, Nissan Saran from BMD Northcliffe, who also represented France at the National Cup. And Tara Schotter from BMD Northcliffe was the final ski across the line in that top 8. The rest of the field sadly missing out. That is where their ski campaign will come to a close. We see the likes of Greveling, Mordew, Sharp, Cameron, Graff all did incredibly well to get to the semi-finals. But now we have just 16 remaining. That is the final event that we have in the water for our morning session. For now, we're going to head back up to the youth men's beach flags as well. We are up to our top 25 as we make our way down to the top 8 for the finals of the beach flags. We will be staying here for the rest of our morning session live stream, and then a reminder, we will be back at 1:30 p.m. local time here. That's 1 hour away for all of our World Championship races. That's going to begin with the men's Ocean Man, the women's Ocean Woman final, and then we have the female and male beach flags finals, as well as the final event of the program, the mixed Lifesaver relay final. This is waiting for a start here in this heat. Tight racing, but it looks as though it's Metropolitan Caloundra who missed out there. South Maroubra fortunate to have been able to skip over the back of the competitor that dived in front of him to get that last remaining beach flag. But as I was saying, the M-shape Ocean Man and Ocean Woman races and the Mixed Lifesaver Relay are the races that the International Lifesaving Federation has put forward for inclusion in the 2032 Brisbane Olympics. We saw the success of those races at the national competition over last weekend. And now we're going to see it at the interclub competition as well. A lot of the same athletes. And this is the future of the sport too. In 8 years' time, these athletes will be at their prime and fighting for selection, hopefully, if surf lifesaving is included in the 2032 games. So much to look forward to. For now, we are focused on the beach flags. Of course, the way that these preliminary rounds work is that our field is split up into different groups that whittle their way down for us to get to that magic number. So just waiting for a start in this latest batch. Six down, they're away and running, but where will our leaders go? That is always the interesting part. And Coogin Headland gets that flag out on his own. It was a dive. It was contested there for it. Coogin Headland nabbing that last spot in this beach flags. So we've been broken up into groups of 4 in these beach flag heats. And now we're starting to get to the pointy end as well. We started with 80 competitors in the beach flags. We're down to our top 21 at the moment. And we are running all the way down to a final 8. Those 8 athletes will get a break, and then we'll see them in just a couple of hours' time to compete for a world championship. Waiting for a start. And another clean turn. You can see the speed that our athletes are putting down. Unfortunately for our last competitor there, just missing out, it was South Maroubra, who once again, just like in that last set, nabbed that last spot. Good bit of sportsmanship there between the two of them. There is no margin for a slip-up. It's all about executing, and it's all about progressing. Noel McDonald from the Pacific Swim Academy just missing out there. Coming across from Canada. We've seen the Pacific Swim Academy represented all day, particularly throughout those ocean events as well. Doing so well here at the Interclub Lifesaving Youth World Championships, Day 3. We don't have long to go before we get up to those finals. We cannot wait to see those in 1 hour's time. So for the morning session, we are finishing off with our beach flags. There's just 18 left now. We're going to a top 8 before we pull up stumps. Give the competitors time to rest and recover. And another very even turn. It looks as though the field is moving right, and it will be one of our Coogin Headland competitors who misses out on grabbing the flag. It did look like when we first started running that I thought he might have got there over his fellow competitor from Shelley Beach. Deacon Wright, I believe that was. Just that straight line helping Deacon. Just coming through at the last minute He was able to keep his body firm and in that right position, that left arm stretched out in front. And it was Samuel Davies from Coogin Headlands who did miss out. A nervous moment for Deacon Wright there, but he handled that pressure very, very well. Drawing ever closer. So again, if you're just joining us, these are the last rounds, the last races of our morning session here on day 3. The final day of the Interclub Youth Competition. It's been a huge morning so far. We've gone through our ski races. We've gone through our Ocean Man and Ocean Woman rounds, as well as the female beach flags. We're not too far away from finishing the male beach flags as well. We now have 16 competitors. So 16 are being pulled in. You can see underneath that red tent there, they're having another chat with the officials. They're going to be split into 2 groups of 8, I believe, where they will compete till 4 from each group. Once they do get down to that magic number, the top 4 in each group, that's when they'll stop, because we will be coming back in an hour's time for our finals to get underway. These are perhaps some of the hardest moments for these beach flag competitors. They're so close now to qualifying for the World Championship final. They can't get carried away by that thought just yet, because there is quality right across this field. One stumble, one slip up, that could be campaign over. Crowd's starting to build here around the beach flag arena as well at Kurrawa Beach. The live site has been absolutely heaving all week, and today's no different. If you're in the area, if you're watching from your hotel room, if you're watching from home, you want to be down here this afternoon for the finals of the Interclub competition. And it is not too far away. So we have our final 16 now who have been lined up. They've been split into their groups of 8 as well. And the nervous moments start to begin now as we welcome Christy Munro back into commentary after a day on the beach. Nice to be out of that window now, Christy. Welcome back.
Up and out of the wind. I'm not quite sure. I know we've got some beautiful shots being brought to you here from Kurrawa Beach, but not sure if it really picks up on just how strong that wind is down there now. So lovely to be out and having a small break with you here in the booth before we get those finals underway.
So I did say before that we would be split into 2 groups of 8 to run through down to our final, but no, it is 16 across the field. The lanes have been drawn, the flags are going in, and we are going to be going down to a top 8. Once we get to 8, that is when we'll stop and take a break and get ready for those finals that are starting at 1:30 p.m. So there's a lot of nervous energy around the beach at the moment. It's been semi-final time for a little while now. You've just been down at the water for those ski races. Weren't they extraordinary? They were some really thrilling races down there.
Some very, very tough conditions and even tougher athletes getting themselves in and around that course out there. It's just throwing up something different. Every half an hour the conditions are changing and the athletes are having to adapt. So very exciting times. They're happily having a bit of a break now. They'll reset for their finals.
So 16 wide across this Beach Flags arena. It's a great sight, isn't it? Seeing the 16 all going head to head.
It's an impressive flags pit here at Kurrawa Beach. A beautiful, even patch of sand.
With great crowd atmosphere as well. So let's wait and find out where that extra flag is going to be. couple of our flag competitors that are sprinting across the back. We will try and pick up to see whose cap that was. It was Brock Osborne from Tweed Heads Coolangatta Surf Life Saving Club, who had the awareness to stand up straight away after missing the first flag that he went for. And he thought to himself, is there one remaining? There was, and it's Austin Goyce from Viking Surf Sports in Dubai, who will have to bid farewell to. That's the testament of never giving up. You could just see that Brock Osborne there, he ran about 5 metres to get that flag, and he's just got it ahead of a diving Austin as well. Very, very well done there from Brock. And I think that if you are going to be missing out on a flag, it's crucial to be making sure that you're then first to get the opportunity at where the flag is, because you never know where that extra flag is going to pop up.
Yeah, he wasted absolutely no time looking for that next opportunity once he knew he had missed out on the flag that was in front of him. So, yeah, really smart racing there, and I'm sure all of the athletes will be doing much the same. There's always an opportunity that there will be a spare flag, so you don't want to assume that just because you've missed the one in front of you that your game is finished.
We started with 16. We've lost 1. 15. Still in contention to make that all-important top 8.
Get a bit more nerve-wracking as each round passes from here. You don't want to make it just to that 9th or 10th run through. As you get closer to that top 8, the athletes will start to be able to taste that finals berth, and they won't be wanting to give that up.
Yeah, that's right. A few nervous faces amongst the spectators as well as they start to crowd that barrier too, 2 or 3 deep now. The atmosphere's starting to build. You can see the sun's back out now as well. Christy, it's been a funny day in terms of the weather coming in and out. The wind obviously is making things a lot colder as well. What is it like down there on the sand now?
Yeah, the sun's definitely out. However, with the strength of that wind, it is cutting right through you. So it's not really allowing the sun to give you much warmth at all. Where the flags pit is a little bit higher up on the beach, it's a bit more protected from that northerly wind. So I don't think our flag competitors will be feeling that chill as much as the ocean athletes would be with that wind coming off the water.
You can see our flag competitors all staying generally within themselves as they smooth out the sand in front of them. Couple of looks over the shoulder. But of course, it's less so about where the flag is placed, and it's more so about how quickly you get out compared to those around you. Very interesting to note some of the tactics that comes into play at this point of the competition as well, because if you have the opportunity to knock out someone that's faster around you, it's ruthless racing. A lot of our athletes will take it. So this is the top 15 of the Interclub World Championships. Just waiting for a start. And again, a reasonably even start across that field, but where will that extra flag pop out? It did right in front of our competitor from Coogin Headland. So I think that might have been Brock Osborne. Yes, it was. It was Osborne. He benefited from that extra flag popping up just 1 round ago. Unfortunately, this time, it's cost him.
Yes, he's used his luck up early in these semi-finals of the flags. So still a huge effort to get through to that top 16.
You could just see Osborne on the very far left of the frame there. So the athlete that he was lined up next to just thought, I'm going to squeeze you out. That's potentially the easiest spot for me to grab that flag, because on his inside, the pace was well and truly on.
It's definitely a dangerous position to be in on either of those outside lines. You don't have another option to go for. There isn't a flag on the other side of you, so you're definitely a little bit more vulnerable in those positions. Hopefully, we will see the draw continuing to be a random draw as they head back to their red marshalling tent. They will get another position to line up from, so never lining up in the same alley 2 times in a row.
That's right. This is our top 14. Of course, we are whittling down this field to a top 8, which will then contest the World Championship later this afternoon. I was just speaking to some of the events that we do have throughout the day today. This racing has been exciting enough in the ocean with this wind and the swell that's on offer. Gee, imagine what it's going to be like with the M-shaped courses being put into effect as well.
We were talking about that as I was talking to some of the handlers carrying the skis off the beach after those semi-finals. That was some of the comments from a few of them. Yeah, the M-shaped course is going to be very testing and certainly very interesting, having to navigate that break not just once but twice out and in on each of those craft legs.
I know it's an obvious thing to say because it always is the case in any surf sports racing, but at this time of year for a lot of the athletes, some who have put in a lot of work for the national teams competition, others who are just kind of kicking off their season, that tide is now starting to get quite low. There's going to be a lot of running and wading across the sandbank. Those fitter athletes who have put in the work, it's really going to be on show with the M-shaped course.
Yeah, I would think the majority of them who have had this World Championships in their sights won't have had much of a break over that off-season, so they would have continued their training after the National Championships and hopefully the bodies are holding up okay because it's always a challenge when you haven't been able to have a break or a bit of a rest period. Maybe they will have a short break after these World Championships before they roll into the summer season of racing.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing to do as well. I was actually having a chat with current Australian Ironman champion Daniel Collins about exactly that. He was one who opted to have quite a long break and then start to build up his season from here, whereas a lot of our national team competitors haven't had a break at all. So it's kind of where the two different approaches meet here at the World Championships. No doubt a lot of our beach competitors the same too, as we just wait for our last competitor from Clifton in South Africa to go down. 14 on the line. Our competitors wanting our official just making sure that they are set in position there. And now we are ready for a start. 14 is about to become 13 in the youth men beach flags preliminary rounds in the starters' hands. And racing, you can see it was the far side of the screen, got a really good start, but there was a beach flag left in position for our competitor from Coffs Harbour. And gee, it can be a cruel, it can be both a very rewarding discipline in terms of luck, can't it?
You can certainly get a long way in beach flags if you have a little bit of luck on your side, but you have to have that self-awareness, that peripheral vision just to have a look around you, not just keeping an eye on the flag in front, but also happy to dive for one either side. Looks like one of our competitors there getting a little bit of sand in the eyes, which is a bit of a hazard with this particular event.
Yeah, that's Deacon Wright, and that is the athlete that we've just said goodbye to as well. He was on the far left-hand side of screen. He actually made a really strong start, but he found himself in a real tussle. If you keep an eye on the left-hand side, the red shorts there, a real tussle for that beach flag. Deacon is one of those athletes that you thought was right in contention to make that top 8, but as we were just speaking about, that's the nature of beach flags. If you just have that little slip up, or if you were just drawn next to someone else around you, then that can be your day done.
And as you mentioned there, if he was one of the contenders that his competitors perhaps expected to be in that top 8, might have made him a bit of a target in these preliminary rounds. If you can get a jump on an athlete, you will maybe look to take them out before you have to worry about them in that final 8. So all of the athletes at this stage probably feel like they've got a bit of a target on their back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We have 13. We've got 5 rounds to go. Now, Christy, of course, we're very focused on the beach flags that are in front of us, but even these athletes are going to have a period of time where they are going to have to rest, recover for probably no more than an hour, same as what we're seeing for the water athletes as well. We're kicking off our finals package with the Ocean Man and Ocean Women races. What do you do in this hour? It's a really tough one for the competitors, isn't it?
I'd say a lot of the ocean competitors, I spoke to a few of them as they were just heading up off the beach, looking to have maybe that hour or so break. They won't actually head off the sand, they'll just go back under their club tents. Look to have a look at a bit of refueling, so if they haven't been able to have a good bite to eat throughout those heats and semis, they'll have another more decent bite to eat to get them through that finals package. Keep warm because that's a bit of a factor down there. on the water's edge, and more so than anything, probably just try to relax. Everyone's been very heightened and quite nervous getting through. So just bringing your probably heart rate down a little bit, relaxing maybe some of the athletes. I know they like to play some music under the tents down there, just to take your mind off what you have to refocus on again when you've got that hour or so break.
Yeah, that's right, because normally, well, for the start of competition on a day where it's all finals, like we see it, say, for example, in Australian Championships, you know, the competitors get out there, they warm up, they check those conditions. But I can imagine when it's windy like this, a little bit cold, a lot of them probably would just rather stay nice and dry.
Yeah, I don't know how many will choose to do a second warm-up. As you mentioned, they've done a fair bit of that racing this morning. They might just choose to get warm and get back into it when that final is called to the line.
In the starters' hands now, our top 13 in the men's beach flags. And again, it's really hard to split these athletes as they're up and running. And it was perhaps in the middle of the field where the flag did come up empty. Our competitor from Coogin Headland, it was a tough battle between him and Coffs Harbour as they were diving for that flag, drawn side by side. That was where the extra flag ended up popping up.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to see who's missed out because they're so close in these last final competitors. So
yeah, if you keep an eye on the centre of the frame there, Cooper Bird from Coogin Headland Surf Life Saving Club got squeezed out between the two from Coffs Harbour. He kind of had a bit of a misstep, not knowing which way he was going to go. He first stepped to the right, but then thought, no, I'm going to need to come back to my left. And it was just that slightly late decision from him. Saw him just miss out on claiming that flag. So we say goodbye to Cooper Bird, 13th place in the world. That is an incredible achievement, Cooper. Congratulations to you. We are halfway through this last sudden death round. We're down to 12. So back to our conversation around just that break, and our beach flags competitors are going to be negotiating that themselves as well.
And it's probably more crucial for our beach flaggers to time that warm-up right, unlike the water competitors who will probably choose to keep their muscles warm, you know, under their jackets, under their tents as a form of warming up. They've already tested the conditions. They're ready to race, whereas with an explosive event like beach flags, they really do need to do a second warm-up. So they'll be keeping an eye on the finals time and making sure that they're up and ready to go, because you don't want to try and warm up through your 8 run-throughs. You just don't have enough time in the finals to do that.
Well, we've been talking about the beauty, the innovation of liveheats.com, where, of course, you can see all the results, all the lane draws, all the point scores overall. But isn't it great to see one of the great traditions of surf life saving still in play, and that is the paddle pop sticks with the numbers written on them as well. It's the fastest way to redraw each lane as they do go through these rounds, of course. You know, if we were doing live heats, the competitors would check their phones to get back into it. Isn't it great to see the old decals in action?
Yes, it's a tradition that probably won't go anywhere for a long time. As we mentioned, it is the fastest and fairest way for the flag competitors to redraw their lane after each run through. So that's how they know which marker to line up in front of.
So down to our top 12. Plenty of talent in this field. Jake Hutton from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, he won the beach sprint yesterday. Kobe Sorensen, he finished second in that event and represented Australia, the national team's competition. You're in the starters' hands. Away in racing, you can see those athletes that I just mentioned on the far side of the field, and then there was a flag that popped up down on their end. It was our competitor from Coffs Harbour, 2 in a row now. He's just grabbed that last flag that's remained standing, and we say goodbye to Luke Newrick from South Maroubra Surf Life Saving Club. 12th in the world, an incredible achievement, but when you come this close, you just want to try and get into that top 8, don't you?
Yeah, you can see the disappointment on his face. The opportunity was there, both those athletes missing out, and it was just that split-second dive for that flag that was remaining, and it going the way of the Coffs Harbour competitor.
It was one of our Metropolitan Caloundra competitors. Had that run, he thought, okay, am I going to squeeze in or am I going to take my flag? And he just squeezed in that little bit, forcing Luke to try and have to come inside, but that is what this sport is all about. It's what it's all built on. One of the coaches there from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club, haven't they had a great competition on the sand? They've been absolutely outstanding.
They have. I would imagine that they'll also be up there with the favourites for the men's and women's beach flags as well.
Yeah, that's right.
They're a great group. There's a huge amount of club spirit between them down there on the beach.
That was one of
always up for a chat.
Oh yeah, that was one of my moments of the World Championships when Jake Hutton won that beach sprint yesterday, and you spoke with him, and as soon as that interview was done, his club ran in and picked him up and raised him on their shoulders and carried him off the track. That was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's nice to see when your teammates are just as excited as you are for those gold medals. They don't come easy, these world titles. And it was very, very well celebrated by the Clifton Club.
Absolutely. They could add even more silverware today. They've still got 2 in this. Samuel, Abold, Kaito, Tui, and Jake Hutton make that 3, sorry. Still got 3 in it. That's Kobe Sorensen on screen. I mentioned him coming second in the beach sprint yesterday. Australian representative. There's plenty of pace everywhere across this line, but I tell you what, there is plenty of pace on that left-hand side of screen at the moment. They're random draws for the starting positions. We'll keep an eye on that because it could be a little bit of gamesmanship perhaps come into play here. The chance to knock out one of those competitors that might have a target on their back. In the starters' hands. Okay, they're happy now, so starter in position. Everyone away relatively clean. That's a really tight line to be able to call, but where will that flag pop up? It's Noosa Heads who misses out. Our competitor from Coffs Harbour has this smile on his face, and he threw his hands up in the air to say, I can't explain it, because that's now 3 rounds in a row that he has managed to get that last flag standing after the initial dive at the line.
Yeah, disappointment there from our competitor from Noosa Heads.
Ulrich Visor from Noosa Heads finishes 11th.
Incredible achievement to get that far. But you can see he just decided to go the other way.
I know. It was a 50-50 decision for him. And he split back to the outside, which in the end, it just seemed to cost him. Look at that decision there to get that flag. Look at the smile on his face as well. That was brilliant. That's now a top 10 finish in the Youth Men's Beach Flags here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. This is day 3, our last day of interclub competition. As we have been saying, the local time is 1 p.m. At 1:30, we will be seeing these finals get underway. So as soon as we get down to the top 8 in this beach flags, the live stream will go offline for a little while. But don't worry, we will be back for the start of these finals. And we cannot wait. Crowd starting to build. So top 10. There are 2 more rounds to go until we have made our World Championship final. We're still seeing plenty of smiles from our competitors, Christy, but things are just getting that little bit more intense, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit more serious now. A couple more run-throughs to go to book yourself a spot in the finals this afternoon. So some might be happy, not maybe expecting to have made it this far, but you're so close now, so nobody's wanting to go out at this stage.
That is correct. So just a little bit of cleaning up of the starting arenas underway, a little bit of gardening from our top 10.
Some athletes like to get down and settled early. Others like to be the last one in position.
Harrison Scarra from Morty Alec just having a bit of a walk around. They're waiting on him. And now we wait. Top 10 in the world. 2 rounds to go before we are at our final. And the starter's happy. We're in the starter's hands. Plenty of pace on the left-hand side of the line here. You can see that after 3 rounds of getting that last flag that has been standing, it has been the man from Coffs Harbour, Quinn Evans, who will finish 10th in the world. Top 10. Incredible result. But I think even he has a smile as he walks away. Quinn going, I think I might have used up all my luck in the last couple of rounds. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to him now.
He didn't stop fighting, but I'm sure he'll be happy with that top 10 finish.
Absolutely. He almost came together with his own clubmate there.
Yeah, his clubmate not really having any other option but to go for that flag.
Yeah, Sam Carswell. I did think they were going to go shoulder to shoulder, but even it was one of our athletes from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club too who would have been quite fortunate there that they had the numbers on their left-hand side of the line. And this is it. 9 are on the line. There is 1 more round to go until the World Championship final. 9th in the world will be an incredible result for whoever claims it. But you really want to get to that top 8, don't you?
To be this close now, they will be racing this flag run through like it is for the gold medal. They know that there's a rest coming up after 1 more run through.
Not too far away. Of course, as a reminder, there's a rest for the athletes. There's a little rest for us as well. So the live stream will be going offline until 1:25 p.m. or so. I'm sure our countdown timer will be giving you all the information as it has done throughout the 2024 World Championship so far. We will be back just before the start of that finals package. We cannot wait. Day 3 of the Interclub Youth Championships. This is the last event of the morning session. Who will make the top 8 of the men's Youth Beach Flags final? Our officials making sure they're nice and straight. They're happy with what they're seeing, so this is it. 9 has to go into 8. Our final is about to be determined. And they are away and racing. It's a very even start. The pinch could be on down the other end of the line. Is there a flag still in the sand? Unfortunately not for Christopher Condilios from South Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club. He will finish in 9th place. And that is our top 8. So the men's flags final has been set. Chris, he can't believe it. He came so close. But in the end, it was just the pinch on numbers was on that right-hand side of the line. He did seem to get away pretty well. Morty Alec coming across him in front. And he stayed on his feet, a little shake of the head, thinking, I can't believe it.
Yeah, huge amount of disappointment on his face. Although I think he did all that he could. He was just a little bit outpaced in the run towards those flags, so not too much more for him to do. 9th in the world. I hope he's feeling proud of that.
So that is our top 8 set. Our last final has been booked for the World Championships finals package this afternoon. We will be back in about 20 minutes time where we will crown another afternoon's worth of world champions here at Coral Beach.
imagine. Better cool on your faction. Ready for the curtain call, lights, camera, action.
Hello and welcome back to Kurrawa Beach on Australia's Gold Coast for what is going to be another golden afternoon of competition here. The final day of competition in the Interclub Lifesaving World Championships for 2024, and it is a jam-packed program with World Championships going on the line. My name is Sam Jordan and I'm honoured to be joining you for what is going to be a thrilling afternoon of racing. We have spent 3 days working our way through the program. We've spent the day whittling our way down to the finals, and now we have arrived at the final package for what is the 2024 Lifesaving Youth World Championships. We have some of the biggest races on the program on the way in just a few moments' time. The men's Ocean Man final, the female Ocean Woman final. We have the ski races for both men and women, as well as the beach flags finals. And then we will be wrapping things up with the mixed Lifesaver relay final on what is a challenging day of racing here at Kurrawa Beach. It was smooth, calm conditions this morning, but that northerly wind has built right throughout the day. And now we are ready to see the fittest young athletes in the world battle head to head for their chance to claim another world championship. So that is our program for the day. It's not just me guiding you through the action. We have Christy Munro down on the beach as well. We will check in with Christy in just a moment to get the latest on the conditions, because it has changed rapidly throughout the day. Christy, how is things down there now? We will come back to Christy in just a few moments' time, but as Christy gets set up and in position, the athletes are doing the same as well, because we are starting to see these ski races get lined up as well. These have been really tough, thrilling racing throughout the day so far today, and now we are down to the 16 fastest ski paddlers in the men and women, ready to contest the World Championship as well. So our officials are just putting the finishing touches on getting those areas set up and ready to go. Of course, the finishing towers have to go back into place, and the starters are currently out there as well, checking the depth over that sandbank, because, as I mentioned, it has changed dramatically so far throughout the day. That tide is now dropping out, and it will continue to do so throughout our finals today, which means that there is a lot more water moving across that bank at the moment. That gutter is getting more exposed, and those waves are getting heavier and heavier across that bank as well. So we are not too far away from a start in the Youth Women's Surf Ski World Championship final, and this is how they will line up. In position number 1, it's Olivia Clues from Newport Surf Lifesaving Club. In 2 is Sophie Wall from Alexandra Headland. 3 is Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont. 4 is Abby Carter from Tugun Surf Lifesaving Club. Next to her, Nikita Nissen-Saran from BMD Northcliffe. Bianca Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Tara Shotter from BMD Northcliffe. Kate McCarty from BMD Northcliffe. Lily McConkey from Dickey Beach. Lillian Roche from Gillingvar Surf Lifesaving Club in Great Britain. Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Mia Cook from Alexandra Headland. Bonnie Jarrett from Maroochydore Surf Lifesaving Club. Charlotte Hard from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland Surf Lifesaving Club. And Britt Ackerley from Maroochydore Surf Lifesaving Club. These 16 athletes have worked their way through the rounds, and now they are just minutes away from potentially being crowned world champions as they start to make their way into the water. We will check in with Christy now to get a quick update on the conditions as to how they have changed throughout the afternoon. Christy, good afternoon to you. It does look very different from this morning.
Good afternoon, Sam. It is different yet again. That tide has continued to drop. So we're not seeing those waves stand up. Only half an hour ago, we're getting much more of a shore dump and then a fairly flat paddle from there. But the wind is still going to come into play. The wind is just as strong as we've seen it for the last few hours.
Thank you, Christy. Yeah, that wind has really whipped up now, and that is going to play a really big role, not just in shore in terms of making lots of water move across this inner bank, but also out the back too, and that line back into the beach. We have seen the sweep pushing to the north. Well, the wind is coming out of the north as well, so there is water moving in every direction, as you can see there. A very difficult task for our starter to make sure they get away clean, but in conditions like these, I think we do expect that there will be some waves for our athletes to punch through. So our start line has been lined up. You can see on the right-hand side of screen, the Czech starter official with his arm in the air. That means he's ready. And they are away and racing in the female surf ski world championship final here at the Interclub titles. Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on that pink and green ski, looking to get the best of the jump. But now there's a set starting to stand up on this inner bank. Who will be able to get through? Olivia Cluj shoots straight through the middle as the rest of the field get hit by a wave. That is going to slow them down, but Olivia Cluj, she's the reigning Australian champion in the single surf ski. She snuck right around the outside of that pack. Christy Munro, you saw that thrilling action from the very start. Things just opened up for Liv Cluj.
Yes, doesn't need to be much of a wave down here on the shore to really split that field apart. And as we expected, Liv got off to a fantastic start. She looked so strong through those preliminary rounds. And as you mentioned, she's had a great off-season of paddling in the flat water. So we would expect her to possibly even extend now that they are out in that green water.
So it's Cluj from Newport in one. Wall from Alexandra Headland is behind her on the left. Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is the ride. You can see Bianca Raywood, that's the sister of Jasmine, is currently in fourth position as the field gets strung out. Caitlin Reeves from Swansea Belmont is there on the left. Everyone's still within striking distance, but at the moment, it is Olivia Cluj who is out in front as they make their way into this opening turn as well. You can see there on the horizon as well, that northerly wind is really starting to make things difficult for them as they come into that opening turn, but that does mean that as soon as they get around this next marker, there will be runs there to be caught. Jasmine Raywood, well aware of that. She's attempting to make a move up the inside, but for now, it is still Olivia Cluj out in front. Raywood has moved into second. Wall is in third. Bianca Raywood in fourth. And then we have another competitor who is making a move from Alexandra Headland as well. That could be Mia Cook there. But one is Olivia Cluj. She starts to make her way back to the beach now, and she gets a run straight away as well. That could have turned into a bit of a wave, so she couldn't quite get down that run, Olivia Cluj, but now she has another opportunity to pick up a bit of assistance because waves are starting to stand up out the back. There is a lot of water moving, and this wave could come through and bring the rest of the field right on top of her as well, which it has. So on this wave, we can see Wall from Alexandra Headland. We have Cluj from Newport and Bianca Raywood joined by her sister Jasmine from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. It is a race in four as they attempt to make this wave all the way through to the gutter. It looks as though it's Liv Cluj who's still getting her nose down it. I think we might have all four athletes down it. Bianca Raywood is the first to take the drop. Now Liv Cluj drops down the face as well, and they're starting to go sideways. This is going to be a tight finish, but from the drone angle, it's Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who is powered across the line, and it does look like she has been crowned the new female youth surf ski world champion. A hug from her sister Bianca certainly points towards that as well. We will wait for the official call from the judges. But Jasmine Raywood, she won the ski in the national teams competition just a few days ago representing Australia, and it looks as though she has done the same now. That was a tight finish. Christy Munro, you were down there at water level watching it happen. That wave just brought the rest of the field right on top of Liv Cluj.
Yes, it was a very exciting finish, as we probably expected it would be. Jazzy just never said die. She used all of her bad luck out in those qualifying rounds, and hugs all round down here by the girls. They've made it onto the podium. and they'll be very happy to celebrate.
It's a great point that you made, Christy. Jasmine Raywood so close to being eliminated in those earlier rounds, particularly that semi-final. She was the first one to get to that bank where those waves are breaking, and she was absolutely cleaned up. But she paddled her way back through the field. She did everything she could to make the final, and that is the reward for it. The new Youth Female Surf Ski World Champion. As we see the rest of the field come across the line now, Lillian Roche from Gillingbar Surf Lifesaving Club. But this was where we thought the race could have been won. The centre of the field absolutely cleaned up by a set. That's Charlotte Hart on the right of screen. She was on the southern side of the start line. And although we thought it might have opened up there like it had throughout the day, instead it was the northern end of the line, led by Liv Clues, who took the field out the back. Clues had her own way. Jasmine Raywood paddling back into contention there on that green and pink ski. We thought there might have been an opportunity for Liv Clues to get down that wave, but with so much water moving, she just couldn't get her nose down the face of it. And here came the wave that brought the rest of the field right on top of her as well. Alexandra Headland again, just a little bobble as she was pushing down the face of that wave. Jasmine Raywood, half a boat length in front of her sister and of Liv Clues. They are our top three in the female Surf Ski World Championship final here at Kurrawa Beach. An incredible way to kick off racing for our finals package. The men are standing by for their turn, no doubt watching that quite closely. We knew that the wind and the swell was going to play a really big role in determining just where this field finished. But that back bank is still standing up. Waves still are coming across that back bank. And in that case, brought the field right on top of Liv Clues. So the judges just conferring over those final finishing results. It could be a bit of a wait before we do get confirmation of who finished on the medal podium as well. The officials go to call them back in now. So the first of 7 World Championship finals that will be raced here at Kurrawa Beach this afternoon. Off to a thrilling start. And of course, we've been focusing on the medals, but it's not just the medals that are on the line here. It's points right down to 16th place. The all-important club point scores have been battled in the background so far, but that is going to become clearer and clearer as we move across the carnival and also push towards the Interclub Open competition as well. So you can see on screen, everyone's recounting the war stories of the race that was. And there are our 4 athletes. There was a racing 4 at the very front. Does not get any tighter than that to decide a world championship. All 4 paddlers doing so well to hold that ski straight as they drop down that shore break quite late. But in a final like this, there is no second option. You have to take that wave on, which they did do. That was the Women's Surf Ski Final, the Women's Surf Ski World Championship. It is now being awarded. Confirmation that Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is the new Youth World Champion. She finished ahead of Olivia Clues from Newport, who won the silver medal. Bianca Raywood, the sister of Jasmine, also on the podium with bronze. It was Sophie Wall from Alexandra Headland who was 4th, and Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park was in 5th. But on top of the world was Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. She and her sister Bianca are with Christy Munro.
Yes, Sam, I'm down here with the Raywood sisters. I'll start with you, Jasmine. You could not buy any good luck this morning, but you did what you had to do and got through to that final and let the magic show.
Oh, honestly, that was just still hard work, but I'm just so excited to be sharing the podium with my little sister, who's probably going to be faster than me soon.
Well, I know in the early rounds you mentioned you were keen to get one up on your sister, but I could see just how happy you were for each other at the end there.
yeah, it definitely means a lot. Going around the cans, I thought I was out of it, so I was just like, go Jazz, go Jazz. Yeah, it means a lot.
Does it give you an extra boost knowing that you've got your sibling out there? I know there's that sibling rivalry, but just having like a teammate that's even closer than a teammate?
I mean, sometimes we have a little bit of a fight, but it shows how much we love each other when your younger sister's screaming your name out around the can saying go. Like, it's amazing.
Well, you're both on the dais for this World Championships. Gold medal, bronze medal. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chrissy, and congratulations to the Raywood sisters, first and third in our opening final this afternoon here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. And what a beautiful moment it was as well for them to be able to share that, to hear Bianchi yelling out, "Go Jazz," around the back of the cans. That is something that they're going to remember as a family for a very, very long time to come. Of course, just confirming those results, it was Jasmine Raywood who has claimed gold ahead of Olivia Clues from Newport Surf Lifesaving Club, who led most of that race around the cans before that wave brought Bianca Raywood, who went on to finish third, and Sophie Wall, who was fourth, on to the lead wave. It's an incredible way to kick things off here this afternoon. Now it's time to see our youth men's ski race as well. We saw a couple of our open competitors floating around on screen. Joe Collins there, he won the Open Ironman, the Open Ocean Man rather, at the national teams competition just a few days ago, giving advice to some of these younger athletes who are on the line, who have steely looks of determination on their faces too. They are not far away from the start now. As we look at the start list for this final, they begin to pick their skis up and enter the water as well. In alley number 1 on the far side of the screen, the northern end of the start line, is Alex Stewart from Alexandra Headland Surf Life Saving Club. Next to him is Oliver Dillon from Tugun Surf Life Saving Club. Fletcher Burdekin from Coogin Headland. In 4 is Joel Steiner from Wanda. Bodie Emery from Dickey Beach. Ryan Muggeridge from Tugun. Tiago Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe. Harry Brove from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Byron Diekman from Maroochydore. Riley Rasmussen from North Burleigh. Kyden Pickering from Alexandra Headland. Iwan Scrivens from Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club via Great Britain. Anderson Flick from Mermaid Beach. William Mullen from Kurrawa. And Stephen Carkery from Cooks Hill Surf Life Saving Club. So they've just been given the orders to halt for just a moment as they prepare to float their skis in the water. You can see those arms moving, those paddles starting to fly around as well. After a full day of racing, these athletes are now focused on just getting those arms moving again, getting their body moving. Unlike a regular carnival where we're starting, or a regular finals day rather, where you might start with some finals, they've been racing all day, so we didn't see as many athletes out in the water warming up. Instead, it was all about just watching the conditions and trying to relax, get some food in, maybe even get off the beach for a little while in that 1 hour break that we did have between those preliminary rounds. And the finals here at Kurrawa Beach. And now that wait is almost over. There has been a delay. The finishing judges is making sure they're back in position and they are ready to go, because we are expecting to see another very tight finish. Here at Kurrawa Beach, in the Youth Men's World Championship Ski Final. So some more nervous moments. We might head back down to Christy Munro, who is on the sand. Christy, a bit of a delay for our athletes, and it looks like it's just making things that little bit more nervous.
Yeah, there are some nervous competitors on the line. Just looking out to sea, making sure that they have their race tactics confirmed. The officials just over following that women's race are just confirming the final place getters. Our 1, 2 and 3 were clear, but there's just some of the minor placings that are yet to be decided. So that's what the delay is here at the moment. Hopefully we will have those decisions made and we can get our judges back out on that judging stand and we can get our men's race underway.
Okay, so as we were talking about before, every single point is so important here at the Interclub World Championship Finals, and we have so many caps. We can see there's 3 Northcliffe competitors standing around the judges there. There was a couple of Maroochydore as well. It makes things a little bit more difficult for our judges in order just to make sure that we get all of those results correct. So we're fighting for points all the way down to 16th in all these finals, and that's very important to remember. It's not just the medals that are on the line here. For so many of these clubs, they have their eyes set on an even bigger prize, which is our overall point score too. So hopefully not too much more of a delay before we can get underway in this youth men's surf ski final. As we mentioned, it's going to be a big afternoon. We have the female ocean woman final, the men's ocean man final. We have the women's and the men's beach flags. We're down to the final 8 in both of those events, before we finish things off with the mixed Lifesaver relay final. That is going to be absolutely huge. The Ocean Man and Ocean Woman events, of course, running an M-shaped course. We've only seen one final this afternoon. It was that female surf ski race final, and already it's clear that these waves are going to have a very big part in determining our final positions here of the afternoon. There's some nervous faces down there on the start. We might actually take this time to check back in with Christy Munro. Christy, we can see that the sun's out now. It's blue skies down there compared to earlier on in the day, but what is the actual weather like? What's the temperature like down on the beach?
Sam, it has warmed up a bit down here as well. Yes, the breeze is still blowing strongly, but nicer conditions for our athletes. I have had a bit of an update on the delay. Apparently, it is still a photo finish for 2nd and 3rd, so the judges are really just confirming those places, whether it was Bianca in 3rd or whether she perhaps just slotted herself into 2nd. So that is the delay. They're obviously really wanting to get that decision correct because medals are on offer. So we will wait for the official judges to recheck the video footage.
Okay then, thank you, Christy. Well, that could be another twist in this story, couldn't it, for both the Raywood sisters to finish in 1st and 2nd on the podium. Christy, if we still have you there, wasn't that a nice moment to see the sisters reflect on their success and doing it side by side as well?
Yeah, it's really beautiful to see them compete together. I've seen them compete in a board rescue where they're absolutely blowing up at each other about who's doing the right thing on the board, but they obviously really have a lot of respect for each other out there on the water, and while there is that friendly rivalry, they're really, really happy to see each other do so well. They obviously train together, so they understand the work that each other is putting in, and it's hard not to be happy and super respectful of each other.
You're a sibling in surf yourself, Christy, over the years too. Obviously not racing against your brother, but what's it like to be able to share a sport and share an understanding like that with someone in your own family?
Yeah, I mean, you always seem to lift a little bit more for your teammates, but especially so when it's a sibling. I was fortunate enough to do some mixed double ski racing with my older brother, who also loved the ski competition. And yeah, it's a really special thing to share and a really great family moment.
Well, no doubt the Raywood family will be reflecting on this day for a very, very long time, even if it does finish as gold and bronze, an incredible result for them. And we did hear Bianca say throughout the day that she just wanted to try and get her sister, but when that moment came, all she could think about was seeing her sister do well. So it was really beautiful stuff there, and a really nice story to get us going. And it's another nice picturesque day at Karawa Beach, as you see that shot of the skyline there in the background. So we just have official results coming in as we see the men get into the water. That result has been changed. So it is the Raywood sisters in 1st and 2nd place. You can see those results cycling through now at the bottom of your screens as well. So gold and silver for the Raywoods. That means Olivia Clues from Newport will finish with the bronze. So a huge story here out of Karawa Beach to kick off our finals this afternoon. And what a moment for the Raywood family. But now focus turns back to the water. with the men's surf ski race final. A long hold that they just had to endure. No doubt nerves through the roof. This is a world championship final. And like we saw in the women's race, it is all about executing these skills. It's not easy to do in this wind. It starts with a clean jump, popping over these waves cleanly, and hitting them with as much momentum as possible to get through the other side as we see a set to start to come through. The starting line is set. Our Czech starter has his arm in the air. Nice even line there. Now we wait for the surf to be even as well. So they are and racing in the World Championship final for the youth men's ski race, and right through the middle of the field, that is Tiago Chamberlain, who has had a flying start. One of our paddlers has fallen out of his ski at the northern side of the line, but out in front, there is no issues. It's Chamberlain in one. Oh, that's Oliver Dillon from Tugun Surf Lifesaving Club. I don't know whether a rudder cable has gone. Something's happened. You can see him pushing those pedals, so that's the story of heartbreak. But out in front, it is Chamberlain in one. Joel Steiner from Wander Surf Lifesaving Club is right there on his outside as well. On the bottom of the screen, you can see Iwan Scrivens as well. Ivan is racing for Sorrento Surf Lifesaving Club, but he is from Great Britain. So Ewan Scrivens from Sorrento is content to do the work on his own at the moment, but we can see just Chamberlain dragging further and further ahead at this stage after what was quite an explosive start. Bodie Emery from Dickey Beach is on that red ski. He's about in third place at the moment, and he's trying to make a move up the inside to those cans too. The Scrivens and Emery are battling for that spot around the cans, but it's Chamberlain and Steiner in 1 and 2 at this point. The man from Northcliffe on that orange ski will get the inside line and the first opportunity to chase some of those runs on the way back in. This has been a very tight battle so far between these two. Will the wind and will that inside line make a difference? We can see Steiner start to push that little bit wider, and that's a great shot to show what's on offer, as Chamberlain really puts the foot down now, and that lead has just turned into a 2 boat length lead in the blink of an eye. Steiner's now got an opportunity to respond, and he's trying to take that inside line, but Chamberlain is going with him. He's making his way across that line as Steiner, and now the waves are starting to build. We can see Scrivens has pulled wide on his own to the right. We're going to see different lines on the way back in as that rating starts to increase. The nose of Chamberlain is starting to drop down it, and he has got himself a little wave, so it won't be enough to take him all the way back to the shore, but it is something that has extended his lead by a long way. And now it starts to stand up on that second bank as well. That was explosive paddling. He just flew through that gutter like it wasn't there at all, and now he just has to hold his ski straight to claim the World Championship. Tiago Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club is the new world champion in the men's ski as the race heats up for the minor medals as well. We can see Joel Steiner looks like he might have got the nod. This is going to be very tight at that line. Far too tight to call live in commentary, so we will leave that up to the judges. But there is no doubting our winner. Tiago Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe. A dominant paddle. He led from start to finish. Christy Munro, that was a very impressive performance.
Yeah, very, very dominant performance there for our winner. Another tough call for our judges for those minor placings. So there'll be a much more deliberation again over that second, third, fourth and fifth spot. You can see the competitors have their arms up in the air. No one's too sure who got there, but there's absolutely no doubt about our winner.
You just thought when he got that little lift out the back that it wasn't going to be enough to bring him all the way through, but that was absolutely explosive paddling. Wasn't it impressive to see the way that he was able to link those banks together? And I'm sure a lot of athletes, Christy, would have been taking note of that.
Yeah, he didn't make it look like there was any dead water. He paddled from that back bank right through, but that would have been a lot harder than it looked just linking those runners, and he never gave up and fought right through to the line.
Yeah, so we're just seeing the race replay on screen now. Absolute heartbreak there for our man from Shugan with that rudder cable going. But for Chamberlain, well, it was complete dominance. Joel Steiner went with him and he was on his sidewash going around the cans. Ewan Scrivens from Sorrento Surf Life Saving Club opting to try and go it alone towards the can. Maybe that might have used a bit of gas for him. No issues for Chamberlain though. More than happy to take things on his own terms and do it his own way. That was the moment where he made his move. It was coming into that third turning marker where he milked that run back towards the beach. And from that point, he certainly didn't look back. As we just mentioned, we can see that wave starting to stand up. He's come across the line of Joel Steiner there, and Steiner unable to get down that run, and Chamberlain milked that wave all the way back to the beach to win the Youth Men's Surf Ski Race World Championship. Tiago Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe. He's standing by with Christy.
Thank you, Sam. On the beach here with Tiago, as you mentioned, world champion youth male ski race. Has that sunk in yet?
Yeah, a little bit. Just still processing what happened today. It's going good though.
That would have had to have been your perfect race plan execution. You just flew right from the start.
Yeah, I knew I had to get to that first ski can and just work those runners all the way home, and that's what won it for me there.
You must have been so excited to feel that runner under your ski out the back, but we watched how hard you worked to turn that runner into a wave.
Yeah, I just hope none of the other boys were on today, and then just saw it pop up and I just worked for it and it turned into a wave and I was on by myself. So yeah, it was good.
I can see you massaging those forearms. Have you got another race ahead of you this afternoon?
Yeah, I've got the mixed Taplin or ocean relay, whatever. But yeah, I've got that last minute of the day.
Well, we'll let you go and warm down, flash out those forearms, but congratulations, you are the world champ.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chrissy, and congratulations to you, Tiago Chamberlain from BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club. What a performance that he just put in. No wonder he's grabbing at his forearms, because that was explosive speed that he produced, not just on the way out, but also on the run back in as well. So Tiago has just walked over to get himself scanned. Those results are now going official on liveheats.com. That is where you can follow all of the action throughout the afternoon as well. See those lane draws. You can get the results as soon as the athletes are getting them themselves. And at this point in time, Tiago is the only athlete to have been scanned in, because this is what we are waiting on. An incredibly close finish between the rest of the field. It is very, very hard to call that race there for the silver medal because of the angle as well. Keep in mind that the finish line is between the two pink flags, so at a slightly different angle to what we're seeing there on the drone. So some nervous moments for the rest of the field as they start to set up the course for the female Ocean Woman final, and it is on the M-shaped course as well. We haven't raced this throughout the early rounds today, but we are now going to be seeing the M shape they introduced for the national teams competition. And as we've spoken about, this is also the format moving forward in the proposal for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics. That is an event that all of these athletes would be aiming towards if Surf Lifesaving does get the nod to be included in the 2032 games rather. So a great chance to see the future of sport on show today. So we're going to leave behind that men's surf ski race. We will bring you those results as soon as they are made official, but I do believe we're going to be having a little bit of a wait before we do get underway with marking those down. So we're looking at the moment at the start of the Youth Women's Ocean Woman race. So many of these athletes are backing up, having just competed in the surf ski final. So let's run through the start list of who we do have lining up in this event. In position number 1 is Olivia Clues, our bronze medalist from the ski race. Next to her is Leah Pilkington from Alexandra Headland, Emma McDonald from BMD Northcliffe, Zoe Wood, she won the board and the swim yesterday from Alexandra Headland, Anali Philpott from Karawa Surf Life Saving Club, Tiki Kaliste from Tugun, Mia Cook from Alexandra Headland, Britt Ackley from Maroochydore, Jasmine Raywood. We just saw her win the ski. She will be on a high from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, standing alongside her club mate in Chelsea Wood. Grace McManus from Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club, Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Surf Life Saving Club, Samantha McGrath from Maroochydore, Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont, Nicola Harkis from Woodridge Surf Life Saving Club in South Africa, Scarlett George from Coogin Headlands Surf Life Saving Club, Elizabeth Shearer from Terrigal, Millie Peterson from Alexandra Headland, Lani Waller from Redhead, Nikita Nissan-Saran from BMD Northcliffe, Zara Green from Terrigal, Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland, Tara Shotter from BMD Northcliffe, and Olivia Dotty. So this is a big start line. We have just read out 24 names that will be lining up to contest this World Championship final. And as I mentioned, it is across the M-shaped course as well. So this is the first final that we have seen in this arena this afternoon. We might take this opportunity to head back down to Christy Munro, who is on the beach. Christy, that tide has dropped out a long way since we saw the preliminary rounds of this event go around. How much wading are we expecting to see?
Sam, there's going to be a lot of waiting out there on that bank this afternoon. It's going to be a grueling M-shaped ocean woman race that we're about to witness here. The transitions are long, and that's before you even get into the water and add on that wade. So the runners in the field are going to be very, very happy with these conditions and with this format. But if you haven't done some work on your legs in this off-season, it's definitely going to show.
What about in terms of what we're seeing in the water? I haven't had a chance to look yet in terms of where those cans are lined up with the transition flags for the running, because that wind is now very strong and it is coming quite across the screen as well.
Yeah, they're fairly well set straight in front of this transition arena. The swim's relatively close in, and the ski and the ski cans are quite a distance out. So I would expect it to take quite some time to get through this M shape by the time they go from start to finish. And the conditions are fairly moderate. We've spoken about that, the size of the surf dropping. However, there is still a rogue set that we'll see come through, probably from those board cans.
Okay, thank you, Christy. We will wait and see how that does impact on the race, as we do just wait for these athletes to get the all clear to start getting prepared for that start line. I do believe they're getting there. Final instructions now, just as we have been waiting on the result of that men's surf ski final as well. So those results are now starting to be made official. We'll come back to them in just a moment, because let's have a chat about this M-shaped course that we are going to be seeing too. This is a new innovation that we have been implementing here at the World Championship. So that start of the race, you can see that run, and we are beginning with our swim. So athletes will go out and turn one singular can, then come back to the beach on the water's edge. You can see on that shot on the left-hand side of the screen, the two blue poles. Well, they are the poles that they will be running around before going back out for the second leg of the swim. There is a traditional run transition, and then it is on to the ski. So this is a different order to what we saw race this morning. The ski will be next, and then they are going to be making their way back through that M as well before finishing. Actually, rather, the graphic, it will be swim, board, ski. So they'll be going board second. The ski will be the last leg, and that will be the finish of the race. So they're being given the all clear to get ready to race now. The goggles are starting to go on top of the head as well. Just quickly, those results have been made official. It was Tiago Chamberlain in one, who won that youth men's ski race. Byron Deekman from Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club did get the nod for the silver medal ahead of Joel Steiner from Wanda Surf Life Saving Club. You can see those results on the bottom of the screen, or head to liveheats.com, because for now, we switch our attention to the Ocean Woman Championship. 24 of the fittest surf sports athletes in the world are right now on that start line to contest, as Christy said, a grueling format too in terms of the M-shape arena. There is going to be a lot of running that is about to get underway, and no doubt it is going to be very tight racing. The standard of competition has been so high throughout this event, and a lot of these athletes have already made an impact on the open stage as well throughout their career too. So
Zara Green,
The future of surf sports has certainly arrived, and it is on show right now. As we have mentioned, that M-shaped format is the format that is being put forward for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics. So we hope that this is a taste of what is to come in the future. As they get ready for a start. In the World Championship Final. And they're underway in racing, the Ocean Woman Final. This is the World Championship here at the 2024 Interclub titles. And you can already see the benefit that some of those athletes who are quick across the bank have got on the right-hand side of screen. Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland, she made this her strength throughout those early rounds throughout the day, and she's certainly doing the same again now. The field just wading across that bank before they start finding their rhythm swimming, and they are away into the deep water. Christy Munro, we didn't know what we were going to see in terms of the athletes running down the beach, but they've all gone straight in front, and now that pack is beginning to form.
Yeah, that inshore water movement has certainly reduced since this morning. We have that wind to contend with, but not as much water movement as we have seen, particularly over the last couple of days. So I would expect the swimmers to land fairly well straight on that first red turning marker before they'll head back in to run around the flags and then back out to complete the M of the first swim leg.
Thank you, Chrissy. We'll come back to you on those run transitions as well, but for now we have eyes on the front of the field too, because one of our competitors from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is starting to streak away from that field. Going off form, you would have to say that that could well be Jasmine Raywood as you see those goggles. I think it does look like Jasmine as she makes her way back in. Lani Waller from Redhead, the current Australian surf race champion, is right on her feet as well, with Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland in third. Those three athletes starting to streak away as we see a huge clump of athletes at the back there. That pack is swimming on top of each other, so we will remain to be seeing just how much the waves do start to have an impact on things coming back into the shore. As Jasmine Raywood leads things at the moment ahead of Lani Waller. So you can see that they're starting to get to the edge of that bank, but will a wave stand up at the right time, or is it going to be the back markers who come through? One of our athletes from Terrigal is starting to make a move. That's either Zara Green or Elizabeth Shearer swimming towards the front. There is a bit of a wave on here. Can Lani Waller get down on the right? No, she can't. Neither can Raywood out in front. So a small opportunity goes unclaimed, but now there are waves starting to break. Will any other athlete be able to get down with this? Yes, one of our competitors from Terrigal has pulled down the front of that wave. So it is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and Terrigal out in front. That water just filled up for Waller and Tate on the right-hand side. Now they're trying to close that gap back down. This is the first of two M-shaped legs. So we are only halfway through that swim. Christy Munro, what are you seeing down there on this first M transition?
Well, that was an incredibly short swim, Sam. Once they finished that wading and porpoising, out and around that can went very, very quickly. You'll see this gap open up because you can run a lot faster than you can swim. So our lead two who were able to get to their feet and really sprint through that transition have opened themselves up a small gap.
Okay, thank you, Chrissy. Well, we have eyes on that at the moment. And you're right, those athletes who are able to wade and have those limbs to be able to get out of the water along that bank, there is a big opportunity there. You can see Isabella Tate from Coogin Headland. She led things out across that first bank, and she's actually just closing that gap down ever so slightly, but she's going to have to get on those feet very quickly of Jasmine Raywood, because she is already putting her head down and starting to streak away once again, although just taking a little bit of navigation issues there. Jasmine, she's now found that buoy once again, and he's back on track. So it's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1, Terrigal in 2, Coogin Headland in 3, BMD Northcliffe has climbed to 4, Redhead in 5, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is in 6th as well. So out in front, it's Jasmine Raywood. Very interesting to see how the two swimmers have separated from each other here, whether or not that was a conscious effort from Raywood to get away, to make sure that she wasn't going to be sat on her feet, remains to be seen. But a bit of a wave breaking now over that turning marker in the swim as well. So, geez, wouldn't a wave like that have been nice just to push them a bit further back in? An opportunity will arise for the rest of the chasing field to catch back up here too. So There's not much between the field. The swimmers on the way in and the way back out, swimming almost on the same line, but they are all trying to catch that athlete on screen at the moment, Jasmine Raywood. She just won the ski race. She was so dominant representing Australia in the national teams competition as well. And now she's starting to streak away ever so slightly ahead of Terrigal, Coogin Headland, Redhead, BMD Northcliffe, all giving chase at the moment as we start to come back into the break. And there's a wave starting to stand up. So will that be enough for our back markers to try and catch? No, it won't. Will it be enough for Terrigal? It won't be either. Instead, it is Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who gets the lift. She's trying to force her way down the front of it. Not quite able to hold that whitewash, but it has pushed her most of the way back in. And her lead is about to get even longer. Christy, that was another dominant swim from Jasmine Raywood.
So dominant. She's really extended that lead there. It's probably out to about 40 metres, and it's extending with every stride as the other athletes are still yet to clear the water's edge. So Jasmine's up into transitions. You can see she is slowing down a little bit. Her heart rate would be absolutely through the roof. But she knows she can have a bit of a rest out the back on the board. Job still yet to be done as she makes her way through this break.
Christy, how big is that lead now over the chase pack?
I would suggest it's stretched out now to close to 100 metres. Maybe about 70 metres. Well, our second place is just rounding that transition marker now. So a very, very comfortable lead. Only one leg down, though. We've still got the board and the ski to go.
Yeah, that's right. We still have plenty to go in this race, but if you were going to dream of a way that you could start it off, that is how things would have gone for Jasmine Raywood. She just stands up and gets knocked back a little bit by a wave on that bank there. She's going to have to sit up and pop over one more at least before she can get a chance to get through. Rolling another wave as well. So there has been a little bit to slow her up on that back bank. Another wave to be rolled, and this one has thrown her backwards on that board. She's able to stand up in that relatively shallow water and get moving again, but some nervous moments no doubt for Jasmine Raywood as she clears over the top of that wave now and finds that deeper water to approach that first turn on the board in this M-shaped race. The rest of the field certainly giving chase, but they're now going to hope for a few things to go their way in order to reel in the leader, Jasmine Raywood. And it does look as though things did open up a little bit. I do wonder whether Christy Munro can provide a bit more insight on that. It looked as though the chase pack, for the most part, got through relatively unscathed.
Yes, Sam, incredibly unfortunate timing of those sets there for Raywood. She was held up under 3 or 4 quite big sets, which gave that chase pack a chance to follow. She did sneak through, and there were another couple to hit that second and third place getting. So her lead wasn't completely chewed up, but that would have been a big energy expenditure for her.
It's a great point about the energy. This is going to be a grueling race, and it has a long way to go. This is essentially leg 3 of 6, if you count those M turns as separate legs. She now gets around it on the board and starts to make her way back in. A wave right now is what she is hoping for. She certainly gets a lift on the board from that first one, but it won't be enough to bring her back through the gutter. Will there be a wave standing up for the chasing pack? Now that is the question that we do start to ask as the field comes back in. We can see that has been a bit of a change as well. I do believe that's Emma Wood in second from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, with Zoe Woods from Alexandra Headland now up to third as well, but they are still doing all they can to try and reel in our leader, Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So it's Jasmine Raywood out in front. You can see that she's just looking in front of her, trying to find where the best spot is for that little lift. Will this wave be enough to bring her into the beach? She's certainly getting close enough now. And yes, she does slide back on her board. So a chance to rest at least for now. On the way back in, she comes across this bank, a few more strokes to get over the front of it. And she's going to opt to get off at bunny hop as well. That is why she's so strong and has already made such an impact on the open stage, is that there are no shortcuts here. She knows that she needs to ram home this advantage, which is what she's doing now, because that is our chasing pack. That is Zoe Woods, the new World Interclub Board Champion, who is moving into second. And certainly giving chase. Ahead of Chelsea Wood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park as well, but that is quite the advantage at the moment. Christy, do you feel as though they were able to eat back into any of that lead at all in the opening board leg?
I was predicting that they might, because Raywood had to paddle almost all the way back in there, but the urgency that Raywood is showing compared to that chase pack is quite different. They almost look content to be in that second, third and fourth. I don't know that they have the belief within themselves that they can catch first place, so that just goes to show the dominance of Raywood. She's really putting it down to the rest of this field, and she might be somewhat in their heads at this stage.
Well, that's right. Not only is she in their heads, but she's well out in front. She is a long way through that break now as well. And although that first of the two chase packs did a good job of getting across that bank relatively unscathed, Raywood still has things on her terms at the moment. So she's approaching that second bank out the back here at Kurrawa in order to try and pull her down. Is the chase pack of Alexandra Headland, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, and we've lost the skull cap there as well, but it does look like a New Zealand swimming cap. That could be Tara Shotter from BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club too. So that is the battle for second place at the moment, as the rest of the field makes their way back into the water for the second of two board legs on this M-shaped course. It's a lot of running, it's a lot of time going in and out of the break, and it can serve up plenty of surprises as Jasmine Raywood turns and starts heading for home now. So she has quite the advantage, as you can see right there in that shot. That lead is extended even further, and could this wave be enough to give her a bit of a lift too? She's about to look over her shoulder and see what's coming. Has it just filled out for her at the wrong time? Well, she does get a lift, but how much further will she be able to get it? Not much further than that. So she does get another slight run to push her further in front. The chase pack now praying that something comes their way. It's Zoe Woods from Alexandra Headland in second. Chelsea Wood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in third. We do believe that could be Tara Shotter in the New Zealand cap from BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club 2. And now a wave starts to come through for some of those chasing pack even more. We can see Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont was on the right-hand side of frame. One of our two territorial competitors, either Elizabeth Shearer or Zara Green, was making a move as well. But that is quite the advantage for Jasmine Raywood as she begins to move around the full transition for the second time. Christy, how is she looking?
She's looking very strong. She was, I noticed she was very conscious of where that turning marker is, so she anchored her board back into the wind slightly just to make that run leg slightly less. It's a huge run leg, and it's going to be a very long drag in with these skis. They've probably got to drag their skis 30 or 40 metres before they'll be able to jump on. So the legs and the arms will be absolutely burning, but there'll be a boost in energy knowing this is the final leg.
Absolutely, the ski leg is on the way, and we've had a change in the race for the silver medal too. Again, our athlete without their club cap on, maybe Christy will be able to provide an insight for us as to who that is, but that could well be Tara Shotter, the New Zealand representative from BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club, ahead of Zoe Woods, Chelsea Wood, and Caitlin Rees has made a big move on that board leg as well. So Jasmine Raywood has things her own way at the moment, but as we've seen throughout the racing today, the ski is very hard to race mistake-free on. So how will she be able to negotiate the break? We are about to find out. I do believe Jasmine Raywood, there she is on screen now on the right-hand side, and she has gotten herself through that shore break. So that could be a big advantage as the chase pack begin to make their way across the bank. And it looks like there's a couple of waves coming. Christy, what can you see?
Yeah, Jasmine is out in clear green water. Still waves ahead of our chase pack, so they are not clear of that shore break. Absolutely getting slammed in there at the moment. Zoe Wood probably making the best of that. They are clear now if they can go.
Thank you, Christy. Well, one of our paddlers has just come off their ski, and this race has had another twist and turn as well. That is not what you want to have happen. If that is Tara Shotter from BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club, she's just been driven a long, long way back to the beach. That race for silver now between Zoe Woods, Caitlin Rees is in third, and Chelsea Wood as well from BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club. So Jasmine Raywood out the back has just turned that marker, and she's now heading for home. And she's got a wave as well. It was always going to be a big task to try and paddle her down, the world champion from just 20 minutes ago. But with a wave like that, she has 1 foot on the top step of the podium to be the Ocean Woman World Champion. What an afternoon that would be to claim both the ski and the Ocean Woman. This is the race for second that we're seeing on screen at the moment. It's Zoe Woods in 2, Caitlin Rees in 3, Chelsea Wood in 4. And we're seeing a very big move come from one of our competitors from Alexandra Headland Surf Life Saving Club as well. That was absolutely incredible. So out in front, it's Jasmine Raywood in 1. She's just going to get picked up by this little whitewash. She's going to try and keep it from going sideways as she cuts across there. The leg might go out here. No, she doesn't need to. She has floated that ski back around, and that is the skill on show here this afternoon from Jasmine Raywood. Now she's turning the first of the the M-shape run, rather. She has one transition to go, and that is the final one ski leg to go as well. So Jasmine Raywood now getting back into her boat. And this is some battle for the silver medal too. On the left-hand side of screen, it's Chelsea Wood. In the centre there, it is Caitlin Rees. And on the far side of screen, it's Zoe Woods as well. Caitlin Rees goes sideways. She's gone sideways, but she is still in her ski for now. And no, now she falls out. So that is a little mistake that will cost her a bit of time. It doesn't mean that her dream of claiming a medal is over, not by a long way, but that isn't the way you want things to go, Christy. We're starting to see, under fatigue, those skills are becoming harder and harder.
Yes, it's a very shallow section where they're having to get off their skis. So they're wanting to paddle all the way into the beach, but it's just where your ski can slew slightly. So a little bit of fatigue and decision-making fatigue certainly setting in there.
So another big test on the way for those athletes who are chasing down our leader, Jasmine Raywood, who is out the back. There are not many more obstacles for her to overcome on her way to the Ocean Woman World Championship. There is just one more ski leg on the way back into Navigate. That's Liv Clues on screen. She came third in that ski race, so no doubt she has a bit of potential to catch up to the rest of the field in this leg as well as they start to make their way out the back, which is where Jasmine Raywood is now. So, oh no, we've had another of our paddlers come off their skis, and this time it's been lost. Chelsea Wood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park has lost her ski, and just like that, this race has been flipped on its head once again. So a set is standing up inshore. Caitlin Rees returns to 4th place, but she has some more waves to punch into as the pair from Alexandra Headlands now extend their gap over the rest of the field. A couple of waves breaking out the back. We're keeping one eye on Jasmine Raywood too, though, because she's at the top of that frame. She's on her way back in now as the rest of the field are going out, and all she has to do is navigate that break one more time to be crowned world champion. This is the picture at the back of the field, furiously trying to get across that bank and fight for every single point in position. But out in front, Jasmine Raywood is coming into the break for the final time. This is the 6th leg of 6. She drops down the face of a wave. She continues to spin that paddle over, and she is going to stand up in just a few moments' time and begin her march to the Ocean Woman World Championship title. The battle for second between the Alexandra Headland clubmates, but there is the smile, and this race has been won. She just won the ski race after a huge day of action. And now Jasmine Raywood is going to add yet another accolade to her name. The resume is growing by the carnival. But the latest doesn't come any bigger. Acclaim as she rounds the flag. Jasmine Raywood is the Youth Ocean Woman World Interclub Champion. And what a result and what a reward for what has been an unbelievable carnival from her as Zoe Woods goes sideways inshore. Zoe Woods has slipped off her ski. She's ditched it all now as she makes her way back in because she knows that she just needs to get up the beach and she can still claim the bronze medal. Instead, the silver will go to her clubmate. We believe that to be Mia Cook. We'll get confirmation when she comes across the line. But it is an Alexandra Headland double in second and in third. Zoe Woods won't be caught for the bronze medal. Instead, the silver will go to her clubmate too. It's Alexandra Headlands in silver and bronze, but both finishing just behind Jasmine Raywood on the podium as they share a hug. What a carnival that Zoe Woods has been having as well. World Interclub champion in the swim and the board. Now she's adding a bronze medal in the Ocean Woman event as well. An incredible campaign and an incredible race as well. There were twists and turns at every single corner as the rest of the field now starts to make their way back into. That's Charlotte Hart whose cap came off. We apologise to Charlotte. We were calling her potentially as Tara shot her, but that is Charlotte Hart who is making her way up the beach now. She will finish in 4th place, 5th in that ski final just a few moments ago. Now she picks up a 4th in the Interclub Iron Woman, 2nd in the national team's Ocean Woman as well. She comes across the line to celebrate with her clubmate, Jasmine Raywood. It's still all on the line here to battle for those minor positions too. Maroochydore in 5 and 6, it does look like at this stage. The sprint is on for those points. Coming right down to the wire for Maroochydore there, 5th and 6th. Now the lunges across the start line happening. BMD Northcliffe, Newport, Redhead, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Coogin Headland. Very, very tight. There was not much separating this field at all as they came across the line. In a grueling format as well. So as we mentioned earlier, both the Ocean women and the Ocean men going through the rounds on the traditional iron course, and we're racing the M-shape for the first time here at the Interclub Championships this afternoon. And it was absolutely grueling with all of that running, all of that wading across the bank. As those results start to become official. So it was Jasmine Raywood in 1, the new Ocean Woman World Champion, and it was Mia Cook from Alexandra Headland Surf Lifesaving Club claiming silver ahead of Zoe Woods with the bronze. But our winner today, Jasmine Raywood, she's standing by with Christy Munro once again.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, down here with Jasmine, we're just enjoying and celebrating some of our competitors still finishing. You're the world champ. You said that was tough.
Yeah, honestly, it's just those conditions are bloody hard. Like just the running across the sand, I think that's what did it for me. But just so happy to have come away with gold.
Have you been working on your transitions? Because it certainly looked like it. That was not a short run.
Yeah, we do a bit of running with Kingy, but honestly, I haven't been doing much running recently. That was just pure fear of the girls behind me.
Well, it looked like you extended your lead with almost every... You look like you weren't really matched at all from start to finish. Are you just literally on a high this last week and a half?
Oh, well, thank you for saying that. But, you know, the girls behind me, I know how good they are and I know what this surf is. And even though I knew I had a lead, I just knew that I couldn't give them an inch or they'd take it all from me. And, yeah, I'm just so happy. But I look at the girls behind me, I look at, like, Caitlin Rees and that, and you know how good they are. And anything can happen. So, yeah.
You're so right. It's a very, very strong field, and you had a very dominant performance. I know you're not too far away from home. You've got a lot of supporters on the beach here. Who would you like to thank?
Just my club, Burleigh, my coach, Kingy, and my family for coming down and supporting me. I've just had such a good time.
Congratulations. You're the world champion in this youth Ocean Woman competition.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chrissy, and congratulations once again to Jasmine Raywood. She said that she just wants to come down here and have a good time. It's hard not to have a great time when you're getting results like she has. She has just won 2 world championships in the space of an hour. It started with the ski race, and now she has added the Ocean Woman race to that as well. You can see Jasmine, she's in 2nd there on screen at the moment, but in just a few moments, she hit the front of the field. That lead over Lani Waller from Redhead was more than a body length by this point of the race, and she didn't look back from there. We did wonder whether any of these waves were going to stand up and bring through the rest of the field. They didn't, and it was Raywood who just continued to put the foot down throughout the second M shape there. So that was one of our competitors from Terrigal who did hit the front for that period of time. But then Raywood streaked away. We can see the rest of the field going around that M-shape transition. A really exciting innovation here at the Lifesaving World Championships of 2024. We thought that could have been the moment, maybe where someone pulled down alongside Raywood. Instead, she milked that wave a long way back to the beach, and that only began her dominance. There was a few nervous moments as she got on the board as well. She got absolutely cleaned up by a couple of these waves. Rolling 2 waves in a row. There's one of them. Thrown backwards as well. But she kept her composure, crucially. She managed to get those runs out of the turns as well. And from that point, she did not look back. She said that she hasn't done much running lately, but she certainly made it look easy. She was going not only around those turning flags that we can see the chase pack going through at the moment, but it was also the work across the bank as well. It is very, very difficult to wade under fatigue like she was doing. Then it came time for the ski race. As we mentioned, she's the new world champion in the youth female surf ski race, and she made it work for her as well. That was Charlotte Hart, who just got absolutely cleaned up on her way out across the bank. Raywood had the luxury of just picking her moments on the way back in. She did go sideways here. We thought maybe she'd fall out, but look at the skills involved here. She doesn't stay calm. She leans back and she spins that ski right back around. Unfortunately for Caitlin Reeves from Swansea Belmont, she was to go sideways and she had to hold on to her ski because that was the first of 2 M leg transitions. So it was Chelsea Wood and Zoe Woods from Alexandra Headland who had the best of it there. You could just see Mia Cook starting to creep into frame 2 from Alexandra Headland. She had an enormous paddle, Mia Cook, throughout those 2 ski M's. And that's what saw her come back into contention to win that silver medal. But there was no stopping Jasmine Raywood. That was the moment where it sunk in. A big smile came across her face and a couple of little claims as she came across the line to be crowned the new Youth Ocean Woman World Champion. Zoe Woods crunched by a wave on the way back in. Mia Cook did an incredible job to keep it straight. Mia would come across the line to claim the silver. A hug there with our winner Jasmine Raywood before Zoe Woods would come across the line as well. That's Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in that dark swim cap. She would finish in 4th. Britt Ackley from Maroochydore, there she is on screen. She would claim 5th ahead of her clubmate Grace McManus. That was our top 6. And here are the full results too. So it was Raywood, Cook and Woods, our medalists. Hart, Ackley and McManus, as I mentioned, making up that top 6. We go back to Nikita Nissen-Saran from BMD Northcliffe, also representing France in the national competition. Pilkington, Clues and Waller making up the top 10. It was Chelsea Wood after that poor bit of luck. As things didn't go away on that last ski leg. She finished in 11th ahead of George, McDonald, Harkis, Dottie, Shotter, Green, Peterson, Tate, Philpott, all in there. It was a big final. It was stacked with talent. Shearer, Caliste, McGrath and Reeves would round out positions 21 to 24. So that was the Ocean Woman final. Now it's time to crown our Ocean Man World Champion. In position number 1, we have Riley Rasmussen from North Burleigh. 2 is Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach. 3 is Lachlan Mercer from Currawa Surf Lifesaving Club. Alexander Walker from Currumbin. Riley Brennan from Currumbin. Oliver Dillon from Tugun. Noah Maggs from Newport. Jacob Falconer from Ocean Beach. Byron Dickman from Maroochydore. Ben Servanac from Tugun Surf Lifesaving Club. Stephen Carkery from Cooks Hill, Kyton Pickering from Alexandra Headland, Fletcher Burdekin from Coogin Headland, Hayden Van Hooven from Mermaid, Campbell Asher from Alexandra Headland, Alex Stewart from Alexandra Headland, Ethan Callahan from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Jake Mayle from North Burleigh, Henry Simpson from Alexandra Headland, Christopher Calabut from Currumbin. We have Alex Shepherd from Currawa, Jules Lomka from Coogin Headland, Noah Thomas from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and Jet Green from Terrigal, making up another final of 24 here at Currawa Beach. The crowd is continuing to build for what is going to be another explosive race as well. Just while we're waiting for the start, we might check back in with Christy Munro. Christy, these male finalists have had the advantage of watching their female counterparts go around. Do you think there were some lessons there for them to pick up heading into their race?
Well, I certainly hope so, Sam. I think if I was a coach or a handler on the line with these athletes about to get going, I would say you really need to make your move in the transitions just there's so much ground to be made up or gained in the run in, the run out, and certainly that long run in between each discipline.
It seems pretty even, having watched that female ocean woman final, in terms of going straight in and straight out. We're not seeing any holes or rips starting to pop up in the surf, are we?
No, I think probably the only thing to be mindful is not being swept too far down to the south on the way back in for that second M. That side of the course is set a little bit further to the south compared to where the transition is. So that's probably about the only thing that they really need to think of tactically.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that, Chrissy. Thank you very much. Our field just getting their final instructions now. Swim, board, ski. As we've just seen, this is an M-shaped course, so they will be doing 2 legs of each craft discipline, a single can turn with a run around those 2 blue poles that you can just see the bottom of the frame there. The 24 fittest ocean athletes in the world in the youth competition now lining up for their chance to become the Ocean Man World Champion. And we are away and racing in this Ocean Man World Championship final. Plenty of pace being turned on into the water. We have seen a little bit of tactical decisions from some of the field heading to the right, but not by much as they get up and start striding out across that bank. One of our athletes managing to stay on his feet all the way across, and he is going to be the first into that deeper water and begin swimming towards that singular turning can as well. That was very impressive. Christy, we spoke about the waiting before the start of the race. That was explosive speed.
Yeah, they certainly saw what a early lead can turn into with Jazzy there. So I think everyone's not going to want to let anyone get too far in front because that gap can just continue to open up. So I would expect this field to stay pretty tight in and around that first swim can.
So at the moment we have Sunshine Beach out in front. That's Dylan Wilson. We saw the way he swam in the early rounds of the Ocean Man, so strong, and he's making sure that he's right there as well. Right on his feet, it's Riley Brennan from Currumbin as the boys come together in a very big way on that turning can as well. That was very brutal racing as they do make that sharp turn. It doesn't get more difficult than that. There is limbs flying in absolutely every direction. But for our man out in front, which is Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach, he has clean water. He doesn't have to worry about that for now, but he's being hunted down by Alexandra Headland, Currumbin, Tugun, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, and Newport are all in there too. Rasmussen from North Burleigh isn't too far behind. And as we start to enter back into this break, anything can happen in this surf as well. One little body wave could change things, and I think we're starting to see it stand up perhaps. There's a little opportunity here for our leaders to get down something, and they are going to as well. We have 5. One of our athletes from Tugun, it could have been Oliver Dillon or Ben Cervenak, has just missed out, but the rest of the field are down and running now as well. So we have Callahan from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the left, Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach. It looks to be Noah Maggs from Newport. Could be Kyton Pickering from Alexandra Headland coming through the middle of the field there too, and Riley Brennan, the Australian representative from Currumbin Beach, is there in 5th place as well. That was our lead wave. And there's a real opportunity here for Ethan Callahan to get moving, but instead it's Wilson who's going to try and take it, turning on a real bit of speed as he makes his way across that bank. Very impressive from our 2 leaders. You can see now on the right-hand side of screen, this is our chase pack that are currently doing what they can to mow down the leaders. A field of 24. We have 5 out in front. Could be a big turning point of this race. Christy Munro, how did you see that? That wave just seemed to pop up and bring maybe a few more than we thought onto it.
Yeah, they're still very tightly bunched out in that front lead pack. As you mentioned there, some of those competitors very brave across that bank. It's really hurting once you've done one swim leg to jump up to your feet, run around that turning flags, and then continue to wade back out. But they will be rewarded for that hard effort if they can get a little bit of a break in this swim. And as we mentioned, you can rest slightly in the craft legs.
Yeah, that is exactly right. We're not seeing much of that resting at the moment, but we do know there are opportunities, like Christy said, and we saw it in the Ocean Woman, that if you put yourself out in front, then you can race the rest of the event on your terms as well, negotiating that break. That is what Callaghan is attempting to do at the moment. He is out in front ahead of Pickering from Alexandra Headland, Wilson from Sunshine Beach. We go back there, not too far, to Brennan from Currumbin as well, as they start to make their way back in. So this is the second swim leg, the first leg of the overall Ocean Man final. M-shaped courses for the very first time. We're loving seeing it here. This is the format that we will be taking to the 2032 Olympic Games if the sport is successful. And you can see why. It's explosive. There's a lot of action in it. And so many twists and turns as the little wave starts to stand up now. Will it be enough to bring the athletes through? Well, you can see that Wilson managed to get down it on the right-hand side, and I think he might get the best of it there. So Callaghan has just been swallowed up from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and instead it's now Alexandra Headland and Sunshine Beach out in front as well. Callaghan keeping within touching distance as well. So they are our top three as they make their way around the transition for the very first time. Christy, what is your take on how they're travelling in this run?
Yeah, very strong swim there. I believe I'm just trying to pick up the faces there. That might actually be Henry Simpson from Alexandra Headlands up and around that transition first. You can see there is some pain on the face, but they are relieved that that swim leg is over, and they're just about to pick up the handles of that board.
Well, there's an opportunity here for Simpson to get across that bank and start to open up a slight advantage. She does have about 5 metres only at the moment as Callaghan comes through and picks up his board. So too Wilson from Sunshine Beach. And just now you can start to see some of the fatigue set into that running stride as well. So we will wait and see how many of the athletes are on their knees. They're all trying to really reel that gap back in. That shows how fit they are. I believe that's Mags potentially from Newport, who's just come into the frame in 4th place. As he tries to shut down that gap. Simpson just forced to stand up and wait for that wave to come as one more begins to stand up now. Simpson getting shot through that gap. It's Callaghan who has to duck it. It did bring his momentum to a halt, but he is still right there in contention as they start to get into their rhythm on the board. Mags making a big move alongside Wilson now as well. So that is our top 4. They do look quite clean cut at the moment, so he's Henry Simpson, we believe, from Alexandra Headland to be out in front. Ethan Callaghan looming large, and now he makes the move as well. Timing his run for the moment that Simpson got back on his belly as a wave breaks out the back. I think they're both going to sneak around it. Yes, they do. But that was a big move from Ethan Callaghan because now not only does he have the lead, he has the inside line on that sharp turn as well. We may see him play a little bit of gamesmanship when it comes to getting around this can if he does want to turn the screws on the rest of the field. That was a crucial move to get in front. Now he's getting around with a bit of intensity because he knows that the person who has the first opportunity at the runs can take advantage, and that is what we are seeing right now as a wave starts to stand up for 3rd and 4th. So Callaghan's lead is about to get swallowed up, although he now gets a lift as well as he makes his way into the gutter. This has been a big moment of this Ocean Man race so far because we have a new leader, and that is Noah Mags from Newport. He was in 3rd position coming around that can, but that wave just timed out right at the perfect spot. As a little one starts to stand up, there's an opportunity now for all of our athletes on their way back in. Simpson going from 1st to 4th. He cracks a wave as they start to make their way into the first M-shaped turn. Christy, we knew this race was going to have some twists and turns. There was a big one right there.
Yeah, the waves are certainly coming into play. There's not much on offer, but these boards will pick up almost anything. So some really big runners and some great amount of assistance coming on for these competitors. Still fairly packed up here in the front. The leader has slightly broken away, but a chase pack of 3. We would expect them to maybe close the gap if these sets continue to roll in.
Thank you, Christy. Well, we know how fit Noah Mags is as an athlete. He's got a huge engine. He works so hard, and he's still so young as well. So he's really sticking it to some of his older competitors here and taking advantage of his moment. in the spotlight of a World Championships final as well. So it's Mags in one, as we see a couple of paddlers back in short as have a few little slip-ups. The fatigue's starting to set in now as they try and execute their skills. The rest of the field making their way around that M-shaped turn, going back out to sea for that second board leg. And Christie did predict that chase pack was going to work together. We've certainly seen that already. Callaghan starting to close that gap down to Mags.
See in the competitors who are still running in and around transition, they know that the surf can throw up anything. We haven't seen much of an upset slowing down our leaders, but I would say he would be able to feel those chases, and it's always a little bit easier perhaps sitting in that second and third place when you've got someone to chase rather than being the one out the front. You know that you're being hunted.
Absolutely. Well, our leader, Noah Maggs, is now turning around that can, and he is going to get a lift from this wave. How far will he be able to get it? He sits up on his knees. He feels the wave break around him. This could take him all the way back to the beach. That is one of the bigger waves we have seen break so far this afternoon, and it is going to take Noah Maggs one step closer to the Ocean Man World Championship title. He just comes off the back of that wave. Now an opportunity for O'Callaghan to respond. He's on the wave behind, and he is going to take that wave all the way through. So Mags just unable to milk that one all the way back to the beach. O'Callaghan looming large. He's going to try and shut down this gap as well. In fact, he's just about to draw alongside Noah Maggs. That was a big, big moment of this Ocean Man World Championship final. So it's Noah Maggs from Newport in one, Ethan Callaghan from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in two. We will wait to see who is currently in that bronze medal position as well, because it does look like our top two have edged further in front. Christie, what's the lay of the land now?
Yeah, you're exactly right there, Sam. Running around in transition, it looks like Henry Simpson has just overtaken into second position there. I thought that was an absolutely dream wave from way out the back, but what we didn't see happening was there was an equally dream wave there for our chase pack. So that gap has absolutely closed up. I believe these three, almost four competitors will hit their skis at the same time.
And it is a race in three at this stage, but we know there is more to come. Noah Maggs, Ethan Callaghan and Henry Simpson all going head-to-head now for the title of World Ocean Man Champion. Noah Maggs a lot younger than his rivals here. He spent a little bit less time on the skis, so will that inexperience or less time, less Ks in the bank come to the fore, or is that fitness that he has, that elite fitness that we know he has, able to hit the front? It looks as though there's been a little bit of drama out the back as a wave starts to hit our field. It was Noah Maggs the only one who stayed in his ski originally. Simpson came out of his ski. Callaghan got hit, and out of nowhere, Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach is caught back up. Him and Maggs are tangled together on their skis. They can't get away from each other at the moment. Has that opened the door for Ethan Callaghan to take advantage, because he is no longer in that frame? That was a big moment of Maggs and Wilson coming together on those skis. Neither of them were able to get a paddle in. So the question now is, where is Ethan Callaghan? I get the feeling that he could be extending the lead further in front. As we see Maggs and Wilson on the left there. We can see the splashing on the left of frame. That leads me to believe that Ethan Callaghan has snuck around that pack. That would be a big advantage if that is the case. We'll try and pick up that for you in just a moment as a set breaks out the back and also inshore for the rest of the field as well. So this is our chase pack at this point of the race. They're not out of it by any means, but they would need a lot of things to go their way. Instead, well, there it is. It is Ethan Callaghan who managed to get around that collision and get out in front. He did it out of sight of the camera, but look at that wave. That is a huge advantage. The challenge now, holding it straight. That whitewash is catching up to the rudder of his boat, but he is looking comfortable on his way back in. And while Wilson and Maggs came together and slowed each other down, Callaghan streaked further and further in front. Christie, that was a crucial move from Ethan Callaghan.
Yeah, he made a smart move to go just as the others were getting tangled up in that shore break. He's negotiated his way back in fairly safely. It's a really tricky stage, this stage. You don't want to get off your ski and make your run any further than you have to, but it is very shallow. Oh, skis going sideways out for those second, third place getters. but no trouble at all for our leader.
Well, Ethan Callahan, our leader, is currently turning around that first M shape. We did have a competitor right there on his tail too. So we've got Wilson in second. He is certainly not out of it by any means as they start to head back out to sea. It is Callahan in 1 from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Wilson in 2 from Sunshine Beach. You can see Noah Maggs on the screen now. He's in that bronze medal position making his way back in, but there is a lot of work to do to try and catch Ethan Callahan. Callahan punching through some waves in the background there. Will he be able to get over the next couple? This could be a crucial moment of the race, and he does. Ethan Callahan has hit deep water ahead of Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach. So it's advantage Callahan, but this race is not done by any stretch. Maggs turning around now in 3. Simpson there in 4th as well from Alexandra Headland. Our top 2 have gotten away, and Ethan Callahan streaking further and further in front. He has half a ski leg to go in order to claim the Ocean Man World Championship. And he's looking good as he tries to do it, but he knows Wilson isn't going anywhere. What a race from Wilson. He has fought back so many times throughout this race when it seemed like he had been defeated by waves popping up at rogue times. He'd been knocked back off his craft. Even in the swim, he did it the hard way getting around them, but Callahan has been right there at the front throughout the race. Such a consistent performer with experience well beyond his years. We've already seen him break through and claim some huge victories at the open level. And this is why we are seeing it now. He's chasing this run. He knows that there isn't a big wave coming, but he's going to have to work his way back to the beach. This wave, however, could take him a long way back to the sand. He sets up his line, and now he starts to put the foot down. The rating lifts. His nose starts to drop down the face of that wave, and he is shooting back to the beach. The arms ticking over. The challenge now as he looks over his shoulder, holding this wave straight. He's dropped down the wave. The rating needs to continue. He needs to get moving here, and he stays out in front of that whitewash. A little slip out of his ski, but it will not stop Ethan Callahan, one of the most dominant youth competitors that we have seen here at the World Championships, and he's about to be rewarded with the ultimate prize. So impressive, representing Australia at the national teams competition last week, and now he has backed it up. Ethan Callahan, but Dylan Wilson isn't out of it yet either. Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach is coming into the background. A look over Callahan's shoulder, and he has got there. Ethan Callahan, the youth Ocean Man World Champion, finishing ahead of Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach. What a battle that was between the two athletes of the future. Already making their mark now. Simpson striding up the beach from Alexandra Headland. That will be the bronze medal position. But Ethan Callahan, what a performance. In a race of so much drama, he was the one constant, consistently at the front, putting himself in those positions to see the bronze medal go back to Alexandra Headland Surf Lifesaving Club. Noah Maggs coming back into the beach as well. In fact, it'll be Alexandra Headlands to pick up 3rd and 4th as well. So what a result from the Sunshine Coast Surf Club. But out in front was Ethan Callahan ahead of Dylan Wilson. And another Alexandra Headlands competitor coming across the line as well. So 3rd, 4th and 5th for the club in their battle for points. That is huge. Noah Maggs, as we mentioned, racing up in age and certainly holding his own in a seesawing battle. Very impressive performances. Byron Diekman now from Maroochydore coming up the beach to round out those places as well. Riley Rasmussen from North Burleigh Surf Lifesaving Club. He'll be about 8th across the line. We'll bring you those results, and they are checked into lifeheats.com. Fletcher Burdekin from Coogin Headland Riley Brennan rounding out our top 10 as the rest of the field now starts to come across the line. But it was Ethan Callahan from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who has been crowned our world champion. He's standing by with Christy Munro.
Thank you, Sam. I am down on the beach here with Ethan, who will be crowned the world champion. You've done it. How does that feel?
Oh, definitely. Like last week, I want to get like last week, but this one definitely feels better.
We saw the lead change a lot out there. Was it as an exciting race to be in as it was to watch?
Oh, it was so exciting. Like, the boys were right up there, and, like, my legs are so cooked now. Like, that run is just not good.
It certainly looked tough. I mean, you guys do make it look a lot easier than what it really is, but we could tell how long and treacherous those run legs were. How much has gone into this World Championship preparation?
Oh, definitely a lot. Like, definitely behind the scenes with Kingy. Like, he's definitely mentored me through this and, yeah, helped me so much.
Well, you're a world champ, youth ocean man. What have you got to look forward to for the future?
Oh, definitely the series in a few weeks or months.
So just back to hard training after this week?
Oh, I think I got a couple of weeks rest and then I'll get back into it.
I think you've earned it. Enjoy your couple of weeks rest. We're very excited to see the future unfold for you, and congratulations on your world title.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christy, and congratulations to Ethan Callahan. As he mentioned there, he's done the double. He won the Ocean Man at the national teams event, and now he's done it at Interclub. But as he said, this is the one that he truly wanted, and he certainly went about claiming that in a very, very impressive way. Just adding another big result to his name ahead of what is set to be a huge summer for Ethan Callahan. As you can see now, as we look back at the race highlights, it was Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach who hammered to the front in that opening run across the bank and then the swim too. Callahan is closest to the bottom of screen on that body wave. He swam into about 4th place before that wave had come. Just consistent across the race. He was first up and around the turn and first back into the water too. On a day like today where the conditions were so tricky, as you can see Callahan, Simpson, Wilson, Mags, Brennan all coming around the flags. Callahan was so consistent in his mistake-free approach. There were no mistakes today from Ethan Callahan. And similar to Jasmine Raywood in the Ocean Woman event, that proved to be the key. There was a wave there for Wilson and for Simpson to bring them back into contention. They actually went past Callahan at this point of the event. It was Henry Simpson who was out in front from Alexandra Headland. Wilson in second on the right of screen, Callahan at the back. There was no panic. Simpson got through the break, Callahan went for his wash, and then he made the move going into that can. This signalled the start of his push towards the World Championship title. He got that run a long way out of the can. He milked it a long way through that gutter, and although a wave came through for Noah Maggs, one of our younger competitors in the field, Callahan stayed the course. So it was Maggs who led them into that last board leg. And he did incredibly well too. He stayed out in front as the pack continued to try and chase them down. It was always going to be a tough ask. As Noah Maggs cracked a fantastic wave. We wondered whether this wave was going to go all the way through the gutter. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite stand up for Noah. Dropped down that section, a brilliant wave. You can see it's about to hit the back of a little run in front. Caused the wave to fill out. And although Maggs was first into the water, the chase pack were right there. Simpson, Callahan, they've spent more time racing on the ski. And although they had to get out of their boat, little knock there. Maggs stayed in his ski, very impressive ski paddling. It was this moment, Maggs and Wilson coming together on the right. Callahan took advantage on the left. You can see the fact that he just put the hammer down and surged to the front. He got around that can in first and he did not look back. It was impressive skills to be riding that wave across the face as he made his way back into the beach. It allowed him a little chance to recover before he went back out again. Leg 6 of 6 in the M-Shape Ocean Man Championship of the World. punching through that wave. He got over the top of that next one before going on to claim the victory. Ethan Callahan from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park claiming the gold medal in the youth Ocean Man ahead of Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach and Henry Simpson from Alexandra Headland. And success for the club, Alexandra Headland, Campbell Asher and Alex Stewart rounding out that top 5. It was Bags in 6, Diekman from Maroochydore in 7, Rasmussen from North Burleigh in 8, Lomka from Coogin and Brennan from Currumbin rounding out that top 10. And Cervenak from Tugun, Thomas from Burleigh Heads, Burdekin from Coogin, Falconer from Ocean Beach, Green from Terrigal, Shepherd, Mercer, Mail, Calabar and Walker all in there to make up that top 20. Focus now is moving up to the beach arena. From 80 athletes, we have whittled our way down to just 8. And this is the World Championship final of the men's youth beach flags. We are now starting to get them ready for a start to run through. We have Jake Hutton from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club. That club on screen there. One of 3, Jake, Kaido Tui and Samuel Abold. All from Clifton in this top 8. Along with Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour, Tom Johnston from Maroochydore, Kobe Sorensen from North Cronulla, Clay Andrews from Metropolitan Caloundra, and Harrison Scarrar from Morty Alec. They will be going round for round with the women's beach flag final as well. You can see standing by. But for now, our focus is with the men. Getting set. $80 athletes down to just 8. They're in the starters' hands. And waiting. It's a sharp start from all of our athletes and a slight stumble from Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour, but it won't cost him. He picks up the flag. We're waiting to see who's missed out. Could be our man on the very end, Harrison Scarrar from Morty Alec. 8th place in the World Championships. Well, it did look like Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour. That little stumble, we feared it might have cost him, but instead, that flag popped up straight in front. Let's take another look at it. It's Carswell from Coffs Harbour on the left-hand side of frame. Just a stumble there, but it was a real battle between the athletes on the end. One of our competitors from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club just using his body, extending his arms ever so slightly as well there. But that is beach flags racing. The physicality of it all. Clay Andrews from Met Caloundra just squeezing the field to the left as well, to the right rather. This is our female beach flags final. Zara Hull from Maruya, Phoebe Doran, Swansea, Lily Alford, Surfers, Pippi Barlow from Maroochydore, Caitlin Williams from North Cronulla, Josie Holmes from Noosa, who won the beach sprint, Emerson Leadbeater, Rosie Falcus. They are our final 8 in the Female Youth Beach Flags Championship of the world. And they are away and racing in their first round of competition. It did look like it was a bit of a misstep from our competitor from Noosa Heads, Josie Holmes. She will be the first to go. She was crowned our female youth beach sprint world champion just 24 hours ago, but there won't be back-to-back medals for Josie Holmes from Noosa Heads Surf Lifesaving Club. Just looked like she stumbled ever so slightly. She came out of that turn just a little bit behind on the acceleration there, and she knew she had to come back inside if she was going to pick up a flag. Unfortunately for her, she could not get one. Plenty of pace there from Emerson Ledbetter from the Swansea Bellman that did force her to make that decision to cut back inside. In that scenario, all you can do is hope that there is still one left remaining. Instead, we are back to our men. Seven left in the pursuit for the World Championship. And they're up and racing. They are away now. It will be interesting to see where this flag does pop up, because there has been a battle on the left-hand side of the line. And we may potentially have a race-off for the two flags. Clay Andrews from Metropolitan Caloundra and Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour. Big moment. The officials just conferring to see if one of them had the flag first. We will wait and see what that decision is there. You can just see the two of them coming together. Carswell did very well to get in at the last moment. It looks like he was a little bit behind. And we're just getting those results through right now on liveheats.com. But yep, they've given it to, or they've eliminated rather, Sam Carswell. So Clay Andrews, he did have his body in front. The decision's been called there that perhaps he had his hand on the flag first. It was a real battle there. So Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour has been eliminated. He finishes 7th in the world. And these are rapid fire rounds. We are right back in with the women. 7 left in this competition. Seven left in the Female Youth Beach Flags Championship. The starter has them lined up, with the crowd starting to fill in here. A lot of anticipation around this beach. The suspense building. And they're racing. The battle for the top 6 is underway. They're starting to come together now. And it's our competitor from Maroochydore, Pippi Barlow, who is going to be eliminated. So Pippi Barlow finishes in 7th. There was not much splitting this field when they came back together there. Almost a game of chance just to see where that flag did pop up. This is a look inside the commentary booth now. Just a brief one as we run those replays of the flags. My name's Sam Jordan. It's great to be with you this afternoon. Calling all of the action with Christy Munro on the beach, who we will check in with perhaps after the next round of the men's flags to see what the atmosphere is like down there, because you can certainly feel the suspense starting to build. We are down to 6 in both the men's and the women's youth beach flag finals. Back to the men. Now that's an even start across the field. One of our competitors from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club just unable to get there too. We'll see who that is. Is that Samuel Abold from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club, the South African club? It is Sam Abold. So Sam is eliminated, 6th at the World Championships. Clifton with 3 of the last 6. That is incredible for that club, and it was a really tight race. We do have Christy Munro, who is watching it all unfold on the sand. Christy, this is very tense stuff. It's only continuing to rise as well.
Yes, you can't afford even the slightest stumble now that we are down to these last final numbers, these final run-throughs. You can feel the tension, and absolutely there's complete silence down here in the sand pits as the competitors are in the starters' hands.
Thank you, Christy. We'll come back down to you in a moment, because here is the battle for the top 5. These are the 6 best beach flag competitors in the female youth category anywhere in the world. They are currently getting ready for a start. In the starters' hands. There's some slight adjustments for Phoebe Doran from Swansea Belmont on the right-hand side of the line as we look at it. Now we wait. A flying start right across that line. It's hard to call. It does look like it might be, yes. That is our competitor, Zara Hall from Maruya Surf Life Saving Club, who has been eliminated 6th place in the world. A huge achievement. Congratulations to Zara. She did incredibly well there, and just getting some words of encouragement too from one of our officials. It was an even start, but it just looked as though on the outside it was always going to be a tough gig for Zara. Force her way past Caitlin Williams from North Cronulla, who's been looking really sharp out of those turns. Along with Lily Alfred, you can see just how sharp she is in the beach flags arena. We saw her get a bronze medal from representing Surfers Paradise yesterday in the beach sprint. Now we are back with the men. They're already in position. 5 remain. Long hold. And they are up and running as well. This is going to be hard to call this time. It did look as though one of our competitors from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, Kaio Tui, has picked up that flag late. It's Clay Andrews who will get 5th place. Would love to see what happened on the replay there, because I thought Clay Andrews was in for a flag. Kaio Tui didn't give up. He kept going and he was rewarded for it. So here's the start that you can see now. Andrews a little bit behind on the left, and they just came together. Wow, that was very tight between Kaito Tui and Clay Andrews from Metropolitan Caloundra coming on the inside. There is only centimetres in that. Kaito Tui doing an amazing job to be able to come right behind Tom Johnston there. He's into the final 4, one step closer to a medal. And this is our top 5. Lily Alford from Surfers Paradise on the left. Emerson Leadbeater from Swansea Belmont next. Rosie Falkus, Caitlin Williams, then Phoebe Doran from Swansea Belmont from left to right. That is our start order. The top 5. Some nervous moments. And they're set. We're racing one step closer towards a medal, and there's not much splitting the field. Caitlin Williams could be getting squeezed out, and she does. The North Cronulla competitor will finish 5th at the Interclub World Championships. Let's check back in with Christy Munro, who's on the sand. Christy, we are getting so close to the medal rounds now. What's the beach atmosphere like?
It's getting very exciting, especially with the crowd that is surrounding this flags pit. One more run through to go before medals are on offer. So it's going to be a very, very nervous run through for the men who are on the line.
And they are absolutely flying through these rounds, so there's not much time to think about the nerves involved, because we are racing for a medal right now. This is the final 4 of the men's beach flags. And it is a stacked 4. We have Jake Hutton from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club. He won the men's beach sprint yesterday. He's looking to try and do a double. Along with Tom Johnston from Maroochydore, who got third in that. Kobe Sorensen from North Cronulla, he got silver in that race. And Kaito Tui from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club. Here we go, not far away from the start. The medals to be decided. We're being paused for a moment. It's Kaito Tui who's just being told to straighten up ever so slightly. Yeah, he's being told to come back out to the outside. So that's Kaito Tui on the left. To his right is Kobe Sorensen, Jake Hutton, and Tom Johnston. This is the race for the medals. Who will step onto the podium? It is going to be Kaito Tui from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club who will finish fourth. You see his club mates rise to their feet to applaud. Fourth in the world. An incredible effort. Just short of the podium, which I know is what all these athletes are aiming for, but he has so much to be proud of. Just being caught on the outside there of Kobe Sorensen, who we know is so strong. That means our top three from the men's beach sprint yesterday are our top three in the men's beach flags today. Don't see that all too often. But the big question is, what order will they finish in? We're up to the same situation now for the women. On the left of screen, Emerson Leadbeater from Swansea Belmont. Next to her on the right is Lily Alford from Surfers Paradise. Then it's Phoebe Doran from Swansea Belmont with Rosie Falkus on her outside. Nervous moments to try and step onto the World Championships podium. This is it. The battle for the podium is underway, and it is a very even start, but Emerson Leadbeater from Swansea Belmont has been squeezed out from the outside. She will finish fourth in this Beach Flags World Championship. Let's head back down to Christy Munro on the beach. Christy, we've decided our top three, but what order will they finish in? What's the beach feeling like?
Well, I was thinking if you're taking it off that run through there, our competitor from Surfers Paradise looked very, very strong. I've just been told by one of the officials she's coached by Simon Harris, so some incredible pedigree there. But yes, anything can happen now that we're down to these final three. A little bit of relief. They're all checking in with their coaches. They're on the podium now. We just have to decide what colour.
And it is going to be some battle to do that. So we're straight back into the action now. This is the men's final. Johnston on the left, Sorensen on the right, Jake Hutton from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club in the middle. And they're away, our top three in the beach sprint. There's not much splitting them as they come down the stretch. But it's Kobe Sorensen from North Cronulla, the Australian representative, who will get the bronze medal. Jake Hutton looking to go back-to-back in the beach sprint and the flags. We'll face off with Tom Johnston in the final two. A very, very even start, plenty of explosive speed, but when Hutton came across Sorensen's line, that was essentially it. Very tight racing. And that was the moment. And this is our top three. Rosie Falkus on the left, Phoebe Doran in the middle, Lily Alford on the right-hand side. So international athletes. Rosie Falkus from South Brighton, New Zealand on the far side. Doran, Alford from Swansea, Alford from Surfers Paradise rather. 3 medalists, but they're all hunting for gold. And they're away. It was a clean turn, but Doran and Falkus come together. It will be Rosie Falkus from South Brighton in New Zealand who finishes with the bronze medal. That was a very even turn. Not much separating them at all. As Doran and Alford share a moment before they go back up to prepare to battle for gold. In the youth women's beach flags, Rosie Falkus, what a result. For the New Zealand competitor. Just coming shoulder to shoulder with Doran there. Doran just was slightly ahead. Had the speed to edge her way in front of her. Lily Alford looking very strong. So she finished 3rd yesterday in the women's beach sprint. But now back to the men's. It's Jake Hutton, the beach sprint champion on the left from South Africa. Tom Johnston from Maroochydore. He finished 3rd. He is on the right. Hutton looking to claim back-to-back gold. And he's away and running to try and do so. Johnston looks like he had the goal there, but it will be Jake Hutton from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club. He throws the flag in the air. And for good reason, he has just claimed back-to-back gold medals. He's embraced by his surf club. Great scenes of celebration there. That is a rare achievement to win both the beach sprint and the flags with speed to burn. It looked like Johnston had the first 2 steps, but Hutton's engine kicked into overdrive. So sharp over the second half of that race. Let's relive that. Johnston up to his feet, but wow, look at that speed from Jake Hutton and the celebration. His surf club was right there to celebrate with him, and that is the first thing he did. You can see how much it means to him, not just to be here claiming gold, but to do it in front of his friends and family as well on the other side of the world. That is an outstanding moment. We'll have a chat with Jake Hutton in just a moment, but for now our focus turns back to the women's final. Phoebe Doran from Swansea Belmont finished 2nd in the beach sprint. Lily Alford from Surfers Paradise, she finished 3rd. But this is all about the beach flags now. There is a world championship on the line between these two. Doran on the left, Alford on the right. And they're away and racing. Lily Alford looked like she got the best of it, and the smile is on her face very early into that run. She knew it. 3 steps in, she knew that she had that race won, and now she can't believe it. The hands cover her face there. Yeah, there's that smile again. Going to enjoy seeing that on the replay. That was a great moment. Her turn was so sharp, and soon as she hit the front, she knew that she wouldn't be caught. Such explosive speed. What a great moment. Lily Alford, the youth women's beach flags world's champion. She's running down to her team there. Right there is Coach Simon Harris. Well, if there's anyone who knows what it takes to deliver in these big moments, it's that man on screen, and now he's helped produce another champion as well. What an outstanding moment here at Kurrawa Beach for Lily Alford. 2 world champions have just been crowned. Look at the smile. It kicked in early. You could see it there through gritted teeth. And straight over to congratulate her competitor. That's great sportsmanship. That is what it's all about as well. It's the beauty of the World Championships. And look at Harris. Didn't he have a huge smile on his face too? Just that turn was so sharp. Doran looks like in that 2nd and 3rd step, maybe she had a bit of acceleration to come back to Alford, but once she moved across the line, it was race over, and here's that smile. 2 outstanding beach flag finals. Let's head back down to the beach with Christy Munro, who is standing by with our men's winner.
Thanks, Sam. I'm down on the beach here with Jake from Clifton. You won the sprints yesterday. You've won the flags. 2-time world champion. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels really good because I put in quite a lot of work, and a lot of effort went into getting me here from my parents, my coaches, and everyone around me. So just to be able to appreciate them by achieving this and achieving my goals, it feels really great.
I can only imagine. Did you have a pet event between your sprints and flags? Did one come more unexpected?
I don't know if one came more unexpected. I think I was happy with either one for sure. I mean, anyone would be for a world championship, but I was definitely, the flags was more of my goal to achieve, but I managed to get both, which I'm incredibly happy about.
Yes, I can't imagine. You probably thought you'd be flying back home from Australia with a 2-time world champion. You mentioned you've had a lot of support. We have loved having your teammates on the sideline. They're probably the loudest club. Who especially do you want to thank?
Not too many people, but definitely I'd say my parents, my mom. She's here on the beach with me, and she's put in so much work to get me here, and I really appreciate that. I love you, Mom. And Bruce as well, and Jill Fontaine, my coaches, who are also here on this beach. They've helped me work through everything, through training, through injury. They've just been by my side the whole way. So definitely those 3 people for sure.
Well, we've loved having you here at the World Championships. We're very happy that you're going home successful. It's been an amazing campaign for you, and we can't wait to see you back here in Australia soon.
Yeah, I can't wait to be back, and I will be back.
Thank you, Christy, and congratulations to Jake Hutton. We're seeing those scenes of celebration once again. And just like yesterday, they hoist him into the air to parade him around the beach arena. The South African flag comes out. It's about to be draped around his shoulders. What a great moment. Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club has brought so much colour and joy to the beach events across the last few days. And that is a fitting reward. Back-to-back gold medalists. Jake Hutton from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club in South Africa. Let's head back down to Christy Munro. She's standing by with our women's winner as well.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, we were just enjoying those celebrations from Clifton behind us, but I'm down on the beach here with Lily, who is the world champion in the women's beach flag competition. Lily, huge congratulations. I could see how much that one meant to you.
Yes, it did. It was really, I'm so relieved. Like, I'm so happy. Really glad.
It's a difficult event, the flags. You've got to keep your nerve for so long. Not only through the heats this morning, there were a lot of rounds to get through, but can you talk us through just what that tension on the start line is like?
Honestly, I felt it more in the heats, because for me it's like just getting to the final, and then once I'm in the final I'm like, okay, I can breathe, I can like do what I need to do. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure, and like, because you never know who you're gonna have next to you, and obviously everyone there is so talented, so it's really, it's hard.
And we saw you celebrating with your coach, Simon. He's obviously you put in a lot of work together. How much training have you been doing in the lead up to this World Champs?
Oh, so much. And like, I'm so grateful to Simon. Like, he's done so much for me already. And like, it's only been, I think like 8 months maybe of training with him. And like, I moved to surfers, and it's just been honestly like the best thing that I could have ever done. So it's really good.
You can't do much better than being crowned world champion. We'll let you enjoy. Let that sink in. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy, and congratulations, Lily. What a beautiful moment. And wasn't it great to see that moment between Lily and her coach, Simon Harris, as well? Now she, too, can call herself a world champion. Fantastic stuff. We're going back down to the beach now because we have one event left of the Youth World Interclub Championships to go, and that is the Mixed Ocean Lifesaver Relay. There are 20 teams on the start list. We're going to run through them now. Dicky Beach in 1, Mairangi Bay from New Zealand in 2, Morty Alec in 3, Currumbin in 4, Pacific Swim Academy from Canada in 5, BMD Northcliffe in 6, Niederolm Warstadt from Germany is in position number 7 on the start line. Then we go across to Tugan Surf Lifesaving Club, Haaswinkel Lifesaving Club from Germany, Kujan Headland, Karawa, Maroochydore, Viking Surf Sports from the UAE, Burley Heads, Mowbray Park. They will be tough to beat, as always. So too Alexandra Headlands, Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club, Naval Sauvetage Sportif Lifesaving Club from Canada, North Burleigh, Sunshine Beach, and Newport rounding out our final. 20 teams to battle it out in the Mixed Ocean Lifesaver Relay. We have a swimmer, a board paddler, a ski paddler, and a runner. And as to what order your athletes will go, that is up to you. We have 2 men, 2 women. This is the event that has been picked for the 2032 Olympic Games. And in 8 years' time, we could see any one of these athletes lining up if our sport is successful. So they're underway. The runners are now running down to tag their swimmers, and this race is about to blow wide open. They are charging out across the bank, and you can see some of the male and female competitors side by side throwing shoulders and elbows as they go back in. Out in front at this point of the race, we'll pick up that cap in just a moment. It did look like it is. It's Coogin Headland Surf Lifesaving Club. So Coogin with the early advantage as they start to head out into the water, side by side with Alex and BMD Northcliffe. Now, in the M-shaped Ocean Man and Ocean Woman races, we saw those leads change so much throughout because of the conditions. With 2 female and 2 male competitors in the mix here, that is going to be amplified. There is a lot on the line here as these competitors start charging out towards those cans. And we'll pick up those caps when we can. I know we can see an Alex Headland in there. We can see, it's Alexandra Headland in 1. We have Noah Maggs from Newport, he's turning in 2. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is in 3. I believe that's Ethan Callahan swimming. Northcliffe pulling wide. Maroochydore, Tugun, Sunshine Beach. All of the talent is right there as the little lift starts to bring them back into the shore. And this is also an M-shaped course, just like we saw in the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman races. So they have 2 swims to go through, 2 board paddles, 2 ski paddles in terms of rounding the M-shaped markers. So it's Alexandra Headlands out in front at the moment. Newport is giving good chase. Ethan Callahan is sitting right there in 3rd. It looks like Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach. We just saw him claim silver in that Ocean Man race as a wave starts to stand up. So here is a big opportunity for the field to try and get down. Mags cannot, but our swimmer from Alexandra Headlands can. Henry Simpson is swimming in this event, and he stands up in front in the halfway mark of this M-shaped course. So Henry Simpson is dolphin diving his way back into the shore, and that should be it. He's now up and running as he runs around the M-shaped turn. It's Newport in 2 with Mags. Callahan is in 3. You can see Simpson charging into the water now. A flash of the cap as they come past. Joe Short swimming for Maroochydore. He's in 4th at the moment. Looking fresh as he charges out across that bank. It'll be Dylan Wilson from Sunshine Beach in 5. Go back to North Burleigh, BMD Northcliffe, Tugun, Coogin, Currumbin. Dicky Beach running into the water right now. But out in front, it is Henry Simpson from Alexandra Headland Surf Lifesaving Club. A couple more waves to the rest of the pack to dolphin dive under. Simpson has a bit of an advantage now. He's broken slightly ahead of the rest of the field, with Christy Munro repositioning back down to the beach. We'll check in with her and see her take on things as a world Ocean Woman champion as well, because it has been a big day of racing, Christy. This is the last event on the program. Lots of fatigue, but lots of excitement as well.
Huge amount of excitement down here, Sam, with our final event of the finals package this afternoon. A very exciting mixed ocean person relay. It looks like a lot of the teams opting to put their female competitors on the board leg, which is the leg that we'll see coming up next, and obviously our runners. So a lot of tactics at play as to where you place your male and female competitors, but as you mentioned there, Henry Simpson, Alexandra Headlands doing a great job out in front.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. We can see the competitors on their way back in now. Some big sets starting to break out the back. It will be very interesting to see how many of those waves come through on the craft legs, because these athletes will be going out that far to catch them as well. So it's Alexandra Headlands in 1, Henry Simpson. Ethan Callahan is making a bit of a move, but it's still a few body lengths back to him in 2nd place. Noel Maggs is in 3. Simpson just unable to push down the face of that wave. It could bring the rest of the field back into it. There's a wave starting to build, but it won't be big enough to bring anyone up to Simpson. That was outstanding body surfing from Henry Simpson. He's got a little milk out of that, and now he is up and wading through that gutter. You can see Callahan on his feet. Maggs and Maroochydore is still right there as well with Joe Short as they tag their runners now. They're going to get things underway on that run transition. Simpson just putting in that extra effort to run that a little bit further through that water. As they tag their runner, Alexandra Headland. Absolutely flying around the flags is Ava O'Connell. Lots of speed there from Ava. Flying along that course. Here comes Maroochydore and Newport, but look at the gap that Ava O'Connell has given to Zoe Woods. So Zoe, the World Interclub Board Champion, but she's going to have a couple of male athletes chasing her down as well. So that's the first change at the moment. So they get into the water and start racing. Woods has just been hit back by that wave, so not an ideal start there, but now she's going to punch through the next one. She gets clipped once again, but she's negotiated that inner break very well. Christy Munro is on the beach. Christy, how did you see that? Because, wow, out of the corner of our eye, we have had someone power to the front.
Yeah, I believe that's the team from Burleigh Heads. That competitor just ran a fair bit to the north, obviously could see a gap, and it has worked for them. So he has done a fantastic start to this first board leg.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. That's Taj Andrews, of course, the Interclub World Board Champion. We saw what he can do on that board, and we haven't seen him racing so far today in our finals package, so it looks like he has a bit of energy to burn, and he certainly showed it as the set stands up out the back. It's not going to hit him, but if he can get around this board can in time, he sits up on his board to make a sharp turn, because look at that. That is a dream result for Taj Andrews. It's filling up a little bit in front of him. He's going to have to work to get down that run, and he is going to get something else out of that. So that was a very tactical decision to paddle past the can, to sit up and turn in the one motion, because he knew that it was going to get his board around quicker, and he has just flown all the way back to the beach. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park have enjoyed a dream afternoon with some of these finals that have been in the water, and that is yet another thing to go their way so far here today. Taj Andrews was rewarded for that risk that he took by running a bit further north, and he's rewarded for his explosive speed as well, just getting some words of encouragement from Ethan Callahan. Christy Munro, you've got eyes on this race too. That was one of the best waves we have seen come through today.
Oh, you can't dial up much better than that right from the cans. That was a very smart decision to spin his board around as quick as he did, so he didn't miss that opportunity. And he was in a real mission around transition. He could see the lead he had, but he knows he's got two teammates to follow, so he is certainly not letting up an inch.
No, he is not. Newport is giving chase at the moment, but that is a very, very big advantage now to Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Taj Andrews, well, he's already getting towards that swim can. He's going to keep charging out to that board can, as well as a few waves break on that back bank too. So that is a very big advantage. We'll be keeping an eye on the race for second. It currently belongs to Newport. We've got Alexandra Headland, Maroochydore, we have North Burleigh, Coogin Headland, BMD Northcliffe, all keeping up the pursuit as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see where these teams do come through, because both of our top two teams at the moment have had both of their male competitors race. So we know that for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, rather, as Taj Andrews picks up another run, he'll be tagging Jasmine Raywood, who is the world ski champion in the women, to close it out. Newport will be tagging Olivia Clues. No doubt some of that field is going to be hoping that a few things can go their way. Tiago Chamberlain, the men's ski world champion, will be in action for BMD Northcliffe. So there is still plenty that can change here. As Karawa are on screen, the home club getting a big round of applause, a big cheer of encouragement as they make their way back into the water. But it's not slowing Taj Andrews. Look at that. He cracks another wave inshore. He stays on his knees as he comes across the bank. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get off and bunny hop in a moment. There he goes. As he charges through, he has another tag to make. As he just dolphins dive. And now they've tagged their runner. So Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. That's Charlotte Hard on screen. We've seen Charlotte Hard in action at the front of so many races here today. And she is flying around this transition on her way to tag Jasmine Raywood, the world ski champion, who has, well, has to be said, it is quite a sizable advantage. So Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park out in front in one. Newport has just cracked the wave on their way back in. They are currently in second place to tag Olivia Clues. But there goes Jasmine Raywood, our world ski champion. She is now in the boat and moving. She won the ski, the Interclub title. She won it at the National Teams Championships as well. And it looks as though with that timing, she's going to get over a couple of these little waves too. They start to stand up now. You can see on screen the runner from Newport. Another wave for Jasmine Raywood, but she handles it very well. So that was the first test passed on this last leg, but a lot still can change in these wild conditions here at Kurrawa Beach. Very tricky for all of our athletes. So that's Newport currently chasing down in second place. They're about to tag Olivia Clues, but they're going to be getting hunted down, both of those athletes, by some of the best male paddlers as Liv gets off her ski and runs. So she's opted to run across the bank rather than get in and paddle. Jasmine Raywood out in front at the moment. So this is our leader at this stage of the race. That is our team in third place chasing them down. Alexandra Headland. Alex Stewart is about to get tagged. He is the first of the men's ski paddlers to get in the water and go, and he too is going to run across that bank as well. So look, you don't often see this in ski events, particularly in the team events as well, but it does look like that water is so shallow. They're thinking, no, that's the decision we have to make. Coogin Headland in fourth at this stage too, as Jasmine Raywood heads for home. Mistake-free paddling is what is on her mind at this point of the race. There's Maroochydore on the right of frame. They're in sixth and tagging their ski paddler as Jasmine Raywood is about to re-enter the break. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park have been so dominant across these Interclub Ocean events, and they are one leg away from adding, well, arguably the biggest title of the lot. They've won the Ocean Man, they've won the Ocean Woman. They're now closing in on the mixed Lifesaver relay. Jasmine Raywood shooting down the face of that double up, and didn't she do well there? She kept that boat moving forward, and now she's paddling into the shore with just one half ski leg to go. So the ski is going to have to get dragged up around those markers too. It's quite a bit of running to do, dragging that 18 kilogram ski. She rounds that very well. It's still Newport in two. Alexandra Headland is hunting though for three. So Jasmine Raywood with a very solid advantage at this point of the race. She begins her paddle back out to sea. The surf has been tricky. It's thrown up a bit of carnage in the shore breaks. They should be looking to avoid that. So to Olivia Clues. So that is Newport. They're currently in second in this mixed Lifesaver relay, the last event of the program for the Youth World Championships, as Raywood negotiates the break once again. So she's into deep water. She needs to get across the back bank, but now she has time on her side to pick and choose her line as well. That is our current silver medalist, Liv Clues. We might check back in with Christy Munro because we know that there's a chase pack coming, and there is Alex Stewart on screen right now. He must have had a huge paddle, Christy.
Yes, he's closed up very, very tight now between second and third, but still a massive gap out to Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. The surf was kind to them heading out through transition, so Jasmine didn't have much difficulty at all. So we'll see if there is much surf that will hold up our chase pack. Second and third, fourth, fifth and sixth are not too far behind either.
Okay, so it's going to be a very exciting finish to try and get onto the podium. And it will be an exciting finish if you're a fan or a member of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, because they are in complete control of this race at the moment. That is Jasmine Raywood turning out to sea. She's on her way back in. Liv Clues and Alex Stewart, Newport and Alexandra Headland have just negotiated the break side by side. In fact, Liv Clues might have got the best of that exchange as well. So they are still in the silver medal position as Alexandra Headland makes a move. But here is a wave for our leader. This is our leader on screen, Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. She's dropping down the face of a little run, but instead she's going to straighten back up and look to realign herself with the finish. That is our chasing pack. It's Alex Stewart from Alexandra Headlands and Liv Clues from Newport Surf Life Saving Club. A wave starting to stand up for them. We'll wait and see, but for Raywood, there's no concern at the moment. Although in saying that, a wave is starting to stand up for her too. There is action everywhere you look. So Alexandra Headland is now in control of that silver medal position. And that is our leaders at the moment. Jasmine Raywood, her leg is just about to finish. She's going to tag Charlotte Hart, who is going to run up the beach and make it a treble of the big 3 events here that have been put forward for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They've won the Ocean Woman with Jasmine Raywood. They've won the Ocean Man with Ethan Callahan. And together with Charlotte Hart and Taj Andrews, those 4 athletes have just been crowned the Mixed Lifesaver Relay World Champions. Congratulations to Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. The race for second is still on. That's Alex Stewart on screen. Alexandra Headlands are going to come back in to take that one out. He dumps the ski and starts running across the bank with a little spill. But that won't slow them down. The ski lands back on top. That's one of our Canadian clubs that is visiting the shorelines here of Kurrawa Beach. They still have a leg to go, and that is our silver medalist, who is currently running up the beach. So Alexandra Headlands will take the silver medal as Ava O'Connell comes across the line. Congratulations to Alexandra Headland Surf Life Saving Club. That gap has closed down towards the battle for bronze. That's Maroochydore on screen, but Newport Surf Life Saving Club has already hit the sand. So Newport, the team of Danny King, Noah Maggs, Charlie Barber and Olivia Clues will round out our medal positions. Congratulations to Newport. It's Maroochydore coming across the line for 4th. Did a great job of closing that gap down. North Burleigh looks to be finishing 5th overall. That's a great result to finish in the top 5 of a World Championship team event. Just ahead of BMD Northcliffe. Was more of a battle to the finish than we thought. BMD Northcliffe will finish in 6th place. And there's plenty of small battles still happening out there in the water. Coogin Headland now coming up the beach. Big smiles there. A great result for the Northern New South Wales Surf Club and coach Scott McCartney. A very proud club. Great to see more success for them on the way. Tugan now battling it out, trying to cement its place in that top 10 with Dickie Beach. Dickie will get the nod there. As these sprint finishes are going down to the wire as well. Battling for every position. Here comes Tugan. It's a late push. But Dickie Beach will hold on. All of those teams chasing our champions today. The new world champions, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. We're standing by with Christy Munro.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, I am with the new world champs. Ethan, I might start with you. You had obviously a fantastic Ocean Man race, backing it up for your team in that opening swim leg. You gave them a handy lead or up with the leaders. That was obviously the plan.
Oh, definitely. It was definitely hurting. I could feel it straight after the iron, and it was definitely a tough race. But yeah, handed over in front, and which was good.
Board paddle. That first runner right from the can turned into a wave and made a huge difference to your team.
Yeah. Board, I knew we had to get the lead. But yeah, that wave straight off the can definitely helped that lead. But yeah, just wouldn't want to do it with any other people. We train with these guys every single day. And yeah, it just feels good to be world champs together.
You must have been happy, Jazzy, or maybe nervous seeing your teammate come down that massive wave, knowing you were going to have a lead, but you had to hold it.
Oh, no, I don't think I felt nervous. I just sort of knew I had to my team, and once I saw Taj go onto the board, I knew that I just had to hold it. I knew that we'd have a huge lead, and yeah, I'm just so glad, that I do it with this team because, we're some of the best in the world, so yeah.
You literally are the best in the world now, and Charlotte, that run leg was not easy. You had to do a fair few laps of that transition. How are those legs?
Yeah, that run was very long. Legs were a bit sore, but I was really trying to push those middle 2 runs because I did not want that last one to come down to a sprint finish. And luckily these guys were all amazing, and we had quite a big lead coming into the last run, so yeah, it was good.
Well, congratulations. There's nothing better than a World Championships with your best mates. Go and celebrate with your club.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Christy, and congratulations to Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. They've been outstanding right across the entire 3 days of competition here at the Youth World Championships for 2024, including taking out the big 3 events this afternoon. There they are on top of the results in the Youth Mixed Ocean Lifesaver Relay. Alexandra Headland surged through to claim the silver medal ahead of Newport Surf Lifesaving Club, who claimed the bronze, ahead of Maroochydore, North Burleigh, BMD Northcliffe, Coogin Headland Surf Lifesaving Club as well. It was Dicky Beach, Tugun and Kurrawa who rounded out that top 10 in the event. In what was the final event too of the afternoon here, and not just of the afternoon, but of the Youth World Championships for 2024, and what an afternoon it's been. This was the finish of the women's surf ski race. Jasmine Raywood coming through late to claim that victory, and her sister Bianca Raywood finishing second. First and second in a race for the family. They spoke to just how special that was for their family. A great moment there as well in what was a really tight finish. That took the judges a long time in order to determine those results. Here was Tiago Chamberlain. He was side by side with Joel Steiner going around the cans from Wanda, only to put the foot down and kick away at this exact moment. He worked this run for a very long time. There is a lot of strength involved in that. A star of the future, remember his name. That was very impressive ski paddling from Tiago Chamberlain. Just a modest little claim as he came across the line as well. Just a little splash of the water. Hard not to be happy after something like that. A very tight finish for those Mitre medals as well. So the ski races did kick off our finals package this afternoon. Then we moved into the Ocean Woman and the Ocean Man events. Here they are on screen now. Jasmine Raywood, we just heard from her after she had the ski leg in that winning mixed Ocean Lifesaver relay. There she was claiming the individual Ocean Woman as well to go with that ski championship. 3 world championships in the one afternoon. We thought for a while that Noah Maggs might have gone through. Instead, the Ocean Man title went on to be claimed by Ethan Callahan from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in what was 2 of the highlight races in a thrilling afternoon of action here. And that does bring the 2024 Youth Life-Saving World Championships to a close. My name is Sam Jordan, and on behalf of Christy Munro, who has joined me in commentary along with Courtney Hancock, a huge thank you to everyone for tuning in. A thank you to all the athletes and team managers for helping to put on a show, and of course, the officials and our host club here on the Gold Coast, Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club. Our live stream will be back tomorrow when the Open Interclub competition gets underway. It is going to be another 3 huge days of surf sports racing. We cannot wait to join you then. Thanks for watching.